I just got the look from Carter. He just gave me the look like, hey, talk, go. It's like, wow, that's the earliest intro's been played in years. Usually you start at 6:08, 6:09. No, I'm kidding. I love it when we start before 6:05. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, everybody out there getting off of work, all the overnight dancers, all the teachers, cops, all the kids who had no school yesterday, and all the kids who had no school last week, but had school yesterday, including Sequoia Middle School out there in Pleasant Hill. Know a lot of people there. Don't ask me how, Shasky, but good morning to you. Got Monday Night Football yesterday, and it is Chiefs week. And we waited for this week for a long, long time, and just thinking about the Kansas City Chiefs, and I keep going back to 3rd and 15, Shasky. I see this team. I see the red pants. I see the white jerseys. I see the red helmets. I see number 15 to Patrick Mahomes. And I'm just thinking to myself, 3rd and 15, Super Bowl 54, 3rd and 15, changed the course of NFL history. And here they are sitting with 3 Super Bowl championships, and we're sitting here with no Super Bowl championships and a bunch of problems, Shasky. Good morning.
I mean, we sound like the woulda, coulda, shoulda Houston Rockets, and that's the worst part about it is, as a Niner fan, I mean, I'm going back to this is the recent Super Bowl. Forget the one from 5 years ago. And it's just like, man, if this would have happened, if this could have happened, if this didn't happen, I mean, we sound like whiners and losers. And the 40 whiner nickname is, it's just on this one, I have to tap out and just say, like, yeah, you're right. I sound like a whiner and a crybaby because this one hurts.
Well, I don't think it's whining and being a crybaby. It's just recalling what happened. And it's not making an excuse. It's 3rd and 15, Tyreek Hill. And then you think about last year's Super Bowl or last season's Super Bowl in Las Vegas. And you think fumble on the first drive. You think not taking advantage of an interception. You think multiple holding calls, false starts, muff punts, missed tackles, not paying attention to detail. I think about Orr Burks lining up who knows where, not knowing where to line up half the time. Logan Ryan played the slot with Diamador Lenore. It's like, hey, I suggested Shanahan, or I suggested to Steve Wilks, maybe I should play the nickel today. Maybe I should guard Travis Kelce. So I don't think it's whining or making excuses. There's no excuses to be made. Kansas City took those games. But you look at your own undoing, Shasky, the things they could have controlled and they didn't control, or the lack of control that they had in situations they did control.
It's so funny how, like, football is just so different than the other sports. I was saying yesterday, we were just kind of going through stuff in the wide world of sports. And in the first round of the NBA playoffs, top seeds win 90% of the time in the first round. Now, it's the first round, and so there's a big disparity because there's a lot of people that get into the playoffs, right? But in Major League Baseball, it's 50%. It's 50%. Just winning a top seed, winning their first round, right? And the number is closer to 55% in the NFL, which is crazy. And that's just going back to like the wild card era. You get a lot of upsets, shockingly. You look at the Niners. They were the top seed last year. They could have easily lost that game to Green Bay. So I think these one-game samples, they hurt you even more than a 7-game series in basketball or in Major League Baseball. Those hurt, don't get me wrong. But the woulda, coulda, shouldas of a one-game sample and the margins being so thin, I feel like the losses in football stick with you for so long because the ball does bounce in odd ways and weird stuff does happen. CMC was the best player on the planet. And after 5 plays, he put the ball on the ground to start off the Super Bowl. And that's a play that it happens so early in it. I don't want to put too much emphasis on it, but it's one of those like woulda, coulda, shoulda plays.
The drive was perfect. The drive was perfect going down the field. Yeah, use check balling. You had Brock Purdy not looking nervous at all. And that's the biggest thing is how would Brock Purdy do on that big stage in Las Vegas? Brock Purdy held up pretty well. He held up pretty well. You know what I'm saying? For a quarterback in his first ever Super Bowl in his second full season, he held up pretty damn well. And it was Christian McCaffrey who fumbled. Christian McCaffrey, which was like an omen. So I was talking to Lubman last night, asking, unlock the phone lines, Carter, because I want to get the Niner fans involved in this. Just thinking about to the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. What was the moment? What was the moment in that game where you said to yourself, Niner fans, it just ain't our day? What was that moment? Because I know when my moment was. Or was there a moment during that game in Las Vegas where you thought, we got this? When were you at your highest?
Ugh.
When was it early in the game? Was it late in the game?
Well, you know how I fan. You've been around me long enough.
Right.
We could be up, 21 points with a minute to go. And I'm like, let's make sure we hike this properly so we can take these knees the appropriate way. So, but like, I just keep coming back to that 4th and 2. That 4th and 2, they call a timeout, and they got opportunities to kind of, you're waiting, and the anxiety of that play, the anxiety of watching Mahomes kind of waddle over to Andy Reid, and they're thinking about what they're gonna do.
And this is the overtime play.
Yeah.
That's when you thought it was officially over?
No, not that it was over. It just was like, to me, that was that seminal moment. There was plenty of them, but that's the one moment I think of till I'm blue in the face. I think of that sequence leading up to that.
Yeah.
And the reason why 4th and 2 sticks out to me, where they were on the field, knowing that they needed to chase the 3, having the ball second, as opposed to having the ball first.
Yep.
If they have the ball first, are they more inclined to not go for it on 4th and 2? And maybe they have to punt it away, or maybe they try some crazy long field goal. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, there's all it's one play that has like 7 million layers wrapped into it. Shanahan's frustration with the defense as a whole, Bosa's inability to be able to diagnose the mesh point over and over and over again. Him pointing and trying to throw someone under the bus as there's no edge guy. Maybe Greenlaw's the guy there, but Greenlaw's out with an Achilles. Now, is that the only play? No, but like that's the one play that when I think about, like, oh my God, we stop him here, we win the Super Bowl. And if we don't, it feels like we're probably gonna lose.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Early in that, because that second half was tough to watch for me mentally.
Oh my God.
Mentally, it felt like a slow, painful death. Because they come out at halftime, and it's 10-3, which, by Lord, the Niners should have been up far more than 10-3. Having a 7-point lead, great. But the way they dominated that first half, it should have been 17-3, 16-3, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
So the Chiefs come out, they get the ball. Mahomes, is facing a 3rd and 12. You got to remember, he fumbled the first snap after halftime. So they're sitting there at 3rd and 12 at their own 23, and Mahomes throws an interception and a pass intended for Marcus Valdez-Scantling.
It was thrown into no man's land.
It picked off. Niners set up shop, 1st and 10 at the Kansas City 44. In these sequence of plays, mentally for me, Shasky was like, oh, they're in trouble. And it was 1st and 10, Brock Purdy, incomplete. 2nd and 10, you're setting up at the Kansas City 44-yard line. Mind you, all you need is 9 yards to get in the field goal range with the way Jake Moody was kicking. 2nd and 10, false start, Aaron Banks. 2nd and 15, incomplete pass to Deebo Samuel. And all of a sudden, you're facing a 3rd and 15 at the Kansas City 49-yard line. And you're thinking to yourself, how did this happen? You just had 1st and 10 at the Kansas City 44. And the fact that they didn't take advantage of the interception, they force another punt. And then next thing you know, all hell breaks loose for the 49ers. All hell breaks loose. So that moment when they didn't capitalize off the interception early in the 3rd quarter, I thought, oh boy, you're not scoring off of turnovers, which you've done all season long. You've done it under Shanahan throughout his tenure, capitalizing off of turnovers for the most part. You did it in 2019 the whole damn time. And when you didn't capitalize on that play, I thought, boy, you're just leaving this game out for Mahomes. They haven't played well for 2 full quarters, and you're leaving it on a silver platter. And so from that moment on, in my head, I just kept thinking, how are they going to lose?
At one point in that game, Pacheco puts it on the floor. Mahomes had turned it over. That was a little later, but you got Kelsey so frustrated with everything that's going on. He's chest bumping or whatever. Andy Reid called it a hug. I called it like an elbow shove.
Yeah.
It was I'm going to give you the business. That's what I would describe that as. He's doing that to his head coach.
No, I mean,
they were so frustrated with the Niners. I thought Dre Greenlaw at one point in the game was the best player on the field.
He was for as long as he was on there. And then, of course, he jogs off the sideline and tears his Achilles. And we haven't seen him since. So we're hoping to see him soon, maybe after the bye week. But I just thought when they didn't capitalize in my head, Shasky, and this is a tough way to watch a football game. It's a tough way to watch a football game when you're thinking to yourself, how are they going to lose this? And there's just a series of plays where they were fighting off death, right? The 4th and 3, the 4th and 2 to George Kittle. I'm thinking to myself, wait, Shanahan's going for it? What the hell is going on here?
Ballsy play call.
It's a ballsy play call. This is like Shanahan. What is going on here? George Kittle barely gets it. He extends the football past the first down marker. He ends up scoring a touchdown. And you're thinking, and I'm just like, whoa, what the hell is going on here? It was just a series of events. The muff punt, the deflection on 3rd and 5, the iced the game. If the 49ers get a first down, run it 5 wide right after the 2-minute drill. They get a first down right there, Shasky. They could take the air out of the football, set up for a game-winning field goal in regulation. So I just kept thinking, when they didn't capitalize off that interception, and it's again, folks, it's a tough way to watch a football game. But in my head, I just kept thinking, how are they going to lose this?
You know, it's interesting.
That's tough.
It's really tough. It's interesting the way we view certain athletes. So, like, LeBron is this way for me, and I'm sure for Warrior fans, Curry's this way. You could play the worst game on the planet for 40-something minutes.
Yep.
And then I know in the back of my head, I mean, really, Steph only needs like one shot to get going here, right? He only needs like one shot, and the next thing you know, you have a Curry flurry and you have an explosion. The entire game means absolutely nothing for the finish.
Yep.
And there's only a few guys in sports where that like comes to. I think of like someone, and this is going way back, but like Manny Ramirez was one of those playoff performers. He could go 0 for 5. But for some reason, every single time he stepped into that batter's box, I was like, don't give him anything to hit.
Right.
Because he can hit an absolute donk right here. And then I view not Jerry Rice, but Joe Montana, I viewed that way, where it's like, all right, Joe could have a horrible game. Final 2 minutes, is there anyone you want with the ball in your hand more in his era? Tom Brady, same thing. Did it matter what he did for 3.5 quarters?
No, it didn't. You know what, though, against the 49ers? I got that feeling with Brett Favre.
I totally agree.
Brett Favre was a Green Bay Packer quarterback. Russell Wilson as well. But Brett Favre, just going back to him, Shasky, later on Russell Wilson, because I got the same feeling with him. But Brett Favre, that's the first time that I felt that as a 49er fan, as a young 49er fan. I go, damn, no matter what, Green Bay's going to figure out a way to win this football game.
Exactly.
And that's what it's like going against Mahomes, Andy Reid, and the Kansas City Chiefs. There's going to be a point in this game on Sunday where we think, boy, they're just going to figure out a way to steal it.
And that's the way when I'm watching Mahomes, and you kept alluding to it. I mean, you were screaming it at me when we were sitting up in the top of the stadium. It's like over and over and over. Oh my God, it's Mahomes. At any moment, he could start turning it on. And I thought he was having a pretty crappy day.
I thought the defense played very well.
Until he became unstoppable superhuman man. And it's just, it's so hard, man, because he is an all-time great, and they had him multiple times bottled up. You're never going to stop those guys completely. No. But I felt like one play goes the Niners' way. One play doesn't go the Chiefs' way, and they win both of those Super Bowls.
Well, the 3rd and 19 or 3rd and 15 of Super Bowl 54 is something I tossed and turned about at night. Because I swear to God, Shasky, and I wish we get the audio of this, but Troy Aikman, before that play, as they're lining up and getting into their formation, and Troy Aikman is on the broadcast saying, boy, Kansas City needs to make a play in a heartbeat. This could get away from them. And it's 3rd and 15, and Mahomes takes, I swear to God, it looked like a 20-step drop back. I mean, by the time he released the ball, it felt like he was 20 yards past the line of behind the line of scrimmage, and he just lets it fly. At 3rd and 15, up 20-10, I truly believe that it changed the course of NFL history. What happens if Kansas City loses that game? Do they beat Tampa Bay the next year? You know what I'm saying? What happens in this Super Bowl last year with Shanahan? They had the experience of winning one. Maybe they close better. But 3rd and 15 in Super Bowl 54 in Miami is a play that'll haunt the 49er fans, maybe Shanahan for the rest of their lives. That's what we're talking about here. So Kansas City, it's tough for me to hate them when I feel like the Niners have given them both games.
Well, no, I can easily hate them. I mean, Bonte, you're talking about like one thing goes one way. If they win that game, somehow, some way, they win that game, the Jawan Jennings throwback is one of the greatest plays in 49er history.
Yeah.
It's a play that we don't even think about.
We don't even think about it.
I mean, I saw this. I was going through some of the notes from the AP, just like from the game. Like, was there stuff that I've forgotten about? Jawan Jennings to catch and throw a touchdown would have been the second player in Super Bowl history, besides Nick Foles, to accomplish the feat.
I know.
It was him. It was Connolly. That's who was shaping up to maybe be your Super Bowl MVP. Yep. Think about what we're saying here.
Yeah.
Wow, dude. And then, of course, special teams reared its ugly head and situations, and it's just the woulda, coulda, shoulda. And that comes back to, like, I think for a lot of people, we're going to go straight to overtime, and I understand that. The Niners were lucky to evade
overtime,
losing in regulation and getting to overtime.
I know.
I mean, they tackled Kelsey at the 2-yard line or whatever.
No, it was at the 11. It was at the 11-yard line. He got pushed out by Tig Brown, and he was wide open.
I mean, I thought he was going to score a touchdown.
And you know what? Kansas City kind of mismanaged the clock because we thought they had time for one more play.
Yes.
And they kind of let the clock elapse there. One more play at the 11-yard line and maybe take a shot at the end zone. They may have scored. Because, again, Orton Burks, God bless his soul, had no idea where to line up half that football game. Logan Ryan was out of position, and he played his ass off considering that he was a late season signing, but he was playing the nickel. We find out on the Richard Sherman podcast that Deommodore Lenoir wanted to play the nickel because he felt like Kansas City's outside threats weren't a big-time threat for him to be wasting snaps on. So, yes, they were looking to get the regulation. You got monumental field goals from Jake Moody, 250-plus yard field goals from Jake Moody, and then he misses the PAT. So there's just all these omens in the Super Bowl where, like, the Niners are doing everything they can to not win this football game.
You got the Chase Young game.
You got the Chase Young game.
You traded for this guy to have one game, like literally just one game down the stretch to maybe win you a big playoff game or something. He had the game after having the most dogged performance in the Detroit game where he's literally like jogging off the field as Jameson Williams is scoring a touchdown. He had a great game. The defensive line had a great game. And you couldn't capitalize.
And so that's why, look, this game against Kansas City on Sunday, does it mean anything for the conference? No, it's they're in the AFC, the Niners are in the NFC. We get it. It's not going to count against the NFC in terms of head-to-head tiebreakers, conference tiebreakers, all that jazz. And the Niners right now are tied for first place in the NFC West with the tie-breaking points over Seattle, the head-to-head matchup. So life is good right now with the 49ers. You're back in first place. However, you lost to Kansas City all 4 times. Shanahan is big coach. And I remember every single game. The 38-27 game in 2018 when Jimmy Garoppolo tears his knee up late in the fourth quarter. They were up 35-7 in that football game.
Everyone
they were rolling.
Hurt.
Everybody was getting hurt at Arrowhead Stadium. They were getting rolled. Hell, the Niners haven't won at Arrowhead Stadium in my lifetime. Since I remember football, going back to 94. Now, they beat the Chiefs at Arrowhead in 82, but I was like 2 months old when they beat Kansas City back at Arrowhead in 1982. They haven't beat them at Arrowhead since. And then just looking at Shanahan losing to the Chiefs, all the games, the Jimmy Garoppolo game, tearing his ACL, of course, Super Bowl 54. How about the regular season with Mahomes? You said it, not me, but I'm watching on the tube. Looked like one of the greatest performances we've ever seen in the Bay Area from a quarterback position. They dropped 44 on the 49ers. And that was Christian McCaffrey's first game. And then, of course...
Well, the Jimmy interception
right before halftime was terrible.
I mean, it was one of the worst throws ever.
It was awful. It was awful. But they were scoring touchdowns, and the Niners were settling for 3.
It's true.
And then you get to last season's Super Bowl. So just for Shanahan to go up against Coach Reed, Andy Reid, and they're 28-3 off the bye week, the psyche of 49er fans, the psyche of this team, to just beat Kansas City, to know that you can do it, to know that you can walk off the football field with more points than them, I think it's monumental for this entire fan base, for this team emotionally, because if you lose this game, with everything that's going to be hyped up with it, and you lose this game, you don't want to go limping into the Cowboys game. I could see a situation where you're going into the bye week at 3-5. So you got it. All hands on deck this week. This game is massive for the 49ers.
My boy Noel Fahey, one of the more diehard Niner fans that I know, he's like texting me back and forth yesterday, and he's like, dude, this so reminds me of 94. Like, until I can see this team do it, I can't believe. It's just really hard to believe that they can beat that guy and this coach until we actually see them do it. Does it mean they're going to do it in the playoffs? No. But there is something to be said for, like, before you can conquer them, you kind of have to prove it to yourself that you can go out and beat them. For the soul, we need this.
You know, remember they lost to the New York Giants in that NFC Championship game, and the New York Giants came the next season back to Candlestick Park and won 27-3. Now, I remember our man Bradshaw on the sideline when they smoked them, 27-3. He goes, to be the man, you have to beat the man. And then that man turned out not to be Alex Smith. They end up making a quarterback change a few weeks later because they felt like if we have to see the New York Giants again, we don't have the answers to the test. Back to 94 to win 21-14 in that regular season game. They were down 7-0, and it was hairy. It was a lot of nervous energy on that red and gold sideline. They needed that game. They needed that game. So by the time they came out to the NFC Championship game, you're up 21-0. The Candlestick is rocking like an earthquake, like Loma Prieta. You know what I'm saying? Like it was rolling. But you need to win on Sunday just to know that you can do it. We'll talk more about that. 888-957-9570. What was that moment you thought that the Niners lost that Super Bowl? What was the moment you thought, boy, this is happening? They're about to win number 6. 888-957-9570 is the number. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. We'll reveal the guest list coming up on the other side. Brought to you by River Islands. And that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey. Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
All right, River Island's guest line today. Baldy, 7:30. Every Tuesday, 7:30. We get a double dose of Baldy this week. He'll be live in studio from 6 to 10 Friday, as we'll have breakfast with Baldy as well. Some listeners will come in, have some breakfast with Baldy, ask him anything they want. That'd be from 6 to 10 on Friday, but today he joins us at 7:30. Brian Baldinger, of course. And then we get our good pal Mike Florio for Pro Football Talk. Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio. He'll join us at 8:30, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Boy, I'm seeing some calls here, Shasky, and I'm seeing a couple that say must win. Must win.
For the soul. Yeah, I agree with them.
I felt like we already had a couple must-win victories. Must-win games so far. Got to have them games, must-win games. We're only 6 games into the season.
No, but this is the San Francisco 49ers. We are not the Arizona Cardinals. So, no, I think that there's a hit list out right now, and there are certain games. Look, there's the bigger picture, right? It's the season. Like, is the season over? You lose to the Chiefs? No, of course not. No one's saying that. Like that. Right. That's absurd. But, like, if you're a Niner fan, your soul needs to beat the Chiefs once. Does it take away any sting from the Super Bowl? No, it's going to hurt forever. Like, it's like losing, like, for example, when the Warriors lost 3-1, I'm sure they played Christmas the very next year against LeBron and them. Even if you win that game, it doesn't take away the fact you lost 3-1.
No, it doesn't.
But it makes you feel better on the day after Christmas. And so I would love for the 49ers to win this game. Is it a must win? For the soul, absolutely. It is. For the psyche of Niner fans, for the soul, and I would make this argument. I think for the team to get rolling here and to have some positivity, that win in Seattle was a huge step forward. Could you imagine if you rattle off just these next two, okay? Chiefs, Cowboys, and you somehow take out Mike McCarthy, right? Now you're on a 3-game win streak. You know, you're sitting atop of the NFC West. You're feeling good about yourself, and you're saying, you know what? Our best football is yet to come.
5-3 going to the bye week. Anybody would take after that 1-2 start. I was just asking for 4-4. 4-4 is still in play, but if you can get to 5-3 and get greedy here, and you win these next, you beat Seattle, you beat Kansas City, you beat Dallas. And you go into that bye week feeling good. All of a sudden, you're looking around the NFC landscape saying, okay, Tampa Bay, they're a little leaky. They're tough, but you'll see them coming out the bye week. You'll be able to make a difference and try to get to Baker Mayfield, right? And all of a sudden, you start thinking big. You look at Detroit, what they're going through. How do they replace Aiden Hutchinson? There is no replacement. He's out with a fractured tibia and fibula, and it sucks for the young man because he was playing out of his mind, a young man out of Michigan. But all of a sudden, they got the cheek in the armor, the Detroit Lions. Green Bay, you'll see Green Bay later in the year. You know what they're about. That'd be a tough game. It'd be a barometer game. You got the Chicago Bears later in the year at Levi Stadium. They bring in a tough defense. But all of a sudden, you could look at yourself in the mirror and say, okay, we're the 49ers. We stabilized the season. We could breathe a little bit. We're getting healthier. As the practice window for Ricky Pearsall has been opened. He was on the practice field yesterday. You know you're getting Dre Greenlaw back at some point. We'll see about Christian McCaffrey. But if Ricky Pearsall is who they say he is, which is a guy who could beat man coverage and get open very quickly, the little out routes, pivot routes, whatever it is, and then you get Greenlaw back at linebacker next to Fred Warner, all of a sudden Niner fans are feeling a lot better. But it starts this week. You could beat Kansas City, and all of a sudden there's a little extra pep in your step on Monday if you beat the Kansas City Chiefs Sunday.
No doubt. The Pearsall thing is interesting because I feel like this offense right now, there's only so many touches that can go around to everyone out there. So I'm not really sure where he fits in. I know, look, I'm with you. Like, I would love to have him. I'm not saying I don't want him because maybe it opens things up for others. But I'm looking at Ayuk's only getting a couple targets in some games, and Jennings is only getting a couple targets in some games. And so to think that he'll come in and be like a 7 or that's not what you're saying, but like a 7 or 8 target guy.
No, we don't know.
I guess I'm tempering my own expectations.
But here's the way I see it. Okay, we know Ayuk is only getting 4 to 5 to 6 targets maybe a game. The same thing with Juwan Jennings. There's an embarrassment of riches. There's a lot of mouths to feed. But I'd rather have a lot of mouths to feed than have no mouths to feed. And if Ricky Pearsall comes in as a first-round pick and he can make an impact or whether it's 3 targets or 4 targets, and just get open. Maybe he's just taking away attention. Maybe that linebacker has to say, alert, alert, number 14, where's Ricky Pearsall at? And maybe it opens up something for somebody else. That's all I'm looking at. So getting speed on the field, having a lot more athleticism on the field, I think behooves the Niners moving forward to have that speed. Because what did Baldy say last week? Their identity right now is slow. Well, can Ricky Pearsall add some quickness to this offense? So we'll see about that. Let's take some calls here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's take some calls. Because I'm with you here. It's a lot of mouths to feed, but just can you be a factor? Can you be a factor? Can you get open?
It couldn't hurt, is what I'm saying. Like, it couldn't hurt. I'm just saying, again, your point is well taken.
Yeah, the expectations for Pearsall are not high.
No.
I don't even know what he's at. Guy hasn't lasted a week in practice yet.
I mean, the play-by-play guy keeps saying that he's consistently separating his shoulder. I don't even know what to make of that.
Yeah,
what does that even mean?
Yeah, I don't know. It means he's got separated
he's
shoulders.
Consistently separating his shoulder? Poor guy. That's got to hurt.
Dion in Arizona. Dion, what's happening,
Hi,
man?
Dion.
You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing this morning?
It's good, Dion.
Doing great.
Chilling, man. I feel like this win versus the Chiefs is a must win for just team morale and for us to be able to say that we beat the big bad wolf. You know, like we've never beaten them while Kyle has been here, and this would be a boost for Kyle, a boost for the team. And if you think about it, we go on a 2-game winning streak. We beat the Seahawks after losing 2 divisional games, and then we turn around, beat the Chiefs. We're going to go into the Dallas Cowboys game wanting to beat the brakes off of them because we all hate the Cowboys. And you go into that bye week, man, hanging out at 5-3, and off that 3-game winning streak, man, like you have no idea what that will do for the team. And I just feel like this is a must-win, mainly for Kyle. I am not a Kyle fan by any stretch of the imagination. I'm getting real tired of losing Super Bowls and coming up short every year. But, I mean, he's all we got, and, you know, and Jed loves everything about him, so he's not going anywhere.
Dion, what is it about Kyle Shanahan that you don't like? Is it just because they lost the big games? Is it play calling, situational football? What is it about Shanahan you don't like?
He comes up short in the Super Bowl, and he beats himself in games. Kyle is a very stubborn individual, and he's very egotistical. He doesn't want to play rookies unless he's forced to. Like, there are just things about him that just confuse me, and I'm like, come on, man. Like, I'm starting to look at Kyle like Andy Reid in Philly. And eventually, man, like, I'm getting tired of being relevant. I want a dang Super Bowl. Give me my Super Bowl ring. That's what you were brought here to do. You swore up and down. Everybody keeps giving him the moniker of offensive genius and this, that, and the third. And at the end of the day, you don't look like a genius when you can never get the job done. You look like you're just a good head coach. I can't give you great.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I think he's really good. And I think there's this misnomer, Shasky, that he doesn't play rookies or youngsters. Did Deebo Samuel play in 2019? He played a lot of football, right? Did Elijah Mitchell play a lot of football when he was a rookie? Did Brock Purdy play a lot as a rookie? All right. Did, I don't know, Dre Greenlaw play as a rookie once Quan Alexander went down? Fred Warner, day one, rookie. Never left the field. Bosa, same thing. Kinlaw, didn't work out, but he played. Hufanga, early youngster, played. Tick Brown played. Sammy Womack found out who he was. He played. Keller Witherspoon played. So there's a big misnomer that Kyle doesn't play rookies or youngsters. There's a couple rookies who haven't played, but he plays a lot of youngsters. I think that's false, Shasky.
It's the margins are so thin, and I feel like we're having similar conversations to when Harbaugh was the coach. Like, he can't win the big one. It's like, what about all the big games we won leading up to the last loss? Like, and then again, what if a player makes a play and you win? Then what?
Players have to make plays.
Like, okay, in this hypothetical, like we've talked about it, it's 4th and 2, and Bosa stops Mahomes. Is Kyle a choker then? Are you tired of being relevant then? Mm-hmm. Like, and you just want Super Bowls? Like, I don't know. It's just the whole, like, you have to win it all to be great. I laugh at it because I'm looking at Doug Peterson, and Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl and he stinks.
Right.
And then I look at Mike McCarthy, and Mike McCarthy won a Super Bowl and he stinks. Like, come on.
You would rather have Shanahan than those guys. And
Look, Nick
wouldn't even be
Sirianni
close.
had a 10-point lead on the Chiefs as well. Okay,
Right.
and now I love Shane Steichen more than most.
Right.
Look at what he's doing with Flacco. He's the head
telling
coach
you,
of Indianapolis, who
Flacco's-
was the OC of Philly.
Flacco should be starting, not Anthony Richardson.
No, he will
Oh,
be for the rest of the year. I already
we're
went
going
through
back
the
to
exercise.
Anthony Richardson.
No, well, we went through the exercise. Flacco would start on 15 teams.
Yeah,
Easy.
no, easily.
Yeah, but point being is that I'm looking at Sirianni, like a couple years removed. Sirianni is clearly a clown, okay? Kyle Shanahan's not a clown. Sirianni's a clown. That's what a clown does, okay? Yelling back at fans.
Yeah,
all right?
he's out of his mind.
His quarterback questioning his knowledge of X's and O's. His dependence on his coordinators to literally call plays.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Shanahan, look, he's got flaws. There's no perfect coach, but come on. Come on, people.
Listen, players got to make plays. McCaffrey fumbling, Trent Williams going holding, false starts, Aaron Banks, false starts. Guys missing tackles, guys not covering. Players got to play. That was the whole argument after the Arizona Cardinals game. Players got to make plays and execute. All right, more coming up here as we break down RJ Fairfield. Can't wait to hear from you, man. Ooh, he's got something on the Super Bowl. I can't wait to hear from RJ. 888-957-9570 as we're rehashing the Super Bowl from Las Vegas. What was that moment you thought, damn, the Niners are going to come up short? And how big is this game for you as a fan? We're going to wrap this up all week long. Niners and Chiefs, a Super Bowl rematch this Sunday, Levi Stadium. We're talking about it here on The Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Keith behind the scenes.
Patrick Willis went into the Hall of Fame.
Good omens here.
Let's go.
6 is coming today. Lombardi number 6 is coming today. I guarantee it. It's coming.
I'm already game day ready. Look at this. I got tackled by somebody already. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Hey,
the old guy, the Kezar guy, right here.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
That was at Allegiant Stadium, and obviously we were feeling ourselves before the Super Bowl, and we know how we were feeling about 4 hours later walking out of Allegiant Stadium. As the segment is sponsored by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. I was just in Matt Nahiga's office, the boss man, and
Was he telling you not to guarantee anything ever again?
well, I mean, both of us not to guarantee.
I did not say the words, I guarantee the 6th Lombardi.
Well, you know, Matt Nahiga has a soundbite in the clip of something I said on Friday before that Super Bowl and the Monday after the Super Bowl. 2 different vibes. 2 different vibes.
What do you mean?
Well, the Friday, and Matt's, I don't know if he started to promo or what, but he's like, I'm sitting there, I'm listening to myself, and talking about the journey. Folks, we made it. And you know the whole journey thing that I tried to set up in training camp. I don't know what it was. I was like, what's the theme? I was like, the journey. Don't stop believing. The journey at the Hilton Hotel that we discussed, getting back to Philadelphia, getting to the Super Bowl and taking what's ours. And that Friday, I'm like, the journey in 2 days, Niner fans, will be complete. We're going to get what's ours. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It sounded great.
Did you believe
it? Sounded poetic. Oh, I convinced myself into it. Sometimes you say things and you don't believe it, but you just try to convince yourself. I tried to convince myself that they're winning that Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes. I did everything I could, man. Everything I could. I tried to speak to the higher power. Once they came rally from 24-7 against the Detroit Lions, I thought, yeah, they're a team of destiny. And just this is why that Super Bowl hurts. Before we get to RJ, in all seriousness, Shasky, the Super Bowl hurts, that loss, because it felt like everything that season fell into place. McCaffrey with the generational season, right? Ayuk gets his 1,300 plus. Brock Purdy leads, is a franchise leader in all-time passing yards in a single season. Rating golf through the roofs, the touchdown passes galore. Kittle goes for 1,000. They lost 3 straight games, 17-17-17, and they were able to still take away home field advantage from the Philadelphia Eagles and the Detroit Lions and set up shop at Levi Stadium for the playoffs and having a quick flight to Las Vegas. Everything fell into place perfectly. And I'm thinking to myself, how can they lose? They get a number 1 seed, home games for the playoffs. You rally against Green Bay without Debo. You come back from 24-7 at half in the NFC title game. You're playing the Chiefs team that is not explosive offensively. They had to go on the road in the playoffs for crying out loud to Buffalo and Baltimore. And I get it. It's number 15. It's Patrick Mahomes. But that was as the most vulnerable Chiefs team we may see in the next decade offensively. And they still found a way to lose that game. And Steve Young has said it. We've said it. We've all felt it. Boy, so hard getting back.
Like leading up to it, all the things that you're saying, that, yeah, like they had relative health and they were playing outstanding.
Everything fell into place, Shasky.
But on game day, they didn't execute. And this goes back to the margins being super thin and players have to make plays.
But that's why it's paid. But that's my whole point. That's why it's painful because everything fell into place to get to that moment. And even in the Super Bowl, you had control of the game for the most part, and you still found a way to lose.
Yeah, but your best players didn't step up. Debo didn't step up. CMC, fumble. All these things, came to a head. Bosa just couldn't make the big play on the final play. I thought he played a really good game, but the final play couldn't make a play. And then, the thing that we've avoided is you freaking took the ball to start overtime. It was a convergence of not being prepared for specific certain circumstances, and then the ball not bouncing your way, as well as not executing and not taking advantage of the opportunities that presented themselves, like the Jair Brown interception and losing yards and not even getting points in that situation. Like all those things, any one of them goes the other way, they win. but literally all of them went the other way.
No, it sure did. It sure did. But that whole season, it was a dream season. A 5-0 start, dismantling the Cowboys, going 30-30 the first 5 weeks of the season, having a 3-game losing streak, coming out, beating Jacksonville, beating the hell out of Philadelphia. They got to have a game in Philadelphia. You stole home field advantage away. You set up a showdown with the Packers. You beat the Packers in the rain. You find a way to come back and get – I mean, just everything played out perfectly. And even in the Super Bowl, you had control of it, and that's what makes it the most painful loss probably in my adult life. It's up there with the New York Giants NFC Championship game in 2011. It's up there with the three-peat NFC Championship game. It's up there with some of those big losses to the Packers. But that Super Bowl, even after the game when the guy was trying to challenge me, he said, you think that Super Bowl is more painful than Miami? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That season was supposed to be capped off with a Super Bowl. With all the awards they won, all the All-Pros, all the Pro Bowls, all the accolades they had. And damn. And so now when we see them on Sunday at Levi Stadium, all those memories are going to come up. All those moments that happened in that Super Bowl, hell, the two previous Super Bowls are going to conjure up thinking, these guys, I should say, with Andy Reid and Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes, have kept us from having parades down Market Street, have kept us living in misery in NFL hell, thinking, when is it going to be our day again?
The first one hurts, obviously, the one that they lost 5 years ago. And I don't want to do this crazy comparison contrast, but this one hurts more. Now, they all hurt. I'm not here to say that they don't all hurt. This one hurts a lot more. It's bad. When I look at the Raptors loss, the Warriors losing to the Raptors, it doesn't even register on the same way as 3-1. Mm-hmm. It's not even close. They both sucked, right? One sucked way more than the other. And I think the parallel that I would make between the 3-1 loss with the Warriors and this one is that there was a lot of self-inflicted stuff in that where it felt avoidable.
Yep.
And, in the same way I hold Draymond, Dre, if you just got to control yourself, you can't get suspended. It's the same way I'm looking at Shannon, you got to know circumstances late in the game. I know it's just the overtime thing. Look, 40 years from now,
I can't get
it'll be known as the overtime game where Shanahan said, we'll give Mahomes the greatest player of all time 4 downs the whole way down the field.
Yep. Now, the whole Draymond thing, Kiki Vanaway giving the NBA and the Cleveland Cavaliers a lifeline. Now,
but there's culpability. You have to accept your culpability.
There's no doubt. By the way, and I'm going to read this text before we get to RJ. 630 Comcast Business text line. Bonte, I'm confused by fans that question Kyle's ability. Was it Jitty pass to CMC in the Super Bowl a genius call? Was a pass play that left Ayuk by himself in the end zone in OT a genius call if it's blocked correctly? Nobody cares when it's working, but when the team doesn't execute the play, it's Kyle's fault. I'll never get it. That's our ball count, Chicago Jason. I don't get it either. And I've been, me, during the Shanahan tenure, I've been as critical as Shanahan as many others. But I'm looking at some of the execution in critical situations. That's all players. Players got to execute. Players got to make plays. And too many times in that Super Bowl, too many times to start the season this year, as they've limped to a 3-3 start, it's players not executing. It's players not tackling on special teams. It's players not containing. It's players blowing their assignments left and right. At some point, we got to hold the players accountable. It's too much blame Shanahan for this and blame Shanahan for that. Players got to execute.
I blame them all, but I'm with you. I blame them all. It's just, make a play. Make a play.
Make a play.
It's so frustrating. It's the margins are so thin. You're right there. And the worst part about it is this guy has built his resume on the top of your body, your carcass that's on the ground. And he's literally harvesting a tree that's going to the sky, and it's going to be taller than Tom Brady's tree when it's all said and done. And the roots of it are literally made out of your casket. Mm-hmm. And that's the part that's hard to come to grips with.
Yep, no doubt. Let's go to RJ at Fairfield. RJ, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning. That last Super Bowl was hurt more than the other one, just because we haven't seen an offense like that in the Niners in a long time. And the first one, we had Jimmy Garoppolo. I had no confidence in Jimmy Garoppolo at all in the playoffs. And when Christian McCaffrey fumble in the first quarter kind of set set the mood off real early, and then you had, three possess. You had KC punt 3 times, and we converted on nothing. So that was a game there. But hey, real quick, I feel good about this matchup though. I think we're going to rely heavy on the rookies. I like the addition of Dominic Pooney against Chris Jones. Pooney's playing at a high level, and I think, hey, real quick, I think Ricky Pearsall is low key. He's going to be key for us in the red zone. To be honest, I don't like Debo in the red zone just because his short area quickness isn't there. And I think Ricky Pearsall with Ayuk and Jawan Jennings in the red zone will help open up things for Brock Purdy because, KC likes to match up, play man. So, and I think Ricky Pearsall is quick enough to, get free for Brock Purdy, man. So, hey, great talking to you guys. Man, I'll hit y'all up later in the week, though.
RJ, it was one of your better calls, man. Just got to the point. No nervous energy. I'm proud of him. Let's go to Waldo and Cupertino. Waldo, what's happening?
Hey, man, how you doing?
What's up, Waldo? Where's Waldo?
We need this game for no other reason than that insipid, disrespectful commercial that they were running.
Oh, Bonte, did you hear the commercial?
Oh, I've heard murmurs about it. I've heard murmurs.
You haven't heard the commercial?
No, I have heard.
I'll let the caller finish, and then Carter, you got the commercial on deck.
I have it right here.
Caller, hang tight. Let's play the commercial, and then I'll let you both react to it.
Remember when an NFL coach who wears a flat-brimmed hat decided to receive the ball to start overtime and then went limp and kicked a field goal after already losing a Super Bowl 4 years earlier to the same team? Yeah, us too.
Right side throw, touchdown! Kansas City! Mecole Hardman!
Chiefs and Niners, Sunday at 3:25, right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5, The Fan.
Yeah, they're feeling themselves, Waldo, and that's what happens when you win a couple of Lombardies.
I am hot. Under the collar right now. That just does it for me. If it doesn't do it for the team, if it doesn't do it for the fans, I don't know what does. That's all I got, guys.
Wow, Waldo's hot. Look, that's smart business by them, Kansas City. You guys had my boy Carrington Harrison on yesterday. I missed him. But I was texting with him yesterday. He's a good dude from Kansas City. He's been going on his shows for years. And Shasky, I was texting him yesterday. And this probably bothers me more than anything. This is crazy. Like, I don't know why this bothers me so much, but it does. As Niner fans, who would you say your number one rival right now is? Kansas City? Is that?
I mean,
it's tough because it's the AFC team, but they're your top 3.
I mean,
honestly,
right now, I still feel like I hate Philly more than I hate Kansas City. Yeah, they're in the top 3 somewhere.
Yeah.
But it's hard for me to say, like, they're a rival. You haven't beaten them.
Yeah, you haven't beaten them.
I just hate them.
But you hate them. They're in your top 3 hate,
them.
right?
Hate is different from rival.
Right,
but
right.
Yes,
you
I hate them. They're my number one most hated team.
Right.
And he's the most hated player. But he's also amazing.
And you fear them in the top 3, right?
Way more than anyone else in the planet.
Right. So I asked Carrington, I said, who you fear as a Chiefs fan? He goes, man, we fear the team traitor. I said, what?
Well, that's arrogance.
And that is arrogance. But he goes, no, the Niners aren't in the top 5 for Chiefs fans. It's Baltimore, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Denver, and Las Vegas. They don't even, we're an afterthought to them. And that bothers me even more. Like, at least I knew when the Cowboys was kicking the Niners' ass, and the Niners ended up paying them back in 94. We know both teams hated each other. They're on the radars now. It may be NFC or whatnot, but they hated each other. Same thing with the Green Bay Packers. Hate. Could not stand them. Kansas City looks at the Niners after beating them in 2 Super Bowls and in the regular season like, yeah, it's,
Well, ask an older Niner fan. I keep bringing up the compare. Like, we are their Cincinnati Bengals to Joe Montana's. If they were the Chiefs, if the Chiefs are Joe Montana and Bill Walsh, did Niner fans of the 80s view the Bengals as a rival? My dad did not.
Yeah. See?
Do a lot of people that you associate with,
the Bengals? No, not really.
If anything, they were like, I feel bad for the Bengals.
They feel bad for Steve Weish.
Boomer Esiason. Icky Woods.
Sam Weish, I should say.
Yeah, like he was a good dude.
Right. Boomer Esiason, your boy Chris Collinsworth.
I hate that guy.
As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and HG1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I like Collinsworth, man. Collinsworth's solid. Maybe get a little long in the soup, but he's solid.
But where I will pause on that is that him saying like Denver, like shut up with Denver. Denver might be a historical rival, and I get the decades. I get that, but like you don't we fear Denver more than you. No, you don't. You don't fear Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton more than George Kittle, CMC, Debo Samuel, Brandon. I get out of here with that. That I'm not buying. That was a little too far. You want to say Baltimore? Okay, I get it. Like you're in the AFC, and Lamar is a 2-time MVP. Like I get it. And you guys have played in the playoffs. You want to say you fear Josh Allen? I get that. Like to say the Broncos is a little deep. Come on. It's one thing to say we're outside the top 3. I'll listen to that. To say that the Broncos are higher than us, that's where I draw the line.
By the way, some breaking news here. Hassan Reddick, pass rusher for the New York Jets, who has yet to go to a practice. The Jets have granted Hassan Reddick permission to seek a trade as he changed ownership groups. Drew Rosenhaus is now representing Hassan Reddick. Reddick would end up losing about $10 million in this whole thing. He'll end up likely getting traded to a contender, getting a nice contract when it's all said and done.
So here's I wrote down 3 names that I think the Detroit Lions are going to go after. And if I'm the Niners, I actually try to jump in the mix. And I'll throw a trade at you that I was thinking about long and hard. Jadeveon Clowney. Now, I know what you're saying, Joe, that's a name, not a player. But he might be able to be had for cheap. He's in Carolina right now. You know, if you get a Jadeveon Clowney game at some point in the playoffs, it might be worth it. Just like the Chase Young trade. Like, look back at the Chase Young trade. You got the game from him in the Super Bowl. Was it worth a 3rd-round pick? Probably.
Yeah,
probably, and he ended up getting a 3rd-round pick back anyway.
Clowney's all hype, but I take him.
He is hype. I agree. I agree. Zadarius Smith, Cleveland. They're a freaking dumpster fire. Okay, you're not getting Myles Garrett. Zadarius Smith is a good player.
He's a very good player.
I would love to have him. If you're asking me, like, I think he's the target for the Niners.
Might be
Cleveland, and I think Detroit will be on. The last one, Hassan Reddick. Let me throw the trade. If you can't give up the right compensation, what about? And I'm just thinking about this because I want to get Renardo Green on the field. What about trading a guy who's going to walk in free agency like Charvarius Ward? A guy that you're not going to sign.
I got to keep him on this roster, man. I got to keep him. He's banged up. But you can never have enough quarters.
Maybe
you can never have enough quarters. Well, I'm looking.
One of these guys you're not going to sign. You're going to lose for nothing.
Well, no, I hear that. Hold on. But no, I hear. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Oh boy, we got breaking news. We got breaking news, folks. Hit the breaking news sounder. Find the breaking news sounder. We got breaking news, folks. Speaking of trades, let's get that on here. Let's go. Where's that button at? Let's go, Carter. Get that breaking news button, Lubman. Let's go. I can't hold it for too much longer. The grenade's going to go off. It's going to go off in a heartbeat here. Breaking news.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
All right, according to National Insider for NFL Network, Ian Rappaport, the New York Jets are trading for Davante Adams. They're completing a trade for Davante Adams. He's back with his good friend Aaron Rodgers and the Raiders. Give up on Davante Adams. Davante Adams is a Jet. He's a Jet.
Wow.
And it looks like the compensation, it's a conditional 3rd-round pick going to the Raiders. A conditional 3rd-round pick going to the Raiders for Davante Adams. He's back with the Jets to pair alongside Garrett Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, Davante Adams, Garrett Wilson. That's your offense for the New York Jets alongside Breece Hall.
Don't forget Lazard.
And Alan Lazard as well.
Because Lazard, he
Tyler
trusts
Conklin.
Lazard. Mike Williams, I mean, the poor guy, I don't know what's going on with him physically, mentally. That play at the end of the game was just...
Back, all-time
I mean, he's wide open and he just slips and falls and then gets knocked out of the game and then he's hurt. I mean, geez Louise. So Davante for a conditional
3rd-round pick.
See, I'm telling you, man, I would, if I'm the Niners, I need more pass rush. I'd call up Carolina. I'd call up Cleveland.
I would trade picks. Okay,
I can't
give up. No. I hear you.
I'm trying to think outside the box.
I'm not ready. Look, Charvarius Ward may walk. He may walk, but I'm going to need him against Detroit. I'm going to need him against those wide receivers against Green Bay. I'm going to need him against the Minnesota Vikings. I'm going to need him against Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and McMillan and that Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense. So I hear what you said. I can't trade a big boy quarterback, though.
Okay.
Quarterback is a premium position, and they're hard to come by. Keep it Ward, keep it Renardo Green, keep it Deommodore Lenoir. And they're not much better with the pass rush. Linemen, I don't know if I can trade linemen, but can I get rid of some picks? I will trade some picks right away for Reddick, Zadarius Smith, or Javion Clowney because this defensive line, they need a little bit more. I don't know if they're going to get that Bosa game that you got to get Seattle every single week. And this week, with the way Kansas City game plans, how will they nullify Nick Bosa? They chip him, they double him, they triple him. They're going to do everything they can to take him away. Can Leonard Floyd give me something? Or can Leonard Floyd, if you do bring in a different pass rusher or a guy who can play against the run, maybe Leonard Floyd becomes my third down specialist. And all of a sudden you got Leonard Floyd, Nick Bosa, and his defensive end, whether it's Smith or Clowney or we're just throwing out names here, Hassan Reddick. Now all of a sudden I got 3 pass rushers on third down. That looks a lot more dangerous. But right now, I definitely need a new defensive end, another defensive end. But I can't trade a quarter for it. Okay. I can't do it.
But you see where my mind's going.
No, I no.
And I'm looking at I really like Zadarius Smith. So there's 2 guys that I would try to bring in. DJ Jones. I would try to do that, and I would try to bring in Zadarius Smith. I think he's a rugged player that stuffs the run, can play the edge. I think he fits a lot of different schemes. Played in Green Bay for a long time. Part of a very good Cleveland defense that's going nowhere. That Cleveland team is going nowhere. We all acknowledge. And you've clearly been talking with Cleveland back and forth regarding certain players, and so I don't know.
Real quick on this Devontae news, because we're going to get back to Niners and Chiefs. Are the Jets ready to turn their season around at 2-4? They're 2-4. And bring in Devontae. Does it make a damn difference for the New York Jets?
When I watched, I don't know how many people watched the game, but when I watched Allen, number 0, score a touchdown and they get called back for a hold, I go, they're missing this field goal. And what did they do? They missed that field goal, and then they missed another field goal, and then they ended up losing by a field goal. And it was just so obvious. Javon Kinlaw, Niner fans, I don't know if you were watching, but Javon Kinlaw plays for the Jets now.
Oh my gosh.
He, in a 8-play sequence, had 4 separate penalties, and one of them was jarring at the official.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you watched the Medicast in the first half, but they were running the ball in that first drive. Shout out to Ray Davis, San Francisco's own Ray Davis. We had his father on during the summer, Raymond Davis. I know he's so proud of his son, who had over 100 total yards, damn near 100 yards on the ground, another 50-plus receiving. Got the game, got an interview after the game. It was really cool to see Ray Davis get his shine in place of James Cook. But that first drive, Belichick was like, and look at Kinlaw here. He's getting driven back 6 yards off the line of scrimmage, just getting blown up. Poor guy. I love Mook Dog. I'm not going to say a lot of bad things about Mook Dog.
He should be Mook Kitten.
But you know what?
Can we change it to Mook Kitten?
Don't do that, because you wouldn't say that when he was out here in San Francisco. He can still hear things in New York City. Be careful with Mook Dog. You know he's about that life. But boy.
Well, off the field.
But boy.
On the field, he's not about that life.
No, on the field, he
he's about that penalty life.
But Belichick was highlighting him in the wrong way. But so they get Devontae Adams. Adam Schefter, here's the compensation.
Give it to me.
Devontae Adams going to the New York Jets. It'll be for a conditional 3rd-round pick that can go to a 2nd-round pick for the Las Vegas Raiders. So they rid Devontae Adams for a conditional 3rd-round pick that it can turn into a 2nd-round pick.
You know, it's interesting how we've looked at the wide receiver market. How many firsts for Devontae? Was it just 1 or was it 2? Because I know it was 2 for Tyreek, correct? Or was it a first and a second?
2. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember quite.
But think about this.
But that's it, though. But
think about the cost of doing business for a wide receiver when you trade. You trade draft capital, then you give that guy $30 million a year, let's say $80 million guaranteed. It's really bad money. It's a lot of bad value.
The Raiders got holes in this deal. What a job by the Jets to get this guy for a conditional 3rd-round pick. Wow. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Baldy's coming up at 7:30. Can't wait to do that. But on the other side, we're going to play this Jerry Jones sound. Jerry Jones are good. He joins our good friends down in Dallas, RJ and Sean, on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. And you don't want to miss this. Jerry is cranky after getting mollywopped in Jerry's world, 47-9 by the Detroit Lions, who were trying to run up the score and send a statement to the Dallas Cowboys. That's coming up, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. BayAreaOilChange.com.
is Adam in the city, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Adam in SF calling his Mark Willard on Signing Guru last week was pretty funny. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
That was calling it his Mark Willard, and it was, oh no, maybe we can find out audio too. That was pretty funny. The most wanted tickets in the Bay Area are here. It's Hip Hop Made the Bay, starring Too Short, Ja Rule, Both Thugs, and DJ Quick Friday, November 1st at the SAP Center in San Jose. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. Shasky, we were texting yesterday, and the sports weekend is just phenomenal. You start off with college football. First, you got the Niners and Seahawks Thursday Night Football. You get college football Friday and Saturday. You got some great games. LSU coming back in overtime against Ole Miss. Ohio State, Oregon lived up to the hype. That was phenomenal. Alabama almost loses in the morning to South Carolina. The 12:30 games are, Penn State, USC. Just a great uniform game. And USC blowing another one. Lincoln Riley, what was that clock management? What was that clock management at the end of regulation for Lincoln Riley? Then you got the baseball playoffs. Padres choke. Dodgers go 33 straight innings, which tied a major league record for shutout innings. I mean, it was unbelievable what the Dodgers have done. And then they lose yesterday to the Mets in Game 2. So now that series is 1-1. The Yankees go up 1-0. Stanton hits a bomb yesterday. I mean, sports are sporting. Sports have been awesome.
Where do you think Farhan was watching Alex Cobb versus Carlos Rodon?
Was he even watching? Does he even watch? I don't even know if he watches.
Carlos Rodon. That's what a power lefty arm looks like.
I don't even know if he watches. I don't know if he watches.
Most swing and misses ever from a starter in a Yankee playoff game. That's kind of incredible.
That is incredible.
I mean, it really is. Now, the deal with him has always been injuries, but when he's healthy, I mean, that guy's explosive. I wanted to sign him. I knew it was a huge risk. I understood all of it. Like, the guy could blow up at any moment. When he's on, and I know everyone, Blake Snell's awesome. They're right. Both really good. Rodon is as good as it gets as a power lefty as anyone I've ever seen.
Yep.
He's ridiculous.
No doubt
when he's on.
No doubt he is. Well, Farhan probably had a front row seat because it was not only Rodon and Cobb pitching, but Sean Manaea was on the mound for the New York Mets, and he's having one hell of a postseason.
Did you see what he was talking afterwards? And he was talking about how, everyone's caught up in data. I started watching Chris Sale the other day, and he was talking about how he throws, and Chris Sale slings it. He goes, so I just started messing around with slinging it. Yeah, put that in your data pipe and smoke it. That's called scouting. That's called old school messing around with pitches, messing around with arm angles. You do that by bullpenning, by doing old school stuff, not by looking at spreadsheets. So shout out Sean Manaea.
Yeah, Sean Manaea, Carlos Rodon, and Alex Cobb, 3 former Giants pitching yesterday. Mets even up the series at 1 game apiece. That's a classic series. And as long as the Yankees get in, Major League Baseball can't lose with the World Series matchup. As long as the Yankees win, you're going to get either New York, L.A., a classic Dodger-Yankee uniform, late 70s, early 80s, and 81 when they met in the World Series, and they met, of course, a couple times in the 70s. Or you get a Subway Series, which is going to do numbers out there in New York City and across the country. So Major League Baseball is winning this postseason. It's been riveting stuff here, but I want to get back to football, and I want to get to the Dallas Cowboys before we get to Baldy. Because the Dallas Cowboys, I don't know if they're making the playoffs, to be honest with you. I don't think highly of their scheme. I don't think highly of their personnel. I don't think highly of their quarterback. I don't think highly of their running game. I don't think highly of their owner. Now, their owner joins our boys RJ and Sean every single week. RJ and Bobby Belt and Sean on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. And maybe we'll do a simulcast again next week. We'll play nice with them. We'll play nice. We won't bite. I promise you. We won't bite. But they get Jerry Jones on every single week. And, today had to be a doozy. Jerry Jones in his box watching his Cowboys get embarrassed on his 82nd birthday. Oh, it's rich. It's sweet. You know what's painful?
Worst home loss of the Jerry Jones era.
Well, it could happen to a better person.
That's crazy.
Well, if you want to hear how spicy Jerry is today, listen to this back and forth. Now, let me cut it. There's a couple questions, and just listen to the build-up here. Here's Jerry Jones this morning on 105.3 The Fan. Check this out, folks.
Jerry, I think the counter back when you said where are you going to get the players, you can't get them this week is, and you're aware of all the off-season topics.
Yeah, but what is your counter? What is your damn counter?
My counter is...
I really want to know where you would go get it. Now, don't tell me about should gotten a guy in the off-season.
Why not?
This isn't a damn word argument just because I'm not arguing with you. I'm dealing with how we line up against San Francisco, not what I did wrong last week or last month or 2 months ago or 2 years ago. If I really gave you guys a list of all the things I've done wrong over the last few years, you couldn't be on this program for the next 5 years steady and go over it. But every now and then you do some right things, and at the end of the day you add it up, and the rights give you a better spot than the wrongs. But if you think for any minute right now, there'll be one Super Bowl champion. What did the others do wrong? There's one Super Bowl champion. Now, we want to be that champion. And I'm sure not throwing the towel in today because of what happened out there Sunday. But I'm not going to sit here and waste a lot of energy, a lot of time. Let's talk about what I should have done back in 1907 or 2017. Ben, come on. I've got more time than that, and I actually don't even have time on this great show for looking back at decisions.
So that's just part one, huh? That's just part one. It gets better.
It. Who did he check? Was that RJ or Sean?
That was I think that was
that radio voice guy.
I think that was Sean. Yeah, RJ's got a good voice.
No, I know.
That was Sean, not spelled S-H-A-N. It's Sean S-H-A-N. Spelled like, Shane without the E, but S-H-A-N. That's Sean and RJ. All right, more on Jerry Jones on the show.
Okay. So, Jerry, 1970, a little different from this past off season in building the team we're talking about today, which there was a lot of criticism that you guys didn't add, didn't spend, and don't add, and don't spend, and are not aggressive enough with some of the problems that are still haunting the Cowboys today that we see play out on the field. That's the point of talking about the off season.
Oh, I remember those criticisms very well. Okay, so what?
Or are they playing out to be accurate?
What's your point?
My point is, it seems like
Listen, let me tell you what I'll do. About it. I will let us sit down and look at the decisions we've made over the last several years. Okay, I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio. And sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about, this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something, and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
That's not your job. It's not your job to ask this question.
I love that.
Our station.
Is he one of the new owners of Odyssey?
Is he on the board at Odyssey?
He might be.
He's on the board at Odyssey.
If Jerry Jones was an owner at Odyssey, we might be turning a profit soon. Because here's the thing with Jerry.
He's a good businessman.
Here's the thing with Jerry, B. We can argue about, like, him being the GM is ridiculous, right? We all agree. Like, running the actual football team, I'm talking about the X's and O's, the 53-man roster, that's absurd.
Mm-hmm.
As a businessman, it's really difficult for him to see his flaws. Many years ago, I was trying to sell food to a restaurant, and this restaurant owned 5 or 6 locations. And the guy says to me, he goes, "Hey, young man, let me ask you something."
There's more?
There's one more. So that was the first 2 clips that set it up.
Play the whole damn thing.
This is the money one right here.
All right, jeez.
How much were the birthday plans affected Sunday night?
Well, of course, it's asking too much to get more than probably is realistic, but I had visions of sugar plums. I really never thought that we couldn't move the ball on those guys, and that was quite an eye-opener, but let me tell you this, I've had a lot of birthdays, and but more than that, I've had many great days, and every time you have one of those, it'll take care of about a half a year's worth of bad days. And so I know this, the next time we have a win, which I hope it's 2 weeks from now, we're going to celebrate on this deal because those are hard to come by. When we get on the show Monday morning, I'm going to do some yucking it up because this just reminds you there's no giving when you walk out there.
He's sounding older and older and older. And look, the guy's slowing down. He's 82 years old. He's had a hell of a life when it comes to business. I don't think much of him. That's just me. But I've said this for a long, long time. As long as he's running that team, they're not going to win anything. They're farther away from the Super Bowl than they've been in the last decade. And with that stuff, he can't even take accountability for the lack of all-season activity. And what's going on there? You paid the quarterback who doesn't look like a game changer. With these go awry for the Dallas Cowboys, boy, it goes awry. The train goes off the track. They've been blown out 3 times at home.
But this is the part where I was trying to make this point before we played the audio there. There was like, I said to a guy who owned 5-6 restaurants, I was like, hey, look, let me sell you X, Y, and Z. You know what he said to me? I'm wildly profitable doing what I'm doing right now. Who are you to tell me how to run my business? And so I look at someone like Jerry Jones and I say to myself, he's being rewarded every single week with his bank account. So he thinks, you're right. He looks up and there's like, hey, we've won the division 2 out of the last 3 years. What's wrong? We're wildly profitable. I'm making hundreds of millions of dollars.
But he knows the Super Bowl is what he needs.
Yeah, but
he
only
needs
one
another
team can
Lombardi.
win. And so in his mind, as long as we met, you're right.
No, I hear you. In his mind, he's thinking, I'm making money. I'm selling out the joint.
Yeah.
It's all good. And he's duping those fans over and over and over for high price tickets out there at Jerry's World. So there's another one. All right, there's another one. Let's hear it.
Well, my job is to ask
why. A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
Jerry,
okay. Y'all really think you're going to sit here with a microphone and tell me all of the things that I've done wrong and without going over the rights?
Well,
now, listen, we both know we're talking to a lot of great fans and a lot of great listeners. And I am very sorry for what happened out there Sunday. I'm sick about what happened Sunday. Now, I'm not talking to these yahoos on the end of this phone. I'm talking to you, the fans that are listening this morning. And we can spend a lot of time going over zigging and zagging. One of the stupidest things I've ever done that anybody has ever analyzed is by the Cowboys. It was an idiot that did that. So idiot things can turn into good decisions. Okay? Smart things can turn into bad decisions. The facts are that when you make one, you don't really know whether it's going to be good or not at the time. So let's just go ahead. I'm trying to answer your questions, man. You want some conversation this morning? You're getting it.
I mean,
I'll find other hosts.
And he shut them down. Like, I don't know how to respond to that. What if Joe Lacob came in and goes, we're going to get somebody else to ask the questions. You guys will be gone in the morning. I will feel some type of way. Like, damn.
Well, your position would be different from mine because you have another job that requires the Warriors. I don't know. I'm not sure how I would like to think that I would be like, for example, if I was in that room with the Cowboys, I'd be like, come on, Jerry, you're starting Zeke Elliott at running back. I don't think that's that negative. Like, look at your running back room, Jerry. Come on. Come on.
He shut them down, man. RJ Shaw just kind of laughed like, okay, whoa. It was just unbelievable.
I mean, but that game, Detroit versus the Cowboys. So I called my grandfather on Sunday. I told this to Sam yesterday. I go, Grandpa, how you doing? Hey, LJ's birthday is going to be about a month away. Right. We're going to do this holiday thing. I'll pick you up for this. I'll pick you up for that. I go, what you doing right now? He's like, I turned off the red zone. I go, why? He's like, because I want to watch the entirety of this second half of the Cowboys getting their butt kicked against Detroit. He goes, do you see how many offensive linemen are getting passes? I go, Grandpa, I'm watching it too. He goes, I'm enjoying every second of it.
I mean, that was a statement. That was a statement by the Detroit Lions. Hooking ladders of Penei Sewell. Are you kidding me? They were doing whatever they wanted to do out there. It was unbelievable how Detroit played. They were taking deep shots up 37-9. They didn't care. Detroit looked scary. Unfortunately, they had the injury with the Aiden Hutchinson. But boy, Jerry Jones, man, not feeling good this morning.
We're going to play some of that later on. I want to hear more of it.
We'll play it a little later. But in the meantime, got to hear from my main man, Baldy, Brian Baldinger, because it is Shark Week.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read. Urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
It's our main man, Brian Baldinger. River Islands guest line, of course. River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And right now, Baldy's in his own island, in the lab right now, breaking down what he just saw in week 6, what he sees in week 7 happening here as he gets his audio fixed up right there. Hold on, pot him down real quick. We're all good over here? All right, let's see. Baldy got us. All right,
I'm all good here.
All right, all good.
I hear you, Bonte.
There we go, Baldy. We had a little echo there, but it's good to talk to you. Good morning to you as always. And let's start with this before we get to Chiefs-Niners and what this means for the 49ers. I got to start with Nick Bosa because I called him out last week, Baldy. There was a lot of finger pointing after they lost to Arizona, and I just said, you know what? When you're the highest paid defensive player in football, you got to step up, you got to dominate, you got to be that factor every single play. And you know what? On Thursday Night Football, Baldy, I thought it was one of Bosa's best games of his career. Definitely one of his best games since last season. I thought for the first 3 snaps, Bosa was dominant against the run, against the pass, and it doesn't show up in his stat sheet, but that was an all-time Nick Bosa game on Thursday Night Football against Seattle, and boy, did the Niners need it on that defensive side of the football.
Yeah, they did. They really they stepped it up, and look, Nick had a he had a pigeon in front of him. That's their third right tackle. I mean, he should abuse him, but beyond just beating his man. I thought he impacted the game, and he played a lot of snaps. He's been playing a lot of snaps, probably more than he's used to because they just don't have the depth that they once had. And so, he's putting it on himself. That was, you're right, Arizona, they took it to him in the second half of that game, and they didn't make anything happen. And last week they made a lot of things happen, including the rookies who both stepped up.
Yeah, let's stay on that note. Since you brought up the rookies, Malik Mustafa making an interception on an overthrow that I thought Bosa helped create by crushing Geno, and he was a little erratic there. And then Renardo Green. Now, I don't know if the route was wrong. You're going to know more than I would. But seeing him step in front of – I can't remember the last time a 49er DB stepped in front of a route like that, and it was as if he read it the entire way. It was such a big play in such a critical moment as they were, trying to fight back right there. Seeing the youngsters play, and Bonte and I were talking about, let these young guys play. Baldy, there's something there for these guys, especially in the secondary.
Well, those two, and then you look at just the whole rookie class in that game. Garendo and Pooney, the whole class really showed up, I thought, and they all impacted it. I mean, nobody really knew what Isaac Garendo could do, but when he came out of Louisville, if you watch his final game against USC last year, that was his best game because he'd been a rotational running back, and then the starter got hurt at Louisville, and he played great against USC in the bowl game, and then he went and tested, and he ran a 4.39 at 218. He's a big back that can run. You saw the speed, at the end of that game, and he'd been fairly pedestrian, but these backs it's a little dance with the offensive line, where the holes are, when they're going to open up, how patient you got to be. And he got his carries the other night, and he delivered him. It just makes you think, does every single back that Shanahan signs like this, are they all good? We should go back to his dad and all the guys. But, there is like I said, there is a dance with the line with these guys and where these things are going to break, where the hole is going to be, front side, back side, when's the receivers coming to pick off that linebacker or shield him. And I felt like he kind of figured that out to pick up, what do you have, 99 yards the other day.
Yep, no doubt about it. Yeah, you go back to Bobby Turner and Mike Shanahan in the Denver days. Every single year, they had a different 1,000-yard back. We're talking to Baldy here on the River Islands guest line. Don't forget, Baldy will be in town Friday to have breakfast with the boys on the Morning Roast and the audience here. We got 20 lucky listeners who are going to be in the building having breakfast with Baldy Friday as we set up Chiefs and Niners. It's the Super Bowl rematch. And look, we just had a monster trade. Devontae Adams is going to the Jets. He's already in the damn facility. facility, Baldy? When did he get there? Overnight? Did he take the red eye out to New York? Did he already know what was going down? We'll get to that in just a second. But I want to ask you about the Chiefs here because we saw them in the Super Bowl play sticky man coverage, cover zero blitzes. Spags was blitzing his ass off. Is that defense even better this season so far for the Kansas City Chiefs than the one we saw in the Super Bowl?
Well, I haven't seen anybody block Chris Jones yet. Like, he's the most dominant interior defensive lineman in this league. New Orleans had no answer for him. He destroyed that offense. But I think they're better just because nobody has three big linebackers like they have. They have Bolton and they have Tranquil, and they have Leo Chenal. So if you want to line up and run the ball, like the way the Ravens did in the playoffs. I mean, they got three linebackers that look like defensive linemen that come and just blow you up. They have answers for whatever you want. They don't break down the back end, and they get quick pressure to the quarterback. I mean, it's the ultimate. If you had to say, okay, what do I want my defense to be? I want to be stout and strong against the run. I want to be able to affect the quarterback quickly with these corner cap blitzes or slot blitzes or safe, whatever combination Spags are coming. And I want to be able to do all that. Oh, by the way, I don't want to break down on the back end. Like, that's like the ultimate. And that's what they're able to do. Like, these kids they've drafted, Jalen Watson, Brian Cook, whatever, like, they're very versatile and they really understand what they're asked to do. And Nick Bolton is the guy that kind of, calls all the signals. He's the one that, speaks to Spags after a series and what's looking good, what isn't look good, what do we need to do. And so they're talented. They're very talented, and they've been carrying this team for 2 years now.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like, the game plan feels like it's been out regarding, like, Spags ran sticky man coverage, and it felt like a lot of teams were trying to replicate that against Brock Purdy the last couple of weeks or whatever. And I've seen him now adjust, and he's willing to run with his legs and make plays, and he's done it week after week after week. I thought as good as his arm was, and he made some really nice throws in this game, I thought his legs were outstanding the other night. And to me, that is the big equalizer. When everyone's going to go man, he can scramble for that first down. I think it's an element of his game that people don't appreciate enough.
Well, I agree with you, Joe. And when I was watching it the other day, or Friday morning after the game, I thought he was very, very much like Mahomes. Like, they both are very talented at extending plays, creating offense, or just simply being able to buy time to throw the ball away. And so I think they both have that instinct. They both, if you probably put them in a 40-yard dash, they probably run about the same. They're probably both about 4.8, but they play faster than what that says, just because of their angles, their ability to just hesitate, start, stop, change direction. Like, he's extremely talented. I thought it was a big part. That game was 23-17. You thought, this is going to be very reminiscent of Arizona. They're letting them hang around. They're one play away from, just the way Arizona scored one. And then, I thought they made the necessary plays at the end. But I thought throughout the game, his ability, whether it's just to elude somebody inside a phone booth, get outside the pocket, double back and do the things that Mahomes does. If I put them side by side and you took the names off the back of the jersey, they're pretty close to each other like that.
You mentioned, as we're talking to Brian Baldinger here on the River Islands Guest Line, we do so every Tuesday at 7:30 in the morning with the smartest man in football. He's as passionate as anybody out there when it comes to covering the NFL. The Chiefs have had the Niners offensive number. You talked about their defense being stout against the run, being really good in the back end. Trip McDuffie, that nickel corner, maybe the best in football here. So how do the Niners with Brock Purdy, who has an ability to extend plays, and we've seen it on display over and over and over again, how does this offense figure out the recipe against Kansas City? Is it simply just trying to block them up front? How do you pit? Because they've had their number. 4 times Shanahan has gone up against Andy Reid and Spags. The Kansas City Chiefs have come out with a victory, Baldy.
Well, I think you've got to, obviously it's going to start with the run game and kind of build off of that. And we'll see, with the health of, I don't know what the health of Mason's going to be. I imagine he's going to be okay, but I don't really know at this point. But, I always feel like against Kansas City, you've got to figure out ways to get explosive plays. They're going to limit them, whether it's play action, whether it's formations. You got to figure out ways to flip the field position against that team. Andy's always going to play field position. They got an excellent kicking game. They always have. They're going to try to make you go as many long fields as you can. You got to counter that with explosive plays, whether it's, play action, whether it's getting a matchup against a particular player that you think IU could beat or whatever that is. I feel like that's the ingredient that you need to have. You need to have 3 or 4 of those in a game.
Baldy, I'm looking at their red zone opportunities, and they scored some touchdowns in this game, but I thought they did a better job. It wasn't perfect, but a better job of trying to isolate matchups and running some mesh concepts. They ran one that ended up being like a fade for Debo. I would have preferred it for like a bigger receiver, who could make a play. They ran some specific plays, it felt like, for George Kittle down in the goal line. Do you see some growth in that area in terms of maybe calling plays for playmakers as opposed to just dialing up plays?
I think it's a real game plan situation, Joe, because, basically most teams, you say inside the 10 or certainly inside the 5. If you can run it in there the way McCaffrey did last year, you're going to have a good red zone offense. Now, I'm not saying Mason can't do that or Garendo or whatever else, but that's your first option. Can we run it in? Okay, and then you go, okay, most teams are either playing quarters where the holes are going to be very, very narrow, okay? Or they're going to play man. And then if they are, what's our man beaters? Are we running picks? Are we running rubs? Do we have time to run crossers in the middle of the field to get guys open? And then the quarterback, because of the situation that you're in and because it's a compressed field, everything has to be heightened urgency. That's why the Chiefs are so good in the red zone, because they come up with these shovel passes. You see more creativity in that part of the field with Kansas City than anybody else. Now, a lot of these are hit or miss, but that's kind of the red zone, though. A lot of it is hit or miss. You can put all the stats you want up. Your first choice is to run it. Your second choice is, okay, am I anticipating, because that's how you're calling plays, with the anticipation of the predictable coverage.
Yep.
And then once you get that, okay, here's our plays. And so then it's a question of, for the quarterback, is my first read to the 3 receiver side or is it to the 2 receiver side? And then how are we protecting up front against, a zero blitz or whatever else? There's just so many components, Joe, that you say, okay, it got better. I thought Seattle was down some corners. They didn't really have much of a pass rush. Some of those things lead to success, for San Francisco.
Baldy, I know you joined the Cowboys the season after they lost the catch game at Candlestick Park. But I think earlier that season, the Niners beat the Cowboys and dropped 45 on them. I think it was big for them mentally. Same thing in 94. Dallas had kicked their ass in 2 straight years in the NFC title game, but the Niners signed Deion Sanders, and they win that regular season game 21-14 on the way to beating them in the NFC Championship game. But that mental edge of just knowing that, hey, we walked off the field with more points than the Dallas Cowboys, that was huge for them. With that said, how massive is this for not only the fans here in San Francisco, but for those players in that locker room knowing that those Kansas City Chiefs, with a lot of those core members and those coaching staff, have kept them from glory twice in the game's ultimate game. How big is this mentally for the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan?
I think it's big. You don't want to, I'm sure if George Kittle was on, and he was you asked him that question, how big, it's another game. The Super Bowl is the Super Bowl.
Right.
It really doesn't have anything to do with this game. Andy Reid's got 10 days, to prepare, or Kyle's got 10 days to prepare here. You should see a classic matchup. It should be a classic. Both these teams should be healthier, although it doesn't seem to matter with the Chiefs. You lose Pacheco. Yeah. All right, we'll go sign Kareem Hunt, go get 100. We lose Rashee Rice, we'll elevate Juju, and he goes for 100. It's just unbelievable. Right. Even, a guy like blanking on one of the receivers. But they just
McCall Hardman. Who came back last year from the Jets. Yeah.
McCall Hardman, he left, went to the Jets, did nothing.
Right.
He's been the punt returner. All of a sudden he comes in, catches a fly sweep, a screen. It's just nothing ever changes. They just go backwards in time with these players.
Yeah, I don't know, Baldy. You're not buying into the psychology, the soul, because I feel like the fans, we're different. The players are totally different. You don't think that Eagle game meant more to the Niners last year than maybe? Not. I'm not saying it meant the world, but it certainly wasn't the same as an Arizona Cardinal game. It just, I don't know. I feel like the psychology, the soul of the team and the fans, we need this one.
Well, okay. If you look at, say, the San Francisco game last year, Joe, that was a turning point for the 49ers, really. I mean, they scored 6 straight drives, 6 straight touchdowns in Philly. Philly went one direction. San Francisco went another direction. And so I think you could, San Francisco has been treading water. Let's face it. They're kind of treading water. They haven't looked like a great team. They look slow some weeks. They don't look very dynamic. They looked a little bit predictable at times. Like, okay, here comes the world champions. Like, I could see that being a springboard, confident, because anytime you beat a good team, a good organization, a well-coached team, that gives you more confidence than beating, I'm not knocking Arizona, but like maybe you don't take Arizona, as, you don't take them as serious as you do the world champs coming in. So I do think that there's that component where you're beating a really well-coached, good football team. And you put that on your resume going, okay, we know we're capable of doing this. Now let's go out and do this every single week.
I watched back the game a couple times against Seattle, and they kept throwing these middle screens over and over and over, like into the middle of the field. It was very unique, and they were running like a no-huddle. I walked away saying, Deommodore Lenoir is a great football player. This guy just makes plays inside, outside, in space, plays on the ball. I don't think we talk enough about him. I think he's awesome, Baldy.
Well, I do too. I did a breakdown on him. And if you watched that game last night, Taron Johnson is Buffalo's Deommodore Lenoir. And so what happens with that player is typically, Deommodore is in the slot. Now, if there's just 2 receivers, he's out wide. So he does both, okay? And that's a little unusual for some guys. A lot of, Kenny Moore does that in Indianapolis if you're in 2 receivers. There's only a couple guys that can do it. But they destroy the other team's run game. There's no, if he beats that receiver's block and whoever's on him, this week let's just say if it's Juju in the slot, if you beat that block, there's nobody to account for you. And he had 2 tackles in the backfield because of his anticipation of the play, and he beat the receivers across their face where they couldn't get a body on him. And now they're in the hole and they're destroying the run game. But they have to be able to do that. Then they have to be able to handle all their duties in coverage, and you might get picked, you might get rubbed, you might get the number 1 receiver in the slot lined up on you. It is, I think, and then you have to be super tough because you got to be able to get off blocks, you got to be able to stick your head in there against 220-pound running backs. In case last week, Kenneth Walker was a great player. Like, it is, to me, I remember this real quick. I remember Charles Woodson was just an elite player. But when he went to Green Bay, he became the slot defender. He led the team in tackles every year in Green Bay. He was the best slot defender I've ever seen. Strong, tough, like just a baller. That's what you need. That's the component. You can't find that kid in college.
Nope.
You have to go figure out who has this toughness, who has this ability to defeat blocks like a linebacker, but covers as well as any corner you got.
Yeah, you got 2 of those in this game with Trent McDuffie in Kansas City and, of course, Deommodore Lenoir with the 49ers. Real quick, looking around the league here, Baldy, because we're up against it. You spend a lot of time with that New York Jets team, that organization. I see you all the time, every week with Bart Scott. They just traded for Davante Adams, conditional 3rd-round pick. The Jets are going to take on all the salary of Davante Adams. What's your quick thoughts about the trade here? Do the Jets obviously they get better here, but is this a trade that could turn their season around out there in New York City?
I don't think so. I don't, because they can't. They ran the ball better last night. The line still doesn't block real well. The tackles look old. Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses both, and I don't think the backups are very good. So you can add all the shiny pieces out there and have all the relationships you have with Davante. They haven't played together now in 3 years. All right, so Aaron's not the same guy. Davante's not the same guy 3 years later. Now you got to try to figure it. Like, I can see them cutting Mike Williams. I don't know what the deal is.
Wow.
He's just has been unproductive at all. To that last play where Aaron basically called him out after the game last night, that he wasn't where he was supposed to be. So, they still play well. I just don't think they're coached well. They just make poor mistakes that keep showing up. And they're a 20-point offense right now. Can Davante make them a 27-point offense? If that's the case, they go to Pittsburgh this week. I don't know if anybody can block T.J. Watt on that team.
He's unbelievable.
Or Cam Hayward. They're just – it's going to be a tough assignment. But he'll help because I think the trust with Devontae is there. And maybe that's the weapon they need, but I don't think it's going to be a big difference.
You know what's funny? The Jets have as many points scored offensively through the first 6 games of this season that they did last season with Zach Wilson.
Well, yeah.
So not much has changed in terms of point production.
Look it up, Zach Wilson, quarterback, or Aaron, the stats are almost identical.
Right. It's unbelievable.
Hey, Baldy, one last one before you get out of here. You're friends with Max Crosby. Obviously, the Aiden Hutchinson industry, I feel so bad for that young man.
Oh, man.
I mean, he's just an unbelievable pressure rate win percentage this year. He was just all-time. He means so much to that team. Is Max Crosby a guy that might be on the move now? And would Detroit, the Niners, I don't know. I'm just asking. You're friends with the guy. Do you think he's on the move?
No, I don't. He wants to be a Raider for life. He texts me every week. He makes me watch every single game. He played a great game last week, but he's a Raider. Look, he went to school in Michigan. Like, I'm sure going to a franchise like that probably would he would elevate everybody around him. I can't see. I mean, I don't know what the Raiders are doing. I guess if you get rid of Devontae, it's funny, ironic, Joe. Like 2 weeks ago, they won a game against Cleveland without Devontae and without Max, and they won. And so you go, maybe I don't know, like maybe he could be expendable, but that's their best player. I wouldn't get rid of my best player.
No, I wouldn't at all. Wouldn't at all. Real quick, Hassan Reddick, obviously he's got new representation with Drew Rosenhaus and company. That whole situation, if anybody trades for Hassan Reddick, can you expect anything out of Reddick after missing all this time, training camp in the first 6 weeks of the season, Baldy?
The last guy I saw who set out a season and was willing to do it was Le'Veon Bell. That was also with the Jets. Like, to me, I think Hassan, well, let's just say Hassan contract is $10 million or $12 million. Who cares? If you love football, are you really sitting out? Like, first of all, you're never going to see that money again.
Yep.
But if you really love football, does it come down to $10 million or $15 million? Like, is that, like, if you love it, you're willing to just sit out and not play? It makes me question if he really loves the game.
Wow.
Because you never see that, ever.
No, and you're right. You're right. I would have those same questions. You're playing with the Jets. That defense, Salah's running around. Ulbricht's running around. You got Quentin Williams right next to you. I'm thinking sack numbers. Wow, how many sacks can I get next to this big fella? You're spot on with that one. I would be skeptical as well to trade for Hassan Reddick. That's a good point there. Obviously, you're going to be here in the Bay Area. We can't wait to see you Friday.
See you Friday,
We can't wait to see you,
bro.
Let the Screens big game like Baldy being in town. Chiefs and Niners, and we're going to have breakfast with Baldy. Get the pork chops ready. Get the ribeyes ready. Get the filet
Get some
ready.
carnivore action going on, Bonte. I'm ready.
No eggs and bacon for Baldy. He wants some big 12-inch, big steaks. Come on, man.
Give me a bone to chew on during the show.
We can't wait to see you, buddy.
I can't wait, guys. I'll see you on Friday morning, man.
See you
Love
Friday,
you, B.
Baldy. Good. Can't wait
All
to
right.
see you, man. We'll be breaking out Chiefs and Niners with Baldy on Friday. In the meantime, let's get to the injury report. And we will get it in just a second.
Injury report.
Ricky's back. No, not Ricky from Boys in the Hood. He got shot. He's long gone. Ricky Pearsall's back. Ricky Pearsall's back.
Maybe it was Ricky Davis.
No, not Ricky Davis, who's trying to get his own triple doubles. Ricky Pearsall is back. That's right. He had his practice window open yesterday, and he participated in team drills for the first time since sustaining that unfortunate gunshot wound back in August. It's been 44 days, and this guy's going to recover. We saw Brian Robinson Jr. recover from a knee, and he got shot in the leg, and he got shot a couple places there. Brian Robinson Jr. out there in Washington, but he came back, played really well. He's a star running back now. Ricky Pearsall, we hope for the best for him. What an unfortunate start to his career, but you know what? Better days are ahead for him because he was on the practice field yesterday, ramping up for the Chiefs. Ricky Pearsall, will he make his debut this Sunday for the 49ers? We shall see, but he is back on the practice field, and that is great news for the rookie out of Florida. All right, the injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll get back into Jerry Jones sound. We'll talk some Niners here. Warriors are back on the court against the L.A. Lakers tonight in Las Vegas. I'll get Shasky's Warrior thoughts. Can't wait for them to be back. Got the ALCSs and the NLCSs going on. A lot of good things happening in the sports world. We're diving all into it here on The Roast. football. What a life she lives. What a life Kansas City lives. Patrick Mahomes, Taylor Swift.
Talking about sleeping in the California King.
Yeah, California Kings, man. So, oh, baby, is good to be back on the roast. 888-957-9570. Recapping Baldy for just a second. Are you shocked that he sort of downplayed this game?
Well, I just think that I understand the player's perspective of, every game kind of counts the same. But I watched the receiver doc. The Kittle family was praying like they were going to war. And I say that tongue-in-cheek because I don't want to make light of war because of everything that's going on in the world right now. But, you guys watched what I watched.
His dad literally writes letters before games to George.
Yeah, but the way that they prepared in the hotel before the Eagle game, it was different.
Yeah.
It meant something a little extra. Did they realize it's not the same level of a playoff game? Of course they understood that. But it means a little something. I was thinking about this, Bonte. Why did I dismiss the Warriors, essentially, heading into the playoffs last year? Because they didn't beat any good teams.
Yeah.
They didn't beat any good teams. And so, there's the psychology of, beating a really good team, now we know we can go out and do it. That's why I'm kind of the Bears, good for them. But they've beaten a lot of one-win teams, right? Which is a factually correct statement, but it's also, I feel like a hater saying that, but it's kind of I need you to beat a good team before I can believe in you. The reason why I dismiss the Miami Dolphins year after year, they never win a big game.
They don't win big games.
Yeah, especially in December and January.
They don't.
This game for the Niners, though it is only an October game, though it is only a regular season game against a team outside of the conference, to me, it means everything for the galvanization of the players and the fan base. Everything's gone wrong for the last 5 months.
Everything. But you know what? This could be a springboard to greater things ahead when you look at the schedule and the way things set up, right? You beat Kansas City, and say the Niners beat Kansas City. I don't see a letdown happening against Dallas because it's Sunday Night Football, it's Dallas Cowboys. It's a team you've played in the playoffs, and it's a team that there's a built-in rivalry there. And you can go into the bye week feeling really good about yourself at 5-3. But this game could be that springboard like Philadelphia when it was all doom and gloom. We waited for that Philly game, and boy, that first quarter was very hairy. Philadelphia should have been up 14-0, but your defense stiffened up. They kicked 2 field goals, and then boom, 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 boom. 6 straight possessions. The Niners ended with a touchdown, including 3 by Deebo Samuel alone. So this game could be that springboard saying, okay, not only did we beat Kansas City, we dealt them their first loss of the season, and we got them rethinking things about their program and their system. Now, they're going to be the Kansas City Chiefs, and they got Mahomes, and they're going to do what they do. But this is something down the line, too, where if you happen to meet them in New Orleans for the Super Bowl, and I feel crazy for even bringing up the SB word, but if the case that does happen, at least you know that when you took the field against Patrick Mahomes, you walked out with a victory. You walked out with a post-game speech by Kyle Shanahan. You walked out getting a game ball for beating them. So I think the game is massive for not only the fans, but I just know how my temperament is. Driving down to Levi Stadium on Sunday, when you're driving, you see that stadium appear, and you know the Chiefs are in town, and they're warming up on that field, and then you hit the sidelines, you see number 15 warming up. It's going to get really real. And those memories of those Super Bowl losses, of the regular season losses, are all going to conjure up. And they're going to say, you know what? We got to have this one. This is must win. This is a must win game.
Well, and I feel like the slogan, the tagline for Niner fans has been what? The faithful. And faith, if you'd go to the etymology of the word, it basically is going to say, hey, I'm believing in something without seeing it, right? Well, this is a rare circumstance for me where I got to see it before I believe it. I'm just calling it how I like it.
Patrick Mahomes spoke to Carrington yesterday, right? Carrington Harrison yesterday. Kansas City speaks to him every Monday. Let's see if we'll get effort that because I want to hear. I heard Mahomes said some things yesterday. Or maybe he didn't say anything, but I still want to hear from him.
He came on with us and he said he's either going to talk to him on Monday or Tuesday. We didn't know for sure.
Okay.
He didn't know for sure.
Okay, all right.
It's depending on Chiefs PR.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard, but we made a bet.
Yeah, what was the bet? Did you guys make a good bet?
Well, the bet is if the Niners win, Patrick Mahomes has to go, what's up, Bay Area? This is Patrick Mahomes. You're listening to the Morning Roast.
Oh, yeah, that's
on
right.
95.7 The Game.
What if we lose?
We got Jerry Rice who's going to do it for him.
Oh, boy. And we got to do that live on air?
Uh-huh.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Jerry. Oh, my gosh.
I kind of want Jerry to talk smack if we end up having to do it.
We see him talking smack in Edgewood in Lake Tahoe this summer. Even Jerry Rice got annoyed with the Kansas City media. You want some? Come get some. Jerry was feeling it. Let's go to Rolando in Napa. Rolando, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm a big fan of the show. I love listening to you guys. You guys make my day. It's Niners Chiefs week, man. I'm ready to go, ready to kick some ass, and I have a feeling that calling it right now, Ricky Pearsall is going to score a touchdown.
Wow.
I'm calling it right now.
Is he going to be activated?
I have a crazy trade idea. I don't know if you guys remember me. I'm the one who called it when the Niners said that. I'm the one who called the Christian McCaffrey trade, and I have a crazy trade. I know Lynch.
You called it?
I did call it. I called it weeks after they played the Panthers. I called you guys and I said maybe John Lynch should call and bring Christian McCaffrey back home.
I mean, we did multiple shows, like literally after.
Hey, if you called it, more power to you. It's all good. You get credit when credit is due.
I have another crazy trade idea, but John Lynch always wants to make home runs for trades. He made trade for Trent Williams, trade for Christian McCaffrey. He already has a relationship with Cleveland when they tried to get try to trade Brandon Ayuk for Amari Cooper. You know what, John Lynch? Call Cleveland. What do you want from Myles Garrett? I'm calling it right now. You bring Myles Garrett to the red and gold.
Whoa.
Now, I'm telling you right now, he's going to make that call. Mark my words. Myles Garrett will be in red and gold. I'm calling it right now.
There it is. Mark the tape. Mark the tape and call it. If Rolando, I'm not going to do. Some people said the same thing about Christian McCaffrey, Rolando. Some people thought it was crazy. Oh, how's it going to work? How's it going to work? Never say never in this league, the National Football. Devontae Adams just went to the Jets. So, Rolando, I'm going to mark the tape. I'm not mad at the call. You still there, Rolando?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening, man. If Devontae goes for a third pick, as dumb as the train wreck Cleveland organization is, they might turn him for a fourth or fifth.
His dead cap hit would be $56 million this year.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. He's got three.
Hey, we're marking the tape.
This year, he's got 2 more years
We're
after
marking
that.
the tape. We're marking the tape. You never know what can happen this week. Rolando, you know what, Rolando? Stay you there? I thought the dead cap hit for McCaffrey and salary. I don't know how the salary cap works anymore in the NFL. It's like this imaginary thing. Man. What's up?
Parag's the guy. That's why we got Parag. He can work numbers. He can fudge your numbers.
There you go.
So if you could see the future, how many wins for the Warriors this year? Should I put my money on them?
50.
Hey, you know what? Rolando, take it to the bank. You know what, Rolando? An unnamed player told me the same thing. He goes, Bonte, we're going to get 50. You're laughing. I'm not like, hey, Rolando, I'm not laughing. I'm with you, Rolando. Hey, you said 50. An unnamed player at Media Day told me, Bonte, we're winning 50 games this year. We're winning 50. And they won 46 last year, didn't have Draymond for 27 games.
Hey, I have a feeling, man. Hey, just imagine seeing Bosa on one side and Myles Garrett crashing on the other side.
You got me going.
I love it.
You got me going. You got me going, Rolando. Thanks for the call. Thanks for the call. You laugh when people say the Warriors win at 50.
Well, I just
come on.
Can we let a week play out? Can Wiggins come back?
Yeah, no doubt. But
can I see Draymond, Steph, and Wiggins on the floor together?
Yeah, no doubt.
In a game?
So far though, since we're here, I got to say, I was watching the Pistons game because the Bagels Giants.
What a bad game.
I had the Giants. What, Giants Bagels?
No, just that was bad. But the Pistons, like no one played for the Warriors.
Yeah, but that's was kind of fun. You kind of see no Draymond, no Steph, no Wiggins. And these guys are still shooting the hell out the basketball, man. They blew away the Pistons. And I get it's preseason basketball, so it's not a lot of joy there, knowing that it's preseason. But I'm just looking at the form. So far, the Warriors look a lot more athletic than they did a season ago. They look a lot more scrappier. Those 50-50 balls that they could not get last year, those loose balls that would give teams extra possessions, they're now getting those loose balls. They just look quicker to the basketball right now. Pause, Carter. Pause. I saw your face. Pause. Kuminga looks a lot more comfortable on the floor. Podziemski's doing this thing now. He broke his nose on the elbow by TJD, so he's getting fitted for a mass. He's not going to play tonight against the LA Lakers. Moody's shooting that thing. Trace Jackson-Davis is active. Looney's active. This Lindy Waters, a third kid, can shoot it. Buddy Hield looks like a natural fit. He's got a role carved out. I'm just saying, Saskia, you're laughing. They look a lot more athletic. They look scrappier. They look like they can shoot the ball a lot better than they did a season ago, and they are letting it fly. The Let It Fly Warriors this season. Let it fly. Let's see where the chips fall. But a lot of people are got a quiet confidence about the Warriors, including yours truly.
Well, I'm optimistic.
That unnamed player was like, Bonte, we're winning 50.
Was it
and the way he said it, unnamed player. You will not know who that unnamed player is. I'm not going to put their business out there in the street. What's off the record is off the record.
Well, how about Clay last night?
Huh?
How about Clay last night?
Well, Clay was 0 for 9 his first game. There was no Kyrie or Luka.
0 for 9, 0 for 6 from 3.
There's no Kyrie, no Luka. A lot of attention on Clay. I watched the game. I saw it.
You watched the game?
Yeah, I've been very intrigued with Klay Thompson. Very intrigued with Clay. So, I'm telling you, man, win total at Bovada, 43.5, 44.5. I may be slamming the over.
I'm optimistic, but I just like to see a couple of weeks before I make any proclamations.
Yeah, I'm not
it's very difficult to try to make an assessment on the team when I haven't seen them all play together.
No, of course not.
I feel like the roster's upgraded, but I felt that way last year and it didn't really materialize. So I'm in wait and see mode. That's all. I'm just in wait and see mode. I don't think I'm being a Debbie Downer. I just think it's the pragmatic thing to do in this circumstance. It's just kind of like let the thing play itself out. Steph got his hand hurt for those that aren't paying attention. I don't know how severe the hand injury is.
He's playing tonight.
They can ill afford to have Steph get hurt at all.
No doubt. No, he's playing tonight. And look, Wiggins hasn't played yet. I think we know what Wiggins is going to bring to the table. Last year, they did win 2 more games in the previous season. I mean, what's crazy is that Sacramento won 48 games the previous year and it was the 3 seed. And last year, 46 games didn't even get you into the damn playoffs, which is crazy. But look, man, I don't know how many games the Warriors are going to win. It looks fun. It looks like the ball is popping. It's hopping around.
They've got a lot of wings.
A lot of wing players.
A lot of wings.
A lot of guys who can shoot it. They just look more active. They look like they're going to get to a lot more 50-50 plays and win those hustle plays. So we'll see with the Warriors. So far, so good. We'll see them against the LA Lakers tonight in Las Vegas. Now back to the Niners here. Back to the Niners with Baldy. Does this game mean more to the 49ers? Here's what Baldy had to say about that.
If you look at, say, the San Francisco game last year, Joe, that was a turning point for the 49ers, really. Mm-hmm. I mean, they scored 6 straight drives, 6 straight touchdowns in Philly. Philly went one direction. Yep. San Francisco went another direction. San Francisco has been treading water, let's face it. They're kind of treading water. They haven't looked like a great team. They look slow some weeks. They don't look very dynamic. They looked a little bit predictable at times. Like, okay, here comes the world champions. Like, I could see that being a springboard, confident, because anytime you beat a good team, a good organization, a well-coached team, that gives you more confidence than beating, I'm not knocking Arizona, but like maybe you don't take Arizona. You don't take them as serious as you do the world champs coming in. So I do think that there's that component where you're beating a really well-coached, good football team. And you put that on your resume going, okay, we know we're capable of doing this. Now let's go out and do this every single week.
Let's see that. Now, can they gain a mental edge if they win this Sunday against the Kansas City Chiefs? Here's what Baldy had to say about that.
I mean, I think it's big. You don't want to, like, I'm sure if George Kittle was on, and he was asked him that question, how big, like, he's like, it's another game. The Super Bowl is the Super Bowl.
Right.
It really doesn't have anything to do with this game. Andy Reid's got 10 days, to prepare, or Chicago's got 10 days to prepare here. Like, you should see a classic matchup. It should be a classic. I mean, both these teams should be healthier, although it doesn't seem to matter with the Chiefs. I mean, you lose Pacheco. Yeah. All right, we'll go sign Kareem Hunt, go get 100. We lose Rashee Rice, we'll elevate Juju, and he goes for 100. Like, it's just unbelievable.
Right. So that's Baldy. Now, do you guys believe that out there? 888-957-9570. Are you with Baldy there? That it's not as big as we're hyping it up to be? Or do you think it's big? Like, we got a tweet from BPA, Shasky.
What'd he say?
This is the biggest regular season game since 1994 against the Dallas Cowboys.
Wow. I don't know if I'd go that far, but wow.
Is it the biggest regular season game since playing the Dallas Cowboys in 1994 after losing 2 straight NFC Championship games to the Dallas Cowboys?
I'm trying to think. The Eagle game last year felt monstrous.
It was a massive game. Massive game. LA Rams week 17 to get into the playoffs.
So like I'm trying to think of I think you're talking about stakes for the in season. If that's impossible to compare in terms of fan chatter and psyche, that's a whole different question, right? Right? Like so like, hey, week 17 against the Rams, like you win, you get into the playoffs. You lose, you're done. Week 17 in Seattle, you win the division, you get a bye. This doesn't have the postseason stakes attached to it. I'm talking psyche. Soul?
Psyche.
This is up there. Wow, I got to think about that. Because that Eagle game, it felt like the Eagle game had unfinished business because of the Purdy injury. It felt like we were robbed of something.
And all the trash talk.
Yeah. So maybe it felt a little different.
There hasn't been a lot of trash talk between the Niners and Chiefs.
Well, because they've won. They've done all the winning.
But even before that, there just haven't been a lot of trash talk. There's been a lot of respect paid, Kelsey and Kittle due to the tight end camps, right? They've become boys. Mahomes has always had respect for whether it's Jimmy or Brock Purdy. When Jimmy tore his ACL, Patrick Mahomes went back there to go check on him and say, hey, man, get well, get right, get your game back. That's who Mahomes is. Andy Reid and Shanahan seem like they have a lot of respect for each other. Probably Andy Reid had a lot of respect from Mike Shanahan as they came up through the coaching ranks. Maybe there's too much respect for it to not be the biggest regular season game since 1994. I mean, just in terms of like Cowboys and Niners, and they were talking that talk back and forth.
Yeah.
Their side, the Niners side, they were all talking. Irvin, Washington, Emmitt Smith, they're all talking. The Chiefs haven't really said much.
Well, they don't need to say. I mean, their play has done all the talking for them. Chris Jones has closed out multiple games, and Mahomes has closed out multiple games. And Andy's just not a guy that's going to say anything at a podium that's going to, evoke a ton of emotion, is he? Like he doesn't rattle the cages.
No.
And the thing I keep coming back to, and we were talking about this yesterday, B, and I would love your opinion on it. Signature wins in the NFL this year. Chiefs beating the Ravens to start the year is one of them.
That was huge.
Right? Although it feels like months ago, you kind of forget about it a little. But they were an Isaiah Likely foot away from the Baltimore maybe pulling that game out.
Baltimore looks really good right now.
They
really
look great. Good. The Bills, I thought, had a signature victory earlier in the season. But now they've kind of had some down weeks.
They got clocked by the Baltimore Ravens.
Which is a huge win for them.
Right.
So I thought the Saints had a signature win early, and now I don't view the Saints anywhere near what I did earlier. To this point in the season, this feels like a signature type of a win in the NFL. Knock the Chiefs to their first loss. The Niners, in a way, redeeming themselves from the Super Bowl losses and proving that they can get their season back on track and rolling in the right direction.
The Vikings have had a couple, right? At Green Bay, at home against Houston, at home against the 49ers.
I thought the one against the Niners was as good of a win as there is.
I mean, I think they've had 3 signature wins.
Okay.
3.
But the jury's still out on them as a...
because of Sam Darnold question.
Well, in that team, they haven't won a lot of high level Kevin O'Connell December and January games.
Yeah, they haven't been there yet. But this looks like a different season for them, especially with the Aiden Hutchinson injury. Now Detroit had a statement win over Dallas. That was wow. They tattooed those guys. Yeah. Tattooed those dudes. I mean, just really just put it on them. But when you look around the league and signature wins, this would be right up there. This would be right up there for, you could say Kansas City over Cincinnati, but Cincinnati, they don't look right. Something's off with Cincinnati. They're just, I don't know if it's just slow starts or what. But the Texans, can they get a signature win this week? I think they play at Green Bay, if I'm not mistaken, Houston this week. So, yes, this would be a signature win. But more importantly, it would get the Niners right back on track. Get them on track. And then, as nobody's really celebrating the 3-3 and being tied for first place in the NFC West after week 6. You get to the playoffs by winning your division. That's the easiest route to win your division. To get to the playoffs is to win your division. So now they're in first place. But now it just seems certified. It will be a certified place for them if they can beat Kansas City. And now all of a sudden, we're talking about the Super Bowl division, and we're talking about the best teams in the conference. A win on Sunday catapults the Niners right back to the top, saying, okay, the NFC still goes through the 49ers. No matter what Detroit does, no matter what Green Bay does, no matter what the Commanders or Eagles do, it still runs through the Niners. And I think that feeling will come back if they get a win on Sunday against Mahomes and company.
Well, and I don't want to hear any they don't have Pacheco. Well, they don't have Rashee Rice. Okay. Well, we don't have CMC. You know what I mean? And so I feel
Dre
like this
Greenlaw.
is an even playing field for both teams. But both teams come in with some issues.
Dre Greenlaw. Yeah, this slate this week in the NFL. Wow.
It's still some big games.
Jets and Steelers. Monday Night Football, you got Ravens and Bucks.
Which feels, by the way, Tampa Bay is another team that I feel very impressed with just through the first 6 weeks.
They've been balling.
They are a team that I think Baker Mayfield's in the MVP conversation.
There's no doubt he's in that. He dropped 51 on the stage. 51.
Godwin looks great.
Godwin's got 511 receiving yards.
Running backs, too.
Yeah, no, Bucky Irvin is playing well as a rookie out of Oregon. You got the Chargers, who quietly are 3-2 playing defense. We'll see how real they are. That was a very impressive win in Denver.
Number one defense in the NFL, EPA.
Yeah,
the
Chargers, yeah.
They
EPA,
played some
what does
bad
EPA
teams,
mean?
but they have the. I'm just saying.
What does EPA mean?
Expected play average.
There you go. Because the fans don't. EPA? What are you talking about? East Palo Alto?
Basically, it's a metric that describes how efficient they are on defense.
So you got that game. You got Lions at Vikings in Minnesota with that's a monster game in the NFC North.
The Aiden Hutchinson injury, that just changes that team.
And now you got Seahawks Falcons is very intriguing. We want to see how Seattle bounces back. And we want to see if the Falcons are real or not. The Falcons are 4-2, quietly doing this. They're swag surfing all over the place. So, and then you got Houston at Green Bay, another monster matchup.
Don't know what to make of Atlanta. And then Green Bay is a team that they got a lot of weapons. They're a team like I almost want to see them on the road. And if you're them, you want to go on the road so you can kind of throw the ball around. Because if you're in the cold, you won't be able to utilize all the weapons that they have.
No, they've got. That's why I don't want to trade Travarius Ward. Because of that team in mind and some of these other teams. Like the Niners didn't play the Vikings. They didn't have Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson to go alongside Justin Jefferson. So I need all the quarters I can get. Let's talk to Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. That's coming up next. Football Night in America. His book, Father of Mine, available right now on Amazon. Let's get to Mike Florio here on the Morning Roast. And that's brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. I need an oil change right now. Valvoline is the best at doing it. Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly, expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. All right, baby, we are back. And Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk Football Night in America, has a book, Father of Mine, available on Amazon. He also has another book, a sequel, Son of Mine. Both ebooks are available on Amazon today, and we love Mike on the Morning Roast. Of course, you catch him on Football Night in America, Sunday Night Football, Pro Football Talk, NBC. Mike, good morning to you. Welcome to the Morning Roast here, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. How you doing today?
Doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing good here. Before we ramp up for Chiefs Niners, just your quick thoughts about the trade this morning. The Raiders getting a third-round comp pick for Davante Adams, who is clearly unhappy in Las Vegas. He goes to New York City. He already took a physical, for crying out loud, so he probably flew last night on a red eye. Does it make the Jets any better? Does it even mean anything for the New York Jets getting Davante Adams?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that Woody Johnson, the owner of the team, is going to make moves now aimed at making his decision to fire Robert Saleh look better. So it creates the kind of desperation that hadn't been there because the offers hadn't been there. The Raiders wanted a second-round pick. They're only going to get one if Adams is an all-pro this year, which has very little chance of happening, but it's a little face-saver for the Raiders. They still give up the third-round pick. They take on the salary. We haven't seen any reporting yet on how much, if any, the Raiders are going to pay. But this is what you do when you're desperate and you're trying to prove that you did the right thing. And especially after last night when Mike Williams ran the wrong route and Aaron Rodgers called him out after the game. Mike Williams has been unable to win the trust of Aaron Rodgers. So I think he's going to be the odd man out. Whether they trade him, whether they cut him, whatever they do, I think it's going to be Garrett Wilson, Davante Adams, and Alan Lazard as the primary pass catchers. And Williams is either going to be on the bench or he's going to be out the door. And does it make a fringe playoff contender, a clear playoff team? Maybe. Does it allow the Jets to beat the Bills, the Ravens, the Chiefs, or the Texans in the playoffs? Probably not.
I'm looking at the 49ers Chiefs this week, and good morning to you, Mike. If we were thinking about, the Super Bowl, we went through kind of some of the stuff, seeing you at the Super Bowl before the game, and there were so many things that happened in that Super Bowl game. How are you going to remember that particular Super Bowl between Chiefs and Niners?
Well, like every other Chiefs Super Bowl, they're down, they're out, they're losing, and it's just a matter of Patrick Mahomes finding the gas pedal and just in the nick of time getting the win, or in this case, forcing overtime. I just think that sense of wonder that comes from the rare occasion when a Super Bowl game goes to overtime, and now that we have the opportunity for both teams to possess the ball, that strategic decision that Kyle Shanahan made that was criticized about whether or not to take the ball or kick off to start overtime, because you're guaranteed that second possession, even if the team that gets the ball first scores. That's a history maker because it was unprecedented. So that's probably what stands out the most. But, we're used to seeing the Chiefs now in the Super Bowl, and they're 5-0, and it's not going to be easy to beat them. Andy Reid's teams, when they've had a week off to prepare for a game, are always better prepared to go. And, it's game of the weekend, and chance for the 49ers to remind everybody that they're still pretty damn good.
No doubt about that. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk here in the River Islands guest line. Check out his book, Father of Mine, as well as his sequel, Son of Mine. Both ebooks are available right now on Amazon today. I've been diving into Father of Mine, Son of Mine. Got to check that one out as well. Real quick on Brock Purdy, Mike Florio. So far this season, through 6 games, Niners are 3-3, tied for first place in the NFC West. But has he looked like a $60 million per season quarterback to you through the first 6 weeks of the season?
I think he is a guy who does what needs to be done within the confines of the Shanahan offense. Plus, he sprinkles in enough mobility to give you something when there's nothing there. It's not a lot of flash. There's not a lot of panache, but he just gets it done. It's very meat and potatoes, but it's a good meal of meat and potatoes that he's serving up. Now, does that mean it gets him to $60 million a year? I don't know, but he's clearly earned a second contract, and they'll replace the final year of his current one most likely after this season with something. It just depends upon what that high-end number is, depends upon how much he wants. And there's a chance that he may not insist on getting a market value deal just because this is a guy who wasn't supposed to do anything when Tony Romo did his first contract with the Cowboys after he emerged as a starter, I remember thinking, he could have gotten more, but for a guy who wasn't supposed to even be there, I think it's easier to not hold out for every last penny. And I do think Purdy is, and I don't want to say he's underrated because everybody's saying he's underrated. Who the hell's saying he's overrated? Because all everybody says is he's underrated. He doesn't get enough credit. All I hear is people saying how much credit he doesn't get. I don't hear anybody not giving him credit. I hear everybody saying he doesn't get enough credit.
Well, I think he's been really good this year. I just think we need to start. I agree with you on the overrated, underrated conversation is like nauseating. I just think he's a really good player. Is he the best quarterback in the league? Probably not. But every single week, it feels like the guy plays really good football and doing it without Christian McCaffrey and one week doing it without Debo. And I don't know. I feel like he's made a lot of plays this year. And I think he's, if they can get their season back here and win the next couple of games before the break, I think you're going to start hearing his name in the mix for MVP. Because that feels up in the air too.
Well, the way MVP works, and I say this every year, and it's proven every year, but I feel like nobody pays attention, which is fine. I'm used to having no one pay attention to me. The 1 seed in both conferences will produce the finalist for MVP. It's going to be a quarterback from the 1 seed in the AFC or the NFC, unless somebody does something historic, record-setting, etc. That has held since 2013. In 2012, Adrian Peterson almost set the single-season rushing record, and he won MVP by a nose over Peyton Manning. Since then, it's been the quarterback of a team that wins a bye. And now that there's only one bye available, it's become the quarterback of the 1 seed in the AFC or the 1 seed in the NFC. So if the 49ers take the 1 seed, Purdy's an MVP finalist. If the Lions do, it's Jared Goff. If the Vikings do, it's Sam Darnold. If the Commanders do, it's Jaden Daniels. And it'll come down to whoever the quarterback of the 1 seed is in the NFC versus whoever the quarterback of the 1 seed is in the AFC. That's just the way the dust settles on this each and every year.
Could the Baltimore Ravens, as a 2 or 3 seed, produce an MVP in Lamar Jackson? Because, Mike, I'm not sure there's anybody playing better than Lamar Jackson right now for the Baltimore Ravens.
Well, and he could, because you have to look at how well the quarterback of the 1 seed plays and how did that team win the 1 seed. And was it because of the quarterback or was it because of other things? I mean, if the Bills end up with the 1 seed in the AFC, how is it not Josh Allen when he's got no help around him? Lamar Jackson has Derrick Henry and a pretty good cast of receivers, both young and older, and Mark Andrews and a great tight end room. So I think it depends on who the quarterback of the 1 seed is. But yeah, Lamar Jackson, and hell, the Ravens could be the 1 seed again. They're 4-2, but it feels like they're one of the best teams in the NFL right now.
I look at this, Mike, and you are like me. You consume all of this stuff. Bonte and I were having a conversation off air regarding Bill Belichick is just so good on TV. And we kind of we talked about this in the summer. Like I'm like, dude, the guy's got a great personality. When he did the Saban thing on TV, it was brilliant. When he's talking about old school NFL, it's brilliant. I think he's funnier than we all gave him credit for. But do you think he gets back into coaching? Because I'm doing this little power ranking every single week. I call it the BBB, the Bill Belichick Big Board, where there's 5 teams in the league I think he should or could go to. Do you see him coming back? And if so, who would be at the top of this big board for Mike Florio for Bill Belichick returning?
Well, if the Jets are on your list, go ahead and cross them off after what he said last night about Woody Johnson. Not that they should have been on your list anyway.
How great was that? How great was that?
The Jets hate him.
How great was that, Mike? Him just ripping the Jets.
He does that Let's Go podcast, and he said something about Woody Johnson that was mostly diplomatic, and then he's on the Manning cast, and he says it's the owner being the owner, ready, fire, aim, which gets back to making this trade for Davante Adams as a reaction to last night's loss. I think the first factor is, will the fan base accept him? Because at the end of the day, it's an entertainment business. It's about getting people to renew season tickets, get excited, watch the team on TV, want to follow the team, want to feel good about the team. He's going to be 73 by next year, and he's got that curmudgeonly trait. I think this is one of the reasons why he's doing so much media, so he can change how people view him in the hopes that there will be a fan base saying, we want him. You know, at one point last November, after the Patriots lost to the Colts in Germany, and it looked like this thing was heading toward a divorce between New England and Belichick, we posted on Twitter, very simple question. if your favorite team's looking for a coach this offseason, do you want Bill Belichick, yes or no? And it was 3-1. And I know it's not scientific, but 3-1 is pretty telling. They didn't want him. And then on top of that, the owner is going to have to be comfortable either throwing him the keys to the car or putting him in a structure where he's not the coach, or he is the coach, excuse me. He's not the GM. He's got to work with the GM, maybe literally half his age, depending upon who the GM is, and defer to that GM without upsetting the apple cart. Is an owner willing to do it? Arthur Blank wasn't willing to do it in Atlanta because there were people there who were concerned about what Bill Belichick's presence would mean to their job. So there's a lot of factors that go into it. How much money is he going to be paid? What are his titles going to be? How long is he going to do it? And ultimately, does he want to go there? I think the Giants would be at the top of his list. Beyond that, I don't know. I did an item a few weeks ago of the teams that I think are in the mix for Bill Belichick. And I still would keep an eye on the possibility that there isn't one this year. He went 1 for 7 in interviews last year. I don't know why we assume he's just going to have the red carpet rolled out for him this year.
Philadelphia, Sirianni. That feels like a divorce, doesn't it, Mike?
Well, I just think it's embarrassing and it's unbecoming for a head coach to get into it with fans ever. It's basically a half click away from Rex Ryan when he gave the fans the finger years ago. You can't behave that way for 2 reasons. Number one, it's a horrible look. You have to understand this is part of the life you've chosen. You're going to get criticized when things go poorly. You're going to get fired if things go poorly long enough. That's how it goes. It's one of the reasons why you get paid that much money. It's one of the reasons why that much money is available to be paid to coaches, because people give a crap about it. The same passion that gets them to give you a hard time during the game is the passion that allows you to be highly compensated to do the job. And he better turn it around, because the other thing, too, is when you do that, and I'm assuming he was jawing with some Eagles fans who weren't happy, not Browns fans who had given him crap earlier in the game. They're going to be losing at some point at home, and those same fans, if they're season ticket holders, are going to be there, and he's going to hear it then. And he's just got to learn how to control himself, because if he doesn't win, this is just one of those things that makes it easier to say, I need to move on from this guy. If you're on the fence, it can become the factor that makes the difference between keeping him and getting rid of him.
Would Howie Roseman, Belichick, and their owner, would that work? Jeffrey Luria?
Jeffrey Luria.
Well, I think there's a lot of mutual respect between Lurie and Roseman and Belichick. The question is, and Roseman, when Chip Kelly was there, he basically got exiled from the football building and survived and thrived and is now the guy who's the right-hand man for owner Jeffrey Lurie. So I don't know that they'd be comfortable doing that. I look at both the Cowboys and the Eagles and say, well, why didn't they do it last year? They're thinking about doing it now. Why didn't they just fire their guys after embarrassing playoff losses and hire Belichick right away? So it'll be somebody other than Nick Sirianni if they don't turn this thing around. I don't know that it'll ultimately be Belichick. And again, the Giants may get into this too. The Giants may say, hey, we're going to be boxing out the Cowboys and the Eagles, or dealing with the Cowboys and the Eagles. If they get this guy, let's box them out and try to get Belichick, because when the story came out several years ago about the dysfunction with Tom Brady and Jimmy Garoppolo and Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick, it was a long item from Seth Wickersham of ESPN.com. Gary Myers, who was working, I think at the time, for the New York Daily News, said that Belichick would like to coach the Giants. And that's always been the place where he's had, the soft spot. So I could see the Giants, if they don't turn this around, I can see the Giants saying, let's just get this guy. This is our chance. And we'd rather have him than have to compete with him. Because here's the reality. Regardless of the personnel flaws, he's a great game day coach. He's great at details. Every Tuesday we have Devin McCourty on PFT Live. And every week we end up with some other tangible example of what Bill Belichick has done in the past to get a team as ready as it can be to go out and win on Sunday. And it's impressive. So that fact alone may be the thing that gets him a job somewhere.
Yeah. Mike, I'm looking around the league. We know it's a quarterback league, right? I mean, you've got guys like Bryce Young that are just getting iced out. Anthony Richardson's going to, I guess, get his job back, even though To me, it's pretty clear Flacco moves the ball better for that team and would be really good on about a dozen teams. And then you got this rookie class right now showing a lot of promise. Caleb, Jaden Daniels. I mean, even Drake May showed something. Yeah. Spencer Rattler, 27 points in the second quarter. And Bo Nix has been up and down, but like just quarterbacks, these young quarterbacks in the league, there is just a lot going on. Some failures, some success. What's the most intriguing to you when you look at the young quarterbacks throughout the NFL?
Well, look, Jaden Daniels has emerged as the early offensive rookie of the year favorite, but it's funny how with Caleb Williams of the Bears, a lot of hype before the season, a lot of hype in the preseason, a couple of lackluster performances out of the gates, and we moved on. And now 3 straight wins, and we're starting to say, maybe they got something. Maybe the Bears got something, and maybe this guy's going to be pretty good after all, but the hype got muted because after they lost to the Texans week 2 and the offense looked pathetic, we just kind of wrote him off. That's what we tend to do as fans, as media. Yeah. We write people off, and then we don't want to write them back in.
No, that's so true, Mike. It's so true. And Caleb has gotten better every single game. We did a game against the Jaguars. I know they're a dumpster fire, and Doug Peterson may be on the way out, but Caleb has gotten better every single week. Before we let you go, did you hear what went on with Jerry Jones and 105.3 The Fan in Dallas?
I was working on that just before we got started. I was listening to all of it, and I saw a partial transcript. I wanted to hear it for myself, and it doesn't surprise me. Look, this guy does 2 radio spots a week. He makes himself available to reporters after every game. At some point during those 3 occasions per week that the owner of the team talks to the media, he's gonna short circuit a little bit. He's gonna let him have it. So it doesn't surprise me. And I saw somebody complain over the weekend that the media shouldn't be party to this, that what we're supposed to do, if he's going to talk, we should just say, no, we're not interested. Owners don't talk nearly enough. We should never complain that owners talk too much. But, yeah, sometimes they're going to get a little pissed off.
Well, he should be after that shellacking at the heads of the Detroit Lions. By the way, Detroit still one of the top teams in the NFC without Aiden Hutchinson. How massive is that?
Absolutely, yeah. What a machine. I had a former head coach text me on Sunday after the Lions game, and I think it was actually during the Lions game. Ben Johnson is the best offensive mind in the NFL right now, and the number 2 might be distant. And I know that Kyle Shanahan fans could bristle at that, but what the Lions are doing and the creativity, and I was just surprised they kept using the trick plays, the hook and ladder to Penei Sewell. Yeah, save some of those for later, but the other argument is go ahead and let everybody know they're out there, because the possibility that's going to happen, that's the kind of thing that can just keep you on your heels just enough so that the base offense works even better.
You know, was Ben Johnson smart? Shasky and I discussed this. All these coordinators take jobs right away. They become the new hot shot on the block. Their name gets hot. They get a job, and you may go to somewhere like Carolina, and it's like, well, actually, that may be career suicide if you take a job like that. Ben Johnson, one of the few coordinators that I can recall, Mike, that said, you know what, I'm going to stay in Detroit another year, and he's going to have a plethora of opportunities, plethora of options to go get a job somewhere. And it may be a Dallas Cowboys, maybe the Philadelphia Eagles, maybe the Giants. Ben Johnson did something that a lot of coordinators don't necessarily do, Mike.
Well, and here's the balance you have to strike. The window is open. The iron is hot. What do you do? Because there's no guarantee the window is going to be open the next year. And the best example of that, Byron Leftwich. He went from surefire, just a matter of time, NFL head coach. I don't even know where he is now. I literally don't know where he is. Once things dried up for him in Tampa, he's gone. He's done. And he was on the verge of being the Jaguars head coach after Urban Meyer. So it can, you can go from being the flavor of the month to spoiled milk quickly. And that's the balance. And Ben Johnson obviously had the confidence that he was going to continue to get opportunities. It helps to have a really good team.
Yep.
As Dick Vermeil said when they put him in the Hall of Fame, he became a pretty smart coach once he had Marshall Faulk as his running back.
That's a great call. Hey, Mike, you're a good sport. We love having you on, man, and we love hearing all your insights. Let me ask you this one, though. Last one on the way out the door. What would it mean for the NFL if the Niners did come out and put it on the Chiefs this weekend? Because most people are saying, hey, if you win, it's like you're winning by like a field goal or a point or two here and there. But if they came out and they really thumped Kansas City, what would that mean?
Well, I think it would remind everyone of the fact that the Chiefs are kind of a phony 5-0. You look at their performances, you look at their games, they keep finding a way to win, which is what they do in the postseason pretty much all the time. But it would be a reminder that most of the time the Chiefs have to scratch and claw and fight for everything they get. And the 49ers are good enough to do it. You know, the 49ers are just kind of hanging around. I thought for a while this was tracking like 2020, where it's just going to be a disaster of a season. They're in position to make a run, especially if they get Christian McCaffrey back and things settle down a little bit. And you look at the rest of the NFC, I mean, really, is there, other than the Lions, is there really a team that you look at and say, man, we'd really be concerned? I know that the Vikings beat the 49ers, but I think in a rematch it would be a different story. In a single elimination setting, it would definitely be a different story. I just think it's the 49ers and the Lions, and the 49ers aren't nearly as far away as some might think.
I don't disagree with that, but Mike, weren't you a Vikings fan growing up?
Yeah, I was, unfortunately.
So
it was a long decade of the 70s, that's for sure.
So I've got some buddies who are Viking fans. That's just the Viking fan in you saying that everything always goes bad for the Minnesota Vikings when it counts.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll happen. It'll happen, and that's why the thing that I try to do every year, and there's still that little part of me that's a fan. I'm not going to act like it doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect my work, obviously.
No doubt.
But, yeah, every time – because what happens is when they have a season, a rare special season, it kind of rewinds the clock to when I was growing up and living with my parents, and it brings all those memories back of when they were great every year. But also that sense of eventually something is going to go spectacularly wrong. And when you least expect it is when it's going to get you. And if you ever get to the point where you tell yourself, maybe this is the year the spectacularly wrong thing isn't going to happen, that's when it happens.
We shall see. Mike, always good to hear from you, brother. Let's do it again soon, all right?
Thanks, guys.
Anytime. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, good. Football Night in America on NBC. His book, Father of Mine, available on Amazon. And the sequel's already out, Son of Mine. Both ebooks, are available on Amazon today. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, breaking down the rest of the league. That's two guys now, Baldy and Mike Florio, who basically said, yeah, the Devontae Adams trade to the Jets doesn't mean much.
Well, it's because wide receiver, like, again, I know we obsess about wide receivers because of fantasy and they can be difference makers, but the reality is that there's 10 other positions, 9 other positions on the field, and sometimes an elite wide receiver doesn't do a lot because, like the receiver Doc explained to you in the first sentence and a half, I need a good offensive line, need the quarterback to hit me, I got to get open. They're reliant on so many other things. It's just difficult. They've got deeper issues, the Jets.
Well, that's why I think the trade, to me, it's not so much about the receiver, it's about the situation. Interim coach and Jeff Ulbrich, who's never done this before. Todd Downing is now calling your plays.
They looked better, though.
They looked better,
offensively,
but there was a lot of penalties.
It was the best Breece Hall game of the year.
A lot of penalties for that offensively and defensively. Pass interference is just not buttoned up enough for the New York Jets. They're just poorly coached. The owner seems like he's overbearing now, and so the situation. Like if this said Devontae Adams going to Buffalo, 3rd round pick. I think differently in a trade.
Of course.
Like, you got Josh Allen. He's going to get the ball to him, and he's going to help these young wide receivers in Buffalo. But he's with the Jets, and everything that comes with the Jets,
Well, yeah. That's crummy organizations.
It's just bad owner, bad coaching, bad quarterback who, not in terms of, like, throwing, because he could still spit it. Aaron Rodgers, no doubt, he could spit it. But just being around him in that aura.
He took more hits last night than I've seen in a long time.
Line's not good.
Here's one of the things that I was thinking about, because you're talking about like situations, right? And you referenced Ben Johnson, who's the offensive coordinator for Detroit. And I was thinking about, like, hey, he had the Washington football job that it could have been his.
Yep.
And because of how poorly that place has been run for so long, even with new ownership, I probably would have done what he did, which is like, I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know. And now we're like 6 weeks in, and everyone's like, wow, what a fool. He could have had Jaden Daniels. I mean, look at what he's doing. And I got to give Dan Quinn credit. I laughed at the Dan Quinn hire, and they look a lot better. They just do. And Jaden obviously is a much better passer from the pocket that I gave credit for. He's dynamic with his legs. That offense needed a jolt. They feel dynamic. They feel, even the games they've lost, I've been impressed with them, you know? And so it's nice as a football fan who grew up where Washington was a powerhouse. It's nice that Washington is actually watchable now on the Red Zone.
No, it is. And Dan Quinn was a good coach in Atlanta. I give him credit for that. He was solid. And he also was able to skate free off a Super Bowl loss in which they blew a 28-3 lead, and all the blame went to the offensive coordinator, not the head coach. First time I've ever seen something like that. Wow. Okay, cool. But Washington is back. And the Cliff Kingsbury thing is interesting to me because he's now coaching up that offense, and they look deadly offensively. They do. They move the ball up and down the field, up and down the field. But I forgot that Cliff had signed with the Raiders. And basically 24 hours later say, yeah, I'm throwing up the deuces. We're going to Washington instead. Like, Antonio Pierce had him as his OC. And now you look at the Raiders offense, you're really thinking to yourself, it's Brock Bowers in a cloud of dust. Good luck to Brock.
The Raiders. I always hear like the league is better when the Raiders are good, and I agree. It is more fun.
They haven't been good in like 3 years.
But that's why Washington just being watchable is fun for NFL fans. Like that is a huge market, and that is a huge team that when we were kids they were elite, and they haven't been. I look at Chicago. It's like wow, Caleb, and he has looked better every single week, and DJ Moore and him are clearly connecting better, and they just incorporated Keenan Allen, and I'm like, wow, Chicago's watchable. Yep. Like, they're actually watchable. They've had a couple of years here and there, you know, where they've been really good. And they've always had good defenses. But it's nice that, like, you have two major markets that are, like, watchable on Red Zone.
No, it's really good. It's really good. By the way, Woody Johnson is talking at the league meetings in Atlanta. And he says, status quo is a killer. You have to go with your instinct and build a culture. He said he's encouraged by last night's game and excited about having Devontae Adams. He'll open everything up. In my position, I have to make the decisions that are best for the team. For the team, I am absolutely doing everything I can to win. That's Woody Johnson, the owner of the New York Jets. So you got a lot of owners talking, including Jerry Jones.
I feel bad for Raider fans. I mean, these wide receivers, Randy Moss, Antonio Brown. I'd even go Jerry Porter. Like, there's been so many guys. Who was the guy that the Broncos and then he got shot? Javon Walker.
Javon Walker.
I mean, what is their luck?
Packers. No, he didn't get shot. He got robbed in Las Vegas, left on the street.
But wasn't the guy he was with get shot? He was in the car, wasn't he?
I don't remember. I just remember Javon Walker just being in the Las Vegas Strip, and he woke up on the corner just being robbed for jewelry. He was bleeding and everything like that. You could be right, though. I don't remember that aspect of it. But to your point about the Raiders and wide receiver history, and yeah, things just don't go right for the Raiders. And it feels like Antonio Pierce is on borrowed time. It just feels like the same old Raiders.
Well,
the same old Raiders.
Can you play me some NFL music? Because I've got my BBB.
All right, you got your BBB?
Bill Belichick, big board, ready to go. And Bonte, there's a shakeup.
Oh, there's a shakeup.
There's a big shakeup.
There's a big shakeup.
All right.
By the way, Belichick got a Manning cast yesterday. He mentioned it. Buffalo's team speed on defense. He doesn't like it. I paid attention to that. I was like, wow. He also brought up home field advantage on the Pat McAfee show, and he says that championship games, NFC and AFC championship games, he goes, home field advantage isn't the end-all, be-all. He goes, there actually could be more pressure playing at home for some of those games. It was a very interesting perspective from Bill Belichick, man. He is so good on television. I love listening to Bill.
He's awesome. Outside looking in, the Miami Dolphins. Just know, Bill knows where the millions are, okay? And he knows that owner's always up to something. Miami Dolphins, that's a team I've got my eye on.
Mike McDaniel, they get rid of him. They just signed him to an extension in August.
Bonte, just keep your eye on the Miami Dolphins.
Wait, hold on. Before we move on to the Dolphins, just want to put this out there. I know Stephen Ross is loaded with money.
He has
loaded
secret boats and meetings and tanking on purpose. I wouldn't put it past him.
But August 30th, he signed Mike McDaniel to a contract extension that'll keep him through Miami or in Miami through the 2028 season.
Do you believe that he will see the full 4 years of that contract?
Yeah, but I don't see him firing him after.
Again,
I mean, this is the NFL.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
just
you.
money
It's
at this
just-
point for
it
these
means
guys.
So they're gonna fire a coach they signed an extension to 6 months after he signed the extension.
Are you saying the Miami Dolphins are going to go through questionable coaching hiring practices? I understand the surprise in your voice, but like it's the Dolphins. If
You
there's
can
any
feel
team that
how
would
you
do
feel.
something that ridiculous, it's them.
It's my list. Okay,
Right.
outside looking in, Miami
4-year
Dolphins.
contract.
Number
All right,
5.
Go ahead.
A guy they just signed this offseason. It's the Raiders. I mean, come on.
Now you're with me now.
I
with
mean,
the
come on.
Raiders.
But Bonte, they just signed him. Why would they move
Well,
off
he's
of
an
Antonio
interim coach.
Pierce?
Well, he's an interim coach, and how big of his?
No, he's
how
not
big
interim.
Is his
He is
deal?
permanent right
well,
now.
How big of is his deal? And we actually see McDaniel get the Dolphins to the playoffs.
They have not
He's
won a
gotten to the
December
playoffs
game
twice.
that matters. They have not won a December game that matters.
They've been to the playoffs 2 straight years.
And this
It's a
would give
little
Bill an
different.
opportunity in the AFC to go up against the Patriots, whether it's the Dolphins or the Raiders. Number 4, Jacksonville. I don't even know if he likes Trevor Lawrence. I don't even know. But I know that he knows the Cons have money. Now, does Bill want to stay on the Eastern Seaboard? Probably. Does he want to be down in Florida? Probably not. Probably not. Doesn't necessarily fit his particular, persona. I think he's more of an Eastern Seaboard guy up north. But I've got Jacksonville number 4. Number 3. The New York Giants. They're slipping a little. I actually thought Dayball had a great game plan. Brian Burns played his butt off the other night because something is wrong in Cincinnati, and that is my number 2 team, the Cincinnati Bengals. If I am Bill Belichick, I am sitting here and I'm saying, I can get that defense right. I can get Joe Burrow right. I can win games. That's maybe the toughest division in football. The number 2 spot for Bill Belichick, I'd be looking at Joe Shady, a.k.a. Joe Burrow, and I'd be saying, I'm Belichick. I want a franchise quarterback who's gone into Kansas City and won. I think the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, does he want to work for the Browns? I don't know. I mean, that
Mike
owner
Brown holds on to his coaches a long time. I don't see Zach Taylor getting fired, but it's your list, not my list.
Exactly. And then number 1, Philadelphia Eagles, duh. I mean, it's Sirianni. I mean, come on. And he fits the Eagles perfectly. And that would be the worst landing spot if you're a Niner fan.
Well, I would say 1 Philadelphia, 2 Raiders, 3 Cowboys, 4 Jaguars. See how Chicago ends. Still, the book is still out on Matty Eberflus, but that defense
Notoriously
is real.
cheap
That deep
ownership.
Yeah, the Hallis family, but that defense is real. That defense is, if that offense can complement, DeAndre Swift is running the ball very, very well for Chicago right now. They got the receivers more, Dunze, Keenan Allen, Cole Kmet is good at tight end. The Bears are sneaky good. That game in December, when they come to Levi Stadium, is one of those games that I got to be at to go see Caleb. So, interesting list there. Interesting list, Bill Belichick. We'll get back to Jerry Jonestown in just a second. Let's go to Mike in Santa Clara. Mike in Santa Clara has a proposal to make, I guess. Mike in Santa Clara trying to make the Niners better. Mike, what's happening?
Hey, first off, Monte, glad to hear that you're doing well, and glad you're on the mend, man. Just wanted to make mention, with the Devontae Adams factor involved with the Jets, why not possibly look into entertaining and bringing in Mike Williams as our deep threat? Overall, he's had a pretty decent career, and it would definitely solve and fill out our receiver core, because we've been looking for that deep threat, and we could probably get him for a very low-end pick, or if they just cut him, try to make it where we get him off of waivers. I just feel like, it might be a blessing in disguise, and we can just fill out that receiver core and just make it even stronger, because he could just go out there, run those go routes. And even though he did make a mistake, it's a mistake. Who doesn't make a mistake? But I would take him as our deep threat at this point. And that's all I got. That's all I wanted to just make mention of, guys. Thanks.
Well, it wasn't just that play. I watched that whole game, and he had a couple of hot route reads where he just didn't even know that the ball was coming his way and hit him in the gut. It's like something's up with Mike Williams. I loved him coming out. I liked him when he was with the Chargers. He's had a lot of injuries. I don't know if it's just Aaron Rodgers is a horrible teammate. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or if Mike Williams is just physically shot. I don't think we need another receiver. I think Jawan Jennings is a better player currently for this team than Mike Williams.
Give me D-end first. D-tackle. Work on a defensive line or running back for that matter.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying? I'm with you. I don't need another wide receiver. Mike Williams, I don't know. But I want to, Lutman and Carter, when you get a chance, can you find me the Aaron Rodgers? Because I haven't heard it yet. Everybody keeps saying that he threw Mike Williams under the bus last night. I turned the game off as soon as it was over because I had to watch me some Penguin. But
you didn't see, like, after every play, his exasperation?
Well, I saw that. I see that all the time. I mean, that is... I would not want to play with the guy. I would not want like
a horrible teammate.
Just horrible. You imagine him with Shanahan?
No.
Aaron Rodgers and Shanahan?
I mean, your plays. I know he'd be like saying that under his
dude.
The amount of times he put his hands on his helmet and was like, "Are you kidding me?" Like with his body language. I was like, dude, someone needs to like smack that guy up, dude.
It's just it's bad. And his boy Nathaniel Hackett all the way in the booth now. Got play calling duties stripped of him. By the way, Jets do play the Steelers, and Steelers play to give Russell Wilson first team reps in practice this week, putting him in line to make his season debut and start Sunday against the New York Jets. Pittsburgh's 4-2. Justin Fields seems like he's getting better by the week. He's fine. Fine, but
that's not the Steeler content I'm looking for.
What?
To me, and I was talking about this yesterday with Lubman, Lamar Jackson I had as the clear-cut number one MVP.
Oh, he is.
Right now.
There's nobody playing
in terms
better.
Of like the Catbird
Nobody's playing better.
I think TJ Watt should be an MVP candidate as well. The guy had 2 forced fumbles over the weekend. He is a beast.
He's really good. He's really good. I don't know if Justin Fields is a better fit for that offense under Arthur Smith in Pittsburgh. Pennsylvania, obviously Russell Wilson, we'll see. We know about his pedigree, his resume. Can he get George Pickens involved even more? But Pittsburgh, man, Justin Fields hasn't been the reason they lost. Now, he only threw for $145 last week, ran for 60 yards. He is who he is. We'll see. We'll see it, but I thought he was getting a bit better here and there anyway.
He's okay.
Yeah, he's
the
fine.
biggest development over the weekend for me as a Niner fan was the Aiden Hutchinson injury. And it sucks that a player I really enjoy watching play. I mean, he had an MMA snap of the leg, like he was kicking someone's shin. It was so bad. I felt so bad for the guy. That changes. And look, they might be able to offset it for a couple of weeks, but I'm talking big picture. That changes how I view them come playoff time.
Yeah,
he's a beast.
Their offense is going to have to be their best defense, and their offense is pretty damn good. If they make a deal, because they'll probably be shopping. Brad Holmes, the general manager up there in Detroit, has done a great job alongside Dan Campbell of building that roster. The names you brought up earlier, Javion Clowney, Za'Darius Smith, Hassan Reddick, the Lions will be in on those names.
I think they're going to go after Mason Crosby. That's the move. If I'm them, because they've got, think about them. Do you really need 2 more draft picks on that team? Or do you need an impact player?
No, you need an impact player.
That's
if the Raiders want to trade Max. And Baldy was saying that he texts Max he wants to be a Raider for life, which I do believe. I do believe he wants to be a Raider for life. But at some point, you're going to say, Detroit? Oh, I'll go to Detroit.
Could you imagine if, obviously you'd have to get a healthy Aiden Hutchinson, but, that's the move for them, to me. And that's the move the Niners should be in on. If Crosby could be had, and I get it, this is a long shot.
Yeah, it doesn't sound
that's
like he
the
could be
guy
had.
I want.
Sounds like he can't be had, but you never know. I didn't think Devontae Adams could be had, and he was had. He was had. Speaking of owners, though, Woody Johnson, because Woody Johnson was chirping as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, in AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's do this first. Let's get AT in Seattle, and then we'll set up to Jerry Jones sound, because I want to get callers' perspective on what Jerry Jones had to say to these radio hosts. AT, Seattle, what's happening, AT?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, I just wanted to shout you out for that Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, because the Pittsburgh I know ain't got no Steelers. I respect that.
You got it.
Hey. I'm like, why?
Go ahead.
I was like, why is he saying Pennsylvania? And I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense now.
You know me, AAT. I'm a sucker for that stuff, man. I like to say Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Jacksonville, Florida. You know what I'm saying? The stadium names. I don't know why. It's
Pittsburgh
bad
I know ain't got no Steelers.
they don't. They got
no Steelers, man.
No, they ain't got no Steelers, man.
What's up, Mac Dre?
Yes, sir. That is Mac Dre. Yep. But
I agree that I think maybe we'll start all.
Uh-oh. What happened, AT? Uh-oh.
I have no idea.
He'll call back.
So, let me give you a Dallas Cowboys stat. Since the wild card loss in January, their last 4 home losses.
Dallas Cowboys?
They've been outscored 110-35 in the first half. 4 straight home losses and the worst of Jerry Jones's entire tenure.
So that's Green Bay, New Orleans, Baltimore, and the Detroit Lions.
Detroit ran the double flea flicker that they ran in the NFC Championship games, and he was wide open.
Laporta was wide open. Was only catching the game.
He was wide open.
How explosive does Jameson Williams look?
He looks like a totally different player. Well, it was that play he had against the Niners in the NFC Championship. It was like they woke him up, and I always liked him in Alabama. He had the injury, and I felt like he was never right, and now he's starting to really feel confident.
Well, he was at Ohio State before Alabama. He was with Jackson Smith-Njigba, Chris Olave, and Garrett Wilson, and he couldn't even get on the field. Think about that. You're at Ohio State. You got Jackson Smith-Njigba, Marvin Harrison Jr. waiting in the wings, Chris Olave, I should say, and then Garrett Wilson. And Jameson Williams couldn't even get on the field. Had to transfer to Alabama to get on the damn field and make himself a first-round pick.
I fear them, Detroit, though.
Oh, well, you fear them now?
Well, their running game is elite, and they probably have the best, from left tackle to right tackle, probably the best offensive line in the game.
They've had my attention ever since they went to Green Bay the last game of the regular season, a game that meant nothing for them because they was already eliminated from the playoffs, and they still played spoiler. And I was like, this team is on the rise. They are. For David Montgomery, you arm tackle him, he's running right through. That's the biggest thing in the NFC Championship game. That's why you got to be thanking Father Patrick in the high heavens. They stopped running the ball in the second half. Thank God. Whew. Anyway, we'll get back to the Niners and Chiefs. Got Warriors and Lakers tonight. And we got this Jerry Jones sound. You don't want to miss Jerry Jones. And we'll ask a question on the other side about this Jerry Jones sound. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasta.
All right, San Leandro Mo, I know you have the Odyssey app. If you don't have the Odyssey app, download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys are all available. Follow your favorite teams like the Niners and Warriors, stations and radio shows like Willard and Dibbs. Catch amazing interviews you missed too, like when Warren Moon joined Steiny and Goo last week, or when Mike Florio just joined us and Baldy will be in town Friday having breakfast with Baldy as we set up Niners and Chiefs. And speaking of the Niners, they just signed another kicker to the practice squad. Anders Carlson, formerly of the Green Bay Packers, signed to the practice squad. He's 26 years old, the brother of Carlson with the Raiders, right? The other Carlson brother.
Daniel Carlson?
Daniel Carlson.
Should we maybe just call Robbie Gold?
Well, Carlson, Robbie Gold, you can't because he's coaching the high school football team right now.
So was Deshaun Gibson, and then he became your starting safety in the Super Bowl.
You can't just leave the high school team up in ours. They're getting ready for state championships.
You sound like Phillip Rivers.
Carlson.
I am coaching, but if you need me for that Super Bowl win after everyone's hurt in the NFC Championship game, I could make myself available.
He would have been ready. Carlson connected on 27 and 33 field goals and 34-39 extra points in 2023. He was a sixth-round pick. And, of course, he missed that big kick in the playoff game against the 49ers.
Oh, so that's who I want.
Anders Carlson on the practice squad, 49ers, sign a kicker. Anders Carlson. Maybe a change of scenery will do him well. We'll serve him well.
The only Anders I recognize, Kimball Anders.
Kansas City Chief, 38.
1993.
Fullback, Kimball Anders. He was really good.
Him and Marcus Allen.
Thought you were going to go Ned Flanders and just add the FL.
Oh, no.
Yeah. The best lefty in all of society, Ned Flanders. Love me some Ned Flanders. Do you love Jerry Jones? Do you love Jerry Jones?
No, I don't. And there's an interesting conversation here because we have certain broadcast partners that we are partners with, and there are times where we'll have like Bob Myers on, or Mike Dunleavy, I guess is a more appropriate example.
Joe Lacob in studio.
But like Joe Lacob in studio is a one-off. It's not a weekly.
Yeah.
But there is like a level of, and partnership sounds like we're in bed with them in terms of our content.
Right.
We're
but
not.
There's a respect factor, and we know where to push that line and what to ask or whatnot. We're not going to upset the apple cart.
No,
we'll ask some critical questions, but we're not going to sit up there and just grill them.
So, for example, you and me. Do I like Bob Myers?
I would hope so.
Yeah, like as a person. Have I asked him tough questions about the Draymond stuff head on?
I think we've all asked him tough questions.
Yeah, like there's a time and a place, right? And it's how you phrase it. And, you know, I think that any good person who's doing that job, GM, understands you're gonna get some critical questions and some difficult questions. And to Bob's credit, you know what he would always say? I know you guys are paid to ask these questions, and I can only answer X, Y, and Z of a question that you asked like that.
No doubt.
And like I think of like some of the ones that went wrong. Like Damon used to have Trent Baalke on this station for a long time. And it was like, after a while, it was like Baalke wasn't answering anything. And he was under fire every single week. And he was almost in a no-win situation because he was so bad at his job. But there's got to be a little give and take from both parties.
No doubt. No doubt. Well, Jerry Jones does it weekly with our boys RJ, Sean, and Bobby Belt. Three-headed monster down there on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. And we got maybe we'll have them on the simulcast next week. Oh, we could ether them. We could
Do we have to?
Why? They're Cowboys. Why you want to play nice with the enemy all the time? You talk all this big game. You're the butcher boy. You're all bark. And then all of a sudden, when it's time to bite.
I meant like just having them on. Like, they just don't do anything for me.
I'll be honest, because I don't think they want to talk with us.
No, they don't.
I think they've had
San Fran doing, huh? All you guys from California are coming to Texas.
Like
we just have Shasky do the voices for us.
The same seven jokes that they've had for the last 15 years. All right, dude.
Well, Guru said he ran into him at Radio Row during the Super Bowl. And RJ, he goes, "Oh, you're Daryl the Guru Johnson?" And he goes,
like he's a legend.
Dude, he goes,
Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Great.
He goes, Guru goes, "Oh, man, you go on with my guys all the time." And RJ goes, "That Bonte gets under my skin. I can't stand him." And that made my day. That made my week.
I think
the Niners lost the Super Bowl. Just the fact that I know I live rent-free and another radio host said, and they play my cuts and my drops. I love it. Sacramento has T-shirts with my face on it. Holy smokes, mama, I made it.
I always love when I think Bobby Belt did like the deep dive on those guys. I remember the last time we had him on, I'm listening to him on the way in, like Bobby Belt, he did some deep dives on Bonte Hill. Oh, he's got some information on him. Oh, we're going to throw it at him. So I'm like, oh, I can't wait to hear this. And it was, I think, Bonte, you used to work at UPS, isn't that right? And that was like the big thing that he found on you.
Oh, yeah. I was like, look at me now. UPS, what can Brown do for you? What my dad takes can do for you. No, seriously. Lubman was like, I'm listening. And I said, Lubman, this is what you do. And we had the Lucas sound. We had the Cowboy Wildcard sound. We had everything. So before we could play nice, hey, guys, man, we can't wait to have you on, man. This is fun. Blah, blah, blah. We just want you guys to listen. So here's our pleasantries. Here's our greetings. We hope you're doing well. And we played that, and they were ruined before the interview started. It was unbelievable. I was like, wow, we're not even going to get 5 minutes out of these guys. Hey, Bobby, why are you guys going to win? Just because we're better. It's like, bro, you're the insider for 105.3 The Fan in Dallas? Dak's just better. No, he's not.
So what happened this morning?
Oh, man. So what happened this morning? Jerry Jones was on. After that shellacking, they took at the heads of the Detroit Lions. And again, the Cowboys aren't going to win anything worth a damn as long as Jerry Jones is running the show. It is what it is. It is what it is. He won on the back.
They did win the East 2 out of the last 3 years.
Oh, great. They won a division.
I'm just saying,
East
like,
sucked.
We act
the East sucked, Shasky. Come on, don't give me that. The Giants and Commanders have been awful.
You mean win the big stuff.
They've got 4 built-in wins. You want to talk about big games? What big games have the Cowboys won? They lose all the big games. All of them.
All I'm saying is I know they lose in January, but they have won like double-digit games a lot.
That division has been putrid. I'm sorry.
I agree.
I'm not doing this.
Agreed.
The NFC lease. We've been calling it the NFC lease for like 10 years.
They've won 14 out of 15 against the New York Giants.
Great. How good have the New York Giants been?
No, horrible. But I'm just saying, like, it's not like
you don't get no stars for that. When you want a little gold star for being the New York Giants and Daniel Jones,
it's like just showing up, you know.
Right. You talk about Daniel Jones every single week about how bad he is, and all of a sudden you're out here, they beat the Giants 13-14. Yeah, because Daniel Jones is quarterbacking. The Commanders. Can you name a quarterback for the Commanders the last 5 years? They've been awful. Sam Howell, please give me a break. They lose all the big games.
I think they're just good enough for us to laugh at in the sense that, like, yes, they lose the big games, but they win just enough to make the playoffs and waste a playoff spot. Yeah, they're like the Atlanta Hawks.
They win against all the bad teams. They win against the bad teams. That's what they do. So Jerry Jones, he wasn't in the mood today. He wasn't. And RJ and Sean were questioning him. Hey, you didn't do anything in the offseason. You didn't do anything midseason. You brought back Ezekiel Elliott, who's been washed for 3 years. You gave Dak over $200 million when he can't win a big game to save his life.
The contract hasn't even kicked in yet.
It's all-time bad. You caved into Dak Prescott. Dak!
And now they're questioning whether they should trade Micah Parsons because they probably can't afford other players if they sign him.
Well, I want our listeners to hear this. And I'm going to ask a question on the other side. And Mark Florio said that he wants more owners talking. I'm kind of with him there sometimes.
Except the week of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, I do like hearing from Jed, though. Jerry Jones, after a nice little back and forth, listen to how he snapped back at our boys, RJ and Sean, down there at 105.3 The Fan in Dallas.
Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
Now, that's Jerry Jones this morning.
I have a problem with that.
Now, hold on, before we get into that, here's what Jerry Jones yesterday said about the coaching change. Will there be a coaching change with Mike McCarthy?
What would it take you to evaluate making a head coaching change in season?
Oh, I haven't even considered that. I'm not considering that. Just so you're clear, I'm not considering that. Don't I wouldn't be a hypothetical in that matter. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you? Okay, well, I'm not going hypothetical with you about when I'd consider coaching change in light of the timing we're sitting here with. I'm not at all.
You think I'm an idiot? So Jerry's been spicy the last couple days, but who the hell is Jerry Jones to tell some radio hosts who are doing their jobs? And, you know, we got our beefs with RJ and Sean and Bobby Belt. I think they're a cute little story down in Dallas, 105.3 The Fan. You know, they're our sons. It's all good. We own them. But who the hell is Jerry Jones to come at them for asking questions and being critical of a team that just gave up 47 points at home? Detroit was trying to score 50 on their ass. 50. They were trying. They were throwing passes to the backup quarterback. And for Jerry to come at them saying, oh, well, I'll just find me some new hosts to ask these questions. You won't have your... Like, who the hell does Jerry Jones think he is?
Is there anything more off-putting in life when someone who has a lot treats people who don't have a lot like crap?
Oh, he's been doing that for years.
But like when you
no doubt.
Close your eyes, think about it. Like you pull up to the country club in your Porsche and you flip the keys at the dude and you're like, yeah, clean it and take it around back. Like, there's nothing that anyone despises more than those particular individuals. Right? You treat people at the restaurant like garbage.
Yeah.
Nobody likes that guy.
No doubt.
Or gal or whoever
treat the
it is.
waiter, no matter what, how rude they are. You don't treat them like crap.
Like when you're doing well in life and you try to pull the I could get you fired card on someone else when you don't even own the business that they're in, that don't sit well with me at all. No. It don't sit well with me at all. And I feel bad for those guys because that was a weak-ass move by Jerry Jones.
Oh, it's a string of weak-ass moves made by Jerry Jones. And so, you know, he got spicy. And this is the problem with Jerry. You'll make yourself too accessible. Like, there's got to be a fine balance here. You're holding court after football games with the media in the hallways. I've seen it live and direct in person. I'm like, this guy's really holding pressers after the game. Now, if I owned a team, I'd probably be doing the same damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, I don't think we just play well. And, you know, Coach Kerr, man, he's got to make the right subs. And, yeah, I'd be a mess as an owner. I fully admit it.
How many times would you fire your head coach?
Oh, my God. I'd be thinking about it every week.
It's shithead. He's saying it to Matt Mayoko in a scrum.
Dude, I'd be in the limousine. The owner. I'd be in the limousine. Wife is talking, kids playing around. I look at my watch. Hey, everybody. Hey, limo, driver. Can you get it on 95.7 The Game? Lake comes on right now with Shask. I got to listen to this. It's just sitting, and I'm sitting there thinking, I'm listening to the owners, right? Jan York, or I'm listening to the fans taking calls. You guys taking calls on a guest-free Monday after a football game, and I'm listening. Wow, that fan has a point. Yeah, maybe we should have done that. Like, I'd be that owner. I fully admit it. I'd be a wreck. I'd be reading all the papers. I text Scott Ostler. Yeah, you know, on your column, paragraph 7, man, you said this and that. And I don't agree with that. I'd be holding court all day. But I'm not Jerry Jones, and I'm in this spot. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to do a sugarcoat job.
I could find other people to do your job, essentially, is what he said.
That's unbelievable. Weak, dude. That's a weak-ass move by Jerry Jones.
Pretty weak.
How do fans feel about that? 888-957-9570.
Do you think people care?
I don't know if anybody cares.
So if I hate doing this to him, but like let's hypothetically Jed or Lakeup or I don't know, whoever, Greg Johnson did that to you and me. People would be pretty pissed, I think. Yeah, I think it'd be a horrible look.
How would you react in real time? Would be the question.
I would do the Bonte Hill. Really? Really?
I shouldn't even ask.
No, because that's like how else do you respond in those situations other than
a little
awkwardly?
Like you talking to me?
Exactly. You just kind of awkwardly like play it off. Like the anxiety would be through the roof.
Oh,
right?
It'd be like, wait a minute. You want to replay? Oh yeah, it would be bad.
But this is where I would not to criticize those guys. But like this is where you have to have a clear-cut plan when you're having those interviews, and you have to know exactly how you want to phrase certain questions. For example, if I had Jerry Jones, the interview, the question that I would say to him is like, and he's like, the offseason, they're all worried about these offseason. Jerry, I mean, and this is very simple. Jerry, do you think your running back room, like you invested in it?
Right.
You have no high draft picks. You are bringing back an old guy in Zeke Elliott who hasn't played good football in a couple of years now. Like, come on, man. You guys can't run the ball. Like, I think that's facts.
Right. I think it's simple. Was Jerry Jones in the right or was he in the wrong to come at RJ and Sean like that? 105.3 Dallas fan. You got to clap back in real time, says in 415. You gotta clap back in real time. Let's see. Jerry Jones threatened to have it. I'm playing minute 41 here. I'm gonna listen to this whole thing, the question, a little back and forth from this morning.
Well, my job is to ask
why. Job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
Jerry,
okay. Y'all really think you're going to sit here with a microphone and tell me all of the things that I've done wrong and without going over the rights?
Well,
now, listen, we both know we're talking to a lot of great fans and a lot of great listeners. And I am very sorry for what happened out there Sunday. I'm sick about what happened Sunday. Now, I'm not talking to these yahoos on the end of this phone. I'm talking to you, the fans that are listening this morning. And we can spend a lot of time going over zigging and zagging. One of the stupidest things I've ever done that anybody has ever analyzed is buy the Cowboys. It was an idiot that did that. So idiot things can turn into good decisions. Okay? Smart things can turn into bad decisions. The facts are that when you make one, you don't really know whether it's going to be good or not at the time. So let's just go ahead. I'm trying to answer your questions, man. You want some conversation this morning? You're getting it.
I mean, come on, man. He's not getting any conversations. It's a one-sided conversation.
Because, again, I can keep coming back to this, but Bonte, in his mind, in Jerry's mind, like, you're going to say, you haven't won any big game. And you're right. You're factually correct. But in his mind, he's like, yeah, we're one of the biggest brands in sports, and we make tons of money. And I'm actually your Bonte Hill and other fans out there, your modicum or your measurement of success is Super Bowl wins and NFC Championship game appearances. And you know what Jerry's is? My bank account, right? And so on a level that he is using his metrics, dog, he is winning.
Well,
and I disagree with him because there's a bigger picture.
Well, the fans don't think he's winning. The fans don't think he's winning.
I mean, but that place is packed every week.
But the fans think they're the Cowboys. You can own that team and fill that place out because it's the Cowboys. It's the Dallas Cowboys, and that fandom goes worldwide. We see when they come to Levi Stadium, it's 50-50 at Levi Stadium when they play the Cowboys.
Forget a Cowboy game. You go to a Rams-Niner game, there will be
a Cowboy fan
Cowboy fans in the stands.
So that, to me, is not a badge of honor for Jerry Jones. Sure, he's helped the business model, and he's taken them to the next level, and he's done a lot of great things for the NFL. And, yeah, he's winning in the game of life, but he ain't winning where he ain't won nothing since 1995, and that's what matters to those fans. They look at Jerry Jones saying, you continue to hold us back. So now you make this punk move because your butthurt about the lines dropped to 47 on your birthday, and you're trying to flex saying, oh, I've had really good birthdays. I've had really good days. Well, you're losing with no class because you got your ass kicked by the Detroit Lions at home again. You're getting embarrassed at home. You got no real home field advantage. You're getting embarrassed left and right. And then all of a sudden you want to take it out and look, I'm not the biggest fans of R.J. Sean and Brandon Belt or Bobby Belt, whatever the hell his name, Bobby Boucher, whatever the hell his name is. We've got our beefs. We've got our beefs with them. But for him to come at them saying, because he's butthurt, oh, well, you guys are replaceable. We could find somebody else to ask these questions. All of a sudden, because your team is getting smoked at home, and you think it's all going to be Capri Suns or fruit snacks and pom-poms? Oh, yeah, hey, it's just one of those games. You got ripped 47-9. It just happens. No, it happens too much. And so RJ and Sean are doing their jobs, and he comes and threatens their job? What a punk move by Jerry Jones. And the long lines of punk moves that he's made, that's another punk move by Jerry Jones. I can't stand the guy. Honestly, cannot stand him whatsoever. Cannot stand him.
I wonder, maybe we're in the media, lagoon, and maybe we're a little jaded. I wonder how other people, my overall setting in my life, because I've worked in food service for a long, long time, is like when there are people that are just jerks and I don't mean beneath them in terms of you're better than me, but like in life, there's different levels, right? And people with lots treating people with not lots poorly, just burns me. I gave you the example a couple months ago when I went to the I go to Touchless, the little on 87th Street in Daly City, and I seen this one woman just crushing these guys cleaning her car. It's like, lady, they have been buffering out your car for an hour. I've watched them, and you're trying to get a freebie on them.
Right.
These guys are working their ass off. Why you wait? I hate to use this term. Why you breaking their you-know-whats? Why? And I felt the need to intervene on their behalf, and I couldn't help myself. I was like, hey, lady.
Shasky.
What?
In full effect.
Well, I said, stop breaking these guys' you-know-what? I said, back off these guys.
Shasky's that person, whether it's the DMV, whether it's the post
for
office,
being a good person?
and he's sitting there with his arms crossed, ready to harp on anything.
No, but this is a good one, though. He's being the good guy in this one.
Joking.
Sam, you feel me on this?
Joking.
No, I am. I'm going to back you up on this one,
I'm
Chad.
joking.
No, I understand the joke. We're having fun.
311 Shasky's in full effect. But no, you're right. The woman was being a jerk.
This was a positive 311
okay,
call.
like Starbucks, for example,
But
or wherever.
I typically just keep my nose.
7 macchiato, little sprinkles, and make sure you put a half of a dash, not a full dash, a half of a dash of almond milk. It's like, now you're just being a jerk. Come on.
See, I go by the code of my name is Bennett and I ain't in it.
But I feel bad. See, I feel
do
the
feel bad for these
obligation.
workers, but my name is Bennett and I ain't in it.
But I feel the obligation sometimes for those that can't speak up for themselves because of maybe their lot in life or whatever. I feel an obligation to like, why are you being a jerk? Like, I get angry. I feel bad for those people because I've been on the other end of that.
It's not right. We all have.
And you know what? Because that job that person has where they're getting like treated like crap, they have very few options.
Yeah.
And so I feel as someone who's not working in that situation, like I feel the need to defend that person on their behalf, and it incites me. It makes me so angry.
Right, I could tell you got veins popping out of your neck right now.
My wife was a waitress for years, and people treating people beneath them like crap just is like one of the lowest forms that you can have as a human being.
Let's hear from Father Time in Napa. Father Time, what's happening?
What is happening? Hey, happy Tuesday. You know, I've got to, well, first of all, the cardinal rule of Sports Talk is no politics and don't talk about your program director's love life, right? So we'll try to avoid both of those. The reality with you have no idea what Texas is like. My best friend from third grade lives in a town called McKinney, which is about 6 miles from the Silver Star, whatever they call that, the giant facility, which is incredible, by the way, in Texas. The Cowboys facility is what I'm talking about. The Cowboys could go 0-19, and the fans would still say, how about them boys? How about them boys? So Jerry doesn't care about anything. That guy has all the qualifications to run for the highest office in the land. You know what I mean? What a cretin. What a horrible, horrible person. The notion that he's going to come on and say anything good to these people, like, hey, what if he came on and said, you guys are doing a great job. Thanks for the important questions. We're going to get back to those. Imagine Jed York doing that out here. It is just appalling. So anyway, great job. Go Warriors, go Niners. I love talking to you guys. Thank you.
Jed York, good call, Father Time. Jed York, Joe Lacob, and I don't know Greg Johnson yet, but I know Larry Bear. And I know how he parades around that stadium. And you can say what you want about Larry Bear, but the consumer at Giants games, he takes care of them. Larry Bear takes care of Giants fans. You know, Jed York takes care of his consumers. Joe Lacob takes care of his fans. You see him courtside all the time, taking care of their fans. Jerry Jones comes off as like, I don't give a damn about the consumer. I already got your money. You're not going anywhere. You know what? You know what? I've sold out the stadium. You're wearing jerseys. You don't come, the next person will. Yeah. I'll find somebody to take a ticket from the Dallas Cowboys. Like, you know what I'm saying? Jerry does not care. It's all beneath him, which is the worst type of person. Exactly. And he's had these qualities for years. That's why we've done this show. I've never been in on Jerry Jones because that's who he is. He's a terrible human being.
Well, the way I think about things is like, okay, you're willing to do that on a radio station? What's this guy doing behind closed doors?
We know some of the things have come out
That's
behind
what I'm
closed
saying.
doors. Skeletons have come out behind closed doors. So he's a terrible person. That's just who he is as a character. That's who he is.
Has he reached the Al Davis portion of his, meaning the end of Al, all right? The end of Al. Is that where we're at right now, Bonte, for him? You know, where like the end of Al felt very ugly.
Well, the end of Al was really bad.
No, I think Al was more successful over decades than in terms of what he did with his teams.
The last decade was bad.
But yeah, it was.
The last decade was bad. It was bad. The game, he had lost his fastball, and it does have an Al. I kind of mentioned that, and he's throwing money around at anybody. It may become an Al Davis situation. Now, Cowboy fans will never stop going to the games. They've got the stadium set up. They're on all the Talk Sports networks. The Raiders just became irrelevant. Irrelevant. The only time they get buzz on First Take or Pat McAfee is when they are in the mix of trading a superstar.
Did you see the crowd shot from, was it the Steeler game?
Yeah, that was nothing but Steeler fans.
Oh,
there.
my goodness.
Nothing but Steeler fans there. Let's go to our boy Shaka out in Berkeley. What up, Shaka?
Hey, man, how you doing, man?
Good, man.
What's up, Shaka?
Vikings, big game this week.
Oh, yes. Hey, man, on Jerry Jones, I just want to say this, man. He's 82 years old, man. He's in his feelings, man. But by no means is that an excuse to do what he did. So I agree with you on that. But I want to talk about somebody else that's real lame, man. Mike Florio is the fakest Viking fan on this planet. You had to let him know that you knew that he was a fan. He bets against us on the picks. He is a terrible fan, man. I hope some guys in Minnesota can know what this guy does, man. He is a terrible fan, man. And he's stupider. He'll be in Jupiter, man. We're 5-0. We can't say anything good about the team. Nothing. So I just have no respect for him, period. I hope he's still listening. He's the fakest fan I know, man. I just want to say that, man.
All good, Shaka. All good. Our resident Viking fan, Shaka in Berkeley, getting ready for a big one against the Detroit Lions. Now, Jerry Jones is lame. We all know that. But there's another guy in Aaron Rodgers who
this guy
has some of those same qualities. The stories out of Green Bay later on in his tenure. Yeah, he doesn't work out with his right receivers in the offseason. The way he throws people under the bus, the lack of accountability. Well, it happened again last night with Mike Williams. Here's Aaron Rodgers after the loss to the Buffalo Bills, throwing yet another player / coach / assistant. He's always throwing somebody under the bus. It's never Aaron Rodgers in the bad throws. It's somebody else's fault. Here's Aaron Rodgers after the loss against Buffalo.
Two verticals, Allen's down the seam, Mike's down the red line. So I'm looking at Allen. He puts his hand up, three guys go with him. So I'm throwing a no look to the red line. And when I just peek my eyes back there, he's running a handbreaker. So it's got to be down the red line.
So were you throwing that to come back to it?
No, I was throwing it to the red line, but when I got to about here, I realized he was running an handbreaker, so I had to kind of adjust it a little bit. But the play is two guys vertical, one guy down the seam, one guy on the red line.
He's unreal. He's unbelievable.
Who at the end of their career has lost more Q rating than this guy? I know Russ is on like the top of everyone's because like Russ at one point was very like beloved.
Russell Wilson. I mean,
because this feels worse.
If we go all sports.
Yeah.
Kawhi Leonard, Q rating.
Yeah, but I don't think people hate him like Aaron Rodgers. There's a lot of people that hate Aaron Rodgers.
What about James Harden?
Did we ever really love him like that?
I kind of loved him. I loved him as a hooper.
Okay.
Arizona State. I don't know. It's not Aaron Rodgers. Not even close. Not even close. I actually think James Harden, I'm not a fan of his game, but when Bonte was in the visiting locker room, James Harden always showed love. So I got no problem with James Harden personally. Aaron Rodgers seems just like a douche on and off the field, man.
I've got a prediction. I want you guys to mark the tape or F8 it or whatever you guys do behind the scenes. I got a feeling if things go south this year, okay, he is going to fake retirement, then all of a sudden have a change of heart and find a way to get traded out of the New York Jets to the place of his destination.
They may just cut him. They may just cut him. They may just say, we need a quarterback.
Isn't he owed a lot of money still?
Probably.
How can you do that, too, when you give someone 4 first-round picks for him?
Is that how many they gave up?
Oh, this is good. 5-1-0.
Wow.
Brett Favre, the reporter stuff, the welfare scandal,
yeah,
other
Favre's
things.
a good one.
Favre's Yeah.
But a lot of that stuff came after he had already retired.
Yeah,
though.
it's true.
Like if you're talking about during the course of their career before they announced their retirement, I don't know if
when did
that's
the Jets thing come when he was messing with the Jets employee? He was messing with some young lady with the Jets.
Yeah. I remember the story. I don't know if that broke during his career though.
Well, Aaron
But,
Rodgers.
I mean, that's a good answer though.
Aaron Rodgers at the top of the top. I mean, who would want to play with him?
Big Ben?
And who would, it's the other thing, too, like, going back to Jerry Jones for a second, it is alarming how many players want to play for the Cowboys, knowing that he's the owner of the team and knowing the baggage that comes with Jerry Jones. And I get it. It's Dallas Cowboys.
Money
going to be talked about. Money does talk. There's no doubt.
And income tax.
They'll say Texas in
there's
Texas.
some stuff that makes it easier.
Big time benefits in Texas. I get
and you
it.
become like a lot of guys grew up Cowboy fans.
That's what I was just saying. Yeah, it's the Cowboys.
I get it.
But it's Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones. He's despicable, man.
Yeah, okay, but this is the same thing I told you about the Saudi thing with the golfers. Like,
No,
yes,
that's
there are despicable people,
Right.
but it is $200 million.
Look
if
at
you're
what
a
they're
golfer.
doing. Look at these promoters in boxing. They've given up their souls to hang out with the Saudis and Dr. Turkey, His Excellency Turkey, whatever his last name is. He's got all the big fights happening, and they're using the Saudi money. They're like, oh man,
told you the Saudi money
the
was
blood
coming.
money, the blood money.
They're into everything. They might buy into this Utah guy. This guy from Utah owns everything now.
Yeah.
Did you guys following
I
this?
saw that. Yeah, I
He's
saw
bringing
that.
everything to Utah.
Yeah, he might get the Oakland A's in Salt Lake City.
Is that where you think they'll end up?
Who knows where they
The
are?
A's are always on the move.
Who knows where they're going to end
Didn't
up?
they level the Tropicana for the A's stadium?
They said they did, and they had the A's.
Well, the Trop
and-
did go down.
It was going down
It went
anyway.
down and it went down hard.
Its downfall was near and it was
By the
coming
way,
hard.
All the Niner fans, again, we said this on Friday, but a lot of y'all call when they lose. Oh, when the Niners lose, there's a lot of calls. Fire this guy, fire that guy, mostly fire Shanahan and all this stuff. I've heard from no Niner fans. I'm very disappointed in some of you 49er fans, the lack of calls that we've received since that big win in Seattle. But if they lose to Kansas City, they'll be lit up and how Shanahan can't win. But a lot of y'all are hiding, doing the Homer Simpson ever since they won. Just know, Robinson, Bruno, TC's, a lot of y'all out
TC
there.
called in yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Well, he just wanted to talk to Shasky.
Oh, what did he say to Shasky? What'd he say? You remember?
Said he loves me.
Okay, that's cool.
Content is fantastic.
He did say he missed me? Did he say that?
Said Shasky's a high-level winner. He also said it's time to get to Fast Five.
So my final thought is this. I watched that Monday night game with fantasy implications on the line, and your boy had crazy anxiety watching the entire fourth quarter. Lead official number 29 and his entire crew, I don't ever want to see again. They need to be relegated all the way down to high school status, and we don't ever need to see them ever again. I get it. There are some penalties that are happening, and people are like, well, if the penalty's happening, you got to throw it. No, you don't. If it's 700 yards away from the play, you don't need to throw it. Let the flow of the game happen. Read the bigger field. There was, I swear to God, 45 penalties in that game yesterday. It was horrible.
Oh, this is a good one from 707. Comcast Business Text Line. He's come back pretty well, but has anyone ever lost more Q rating from their peak than Tiger Woods?
No.
That's a good one.
Yeah, no.
That's a really good one. What about Les Armstrong? Les Armstrong lost everything.
Well, Lance,
everything.
I mean,
Lance.
And then we found out everyone in that sport was doping.
well, he took everybody down with him.
Well, the Live Strong thing, I think, was where everyone was like, wait a minute. We're all buying these yellow bracelets, and it's all Fugazi?
Oh, boy.
We all got duped on that one.
Did you wear yellow bracelets, Shasky?
Those came out when I was in middle school,
so
and
you had
literally,
them
if
on?
you were not cool if you did not have one of those Live Strong
I
bracelets.
don't like bracelets. I barely got into a watch a couple years ago, so I'm not into like jewelry.
Middle school in the mid 2000s was a different world. So
It was a different world, very different world. My final thoughts are, my Yankees taking on the Guardians today. My Yankees 3 wins away from a World Series appearance. My Yankees looking really good. Just got to get Aaron Judge back on track. But what a bomb by Juan Soto, a bomb by Giancarlo Stanton. My Yankees today, 438. Time to go up 2-0.
You're an
over
Oriole
the Cleveland Guardians.
You can't be a Jays Oriole fan.
I could do whatever
and
I
also
want.
be a Yankee
Was there a
fan.
Royals fan in there too?
Yeah,
at one moment?
exactly.
Hey, if you could call 311 at any time, I could do whatever I want with my sports fandom.
My final thought, Bonte, while your Yankees are doing whatever it is they're doing today, our New York Mets were able to even up the series yesterday against the Dodgers. They're just doing yeoman's work trying to keep the Dodgers out of the World Series. So good on you, Mets. The world is behind you.
Can't like the Mets because I like the Yankees. Go ahead, Carter.
My final thought is that this game this weekend, they can say it means nothing, but it means something. At the end of the day, the 49ers have to show that they can beat the Chiefs because they haven't been able to under Kyle Shanahan. So I don't care what they say. It has to mean something to them.
Carter, how was your European extravaganza?
It was phenomenal. You gave me a good rec in Amalfi, buddy. Thank you.
Oh, the Amalfi Coast. Yeah, Positano. With all the, did you go to that club in like the caves?
Yeah,
They had
I
a
think
club
so.
in there.
I think it was probably the same. It's so small. Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like 3 different rooms, upstairs, downstairs.
Oh, yeah.
They play a lot of 50 Cent out there, huh?
Oh, they love 50.
They love 50 Cent.
He's got a residency at Vegas now.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to go check that out. Carter, what's out there about an island of Capri?
No, didn't make it to Capri, but
we could talk pasta in Italy. Sasky, get your passport stamp, man. It's a great time in the Amalfi Coast. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Don't treat people badly. I mean, be better, Jerry Jones. Treat people with respect. Treat them all the same. That's what I try to do every day. All right, that's it for us. Steiny Guru next, and they'll talk a little tennis. Maybe a little Dubs and Lakers at T-Mobile in Vegas. Basketball's coming back. We got Niners, college football, the slate of college football this week. I could go on and on and on. I got to go. be praying. You don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I am the system of this show.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Goo. I got something on my mind.
Man. Let it out.
So, are we being... Are we doing a good enough job holding the general manager, owner, players, coaches accountable in the Bay in general?
Oh, no. We and I'm part. I don't believe I'm part of it. And we have this little bit that we play where you dare me to go out there, and I'm thinking about adding that to my portfolio if I can. I'm being serious. So when you say, are we holding them accountable, I feel like we do at the station and on this show. But as far as the pen writers and the people that have the mics in front of them, Steiny, 99%, I think the people get a pass.
So
what would make you ask that?
Because I'm looking around the NFL landscape, and there are a couple other NFC teams out there that are struggling, I guess, like the Niners and the Dallas Cowboys. They're 3-3. All right. And
it's a nasty 3-3, though.
And we got Jerry Jones, the owner, going on a radio show and kind of threatening to get new hosts to do the weekly interview they do with him.
Sean and RJ, our sister station.
Because they're asking Jerry Jones some pretty tough questions about past decisions, and he's not into it. And it's a little bit confrontational. And that's the weekly show he does. Yeah, they're 3-3. Yeah, it's an ugly 3-3 after the loss to the Lions. Then I go to Philadelphia. Philadelphia Eagles are 3-2. Technically, they're better than the Niners. And yesterday, Nick Sirianni, or Sunday, Nick Sirianni.
Gosh, I can't stand him.
Was shown barking at the fans who had been booing during the course of a game. And then after the game, I think many people felt, well, he's definitely going to be asked about it. And in the post-game press conference, he ended up bringing his kids up to the podium. And it's created a firestorm in Philadelphia. And he was forced to apologize for barking at the fans, and he's come under fire for bringing his kids up to the podium. And I'm thinking, we never have any of that kind of stuff here in the Bay, especially 49ers. The 49ers are 3-3, and I can't remember anything contentious between Lynch and the media, or Shanahan and the media, or a coach and the media. And it just got me to thinking, how much different are we out here? And do you like it? Is this kind of who we are? We don't do that out here. Would you like
I want to
the
rip my
media
mic out
to do more of that?
And yes, I do.
Just wondering about it. We'll play that sound after the first break in about 5 or 10 minutes. But
and I'd like to be a part of that change, if I can call it that, because I'm being real. The first thing that comes to my mind, because you got to have context, right? You got to have a subject matter to where you feel like a certain individual or individuals got to pass. Steiny, we just heard a promo from the Kansas City sister station playing the debacle or the air that was Kyle Shanahan and his handling of the timeout situation in the Super Bowl. I like Kyle, but I know for a fact the Bay Area media, I don't feel like I'm part of it, has given him a pass on that. We ask him, and then it's gone. Vamos. Gone. Like that's something in any other city that is a tattoo that will be brought up at every turn if you like it or not. So that's one thing with the Niners and Kyle Shanahan. The second part, and I'm not calling anybody out, the thing that's going on with him and Ayuk and what happened with Shortgate. That was a super pass to me by everybody. That's something you keep doubling down, and you follow Ayuk home, or you follow Kyle to the gas station to get to the bottom of what's going on with you and your star receiver. So for my taste, Donnie, I feel like, you know what? If we were in another market, and I don't want to be, oh boy, this thing would have been turned up. Andrew Wiggins with the Warriors, when he was on his sabbatical, taking care of handling business, Stoney, it wouldn't have been handled delicate like it is in the Bay. So I feel like our Bay Area coverage in regard to asking the hard questions is how we're looked at in regard to our love for fantasy, college football.
Well, but I know that you follow the Cowboys, and you can't stand Jerry Jones talking to the press twice a week.
Right.
Right?
It neuters the head coach.
Okay. Well, Jed York doesn't have a show, so we don't get to ask Jed York the questions that they ask Jerry Jones in Dallas.
And the Niners don't fundamentally have, everything's not perfect, those problems.
Well, do they not have those problems because they don't have an owner that talks to the media twice a week?
He learned his lesson. He learned his lesson and took a step back. Do you think that's fair? Jed, under the heart, he was told to basically shut up, and he did it.
Well, I know, like, no, Jed York at his best / worst never talked as much as Jerry Jones.
Oh, no,
never.
I got you.
And so I'm just curious as to the way 49er fans, and we can keep it to Niners because they're in season right now, but the reality is, have we come down the Warriors road the last 2 years? Have we come down the Giants road the last 6 years? And do we do it like other markets? And is there a frustration from the fans out there that we are too soft?
Well, let me just get this out. I know you said for this example, football, but baseball, the Buster Posey, the press conference, yeah. John Shea went in. And I'm not saying, I mean, he went into where he went in just trying to make a point, and he was a dog on a bone trying to get an answer, and he was letting it out. And what about Draymond with Bonte? After you think about it, what did Draymond say? I'm surprised you're talking to me, and that blew up. But I'm thinking, what if Bonte would have went, and we didn't want him to because it could have went sideways, Stotty, but what if their version of Bonte in another market went back at him? Would that have been looked at as okay, or would it have blown up more? And all that I'm saying to you, and I'm saying a lot, is I just want the hard questions asked. I am not A+ interviewer. I know that. But I want to give, and I think we do a pretty good job here at the station. But Steiny, you tell me what you think, because I'm going to give Willard and Dibbs credit. And you tell me do I need to give Steve Kerr credit? When I hear that interview, every week they ask him every question almost like twice. They get to the bottom of it, and if you don't get the answer, you know that the host asked. That's all I want from the Bay Area media. Forget my job here, and I don't think you asked me, do you think that we're getting that from everybody included? And I'm talking about the people that write the articles too. I think we're soft.
Well, let's just.
I know I'm saying a lot,
stick to the 49ers. I'm not saying you're not. Stick to the 49ers, and the reality of the situation is they've had a great run the last 5 years. They have. And I guess my question is, if we were in another market and the 49ers had the past 5 years like they've had, would the media in those cities be less aggressive to their team? You know what I mean? I mean, the 49ers, I get it. They haven't won a Super Bowl, but boy, they've knocked on the door 4 out of 5 years. And does that influence the negativity toward more positivity? Because there's only one thing the Niners haven't come through on, and that's winning a Super Bowl.
But the Eagles did the same thing. They went to the Super Bowl a couple years ago.
Right.
So to me, it's about not winning too, Steiny. That's a part of it. But it's about issues, drama, things that come up that the public wants to know about. And I think Sirianni yesterday pulled a weak move when he brought his, and I love the kids. Guru loves the kids. So does Steiny. But come on, don't tell me you didn't use them as a shield.
Yeah.
Because you knew it was coming because of your actions.
Well, that's what they're thinking in Philly.
And you had to apologize, which was wow.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to get into this on the other side. We're going to play some Jerry Jones, which was very interesting. And we're also going to play some sound from Philadelphia. Nick Sirianni talked to WIP in Philadelphia this morning. Does a weekly radio show, and they kind of came down his road. And I'm just wondering if that's what Bay Area fans want out of their media, and we're not giving them. 888-957-9570. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. BayAreaOilChange.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members and
I was at the Circa.
Putting in work.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up at 11:45, three-time Super Bowl champion Randy Cross will join us.
Yeah.
Great 49er of the past. 1 o'clock, Sounds of the Week.
Another Evan getting special.
Absolutely. And he had to do extra work this week, Evan, because some of the best sound we're going to use earlier in the show.
Yeah. I sent him some. It was obvious stuff, though, that's already out there kind of on Main Street.
Well, one of the things about our business is what we think is out there and everybody's aware of. Sometimes many aren't. And so we're talking about the media here in the Bay compared with other cities, Dallas.
You talking to me?
And Philly.
See that?
Because it's
great.
Like, to me, in Philly and Dallas right now, it's an S show. It just is. They're
but
talking
it's
about
normal for them, though.
They're
it's
talking
normal
about
for those cities.
Well, I guess so, and that's kind of what we're talking about. They're talking about Sirianni's kids at the podium. Jerry Jones went on his weekly radio show, 105.3 The Fan. It's the Cowboys' flagship.
Man.
Let me just play this for you.
And he's been doing this show for 14 years with the same guys.
Okay.
And it got to this today.
Okay, this is about a minute and a half, so pay attention because my question to Bay Area fans is this the kind of coverage you want from your team, but we're not giving it to you?
Well, my job is to ask
why.
why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
Jerry,
okay. Y'all really think you're going to sit here with a microphone and tell me all of the things that I've done wrong and without going over the rights?
Well,
now, listen, we both know we're talking to a lot of great fans and a lot of great listeners. And I am very sorry for what happened out there Sunday. I'm sick about what happened Sunday. Now, I'm not talking to these yahoos on the end of this phone. I'm talking to you, the fans that are listening this morning. And we can spend a lot of time going over zigging and zagging. One of the stupidest things I've ever done that anybody has ever analyzed is buy the Cowboys. It was an idiot that did that. So idiot things can turn into good decisions. Okay? Smart things can turn into bad decisions. The facts are that when you make one, you don't really know whether it's going to be good or not at the time. So let's just go ahead. I'm trying to answer your questions, man. You want some conversation this morning? You're getting it.
All right, so that was Jerry Jones toward the end of it. But just take a listen. This is how things got going.
Right. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about, this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
Man, I think accountability is all people ask for, and he's the GM and owner, Steiny, and he's stressing, and that's why he got that reaction. You know what time it is, Jerry. You didn't add to the running back room. You brought in Zeke, who needs a cane, and now you can't run the ball. You got Dak. You didn't add to the weaponry. Now you can't move the ball. Your team's soft. Your offense is outdated. He's stressing. That was his 82nd birthday Sunday, and they gave up almost 50 points. But I don't think the host did anything wrong. I listened to that show weekly, Steiny, and they were consistent. And they were just asking him, Steiny, are you shocked that you didn't add
and this is what you're getting.
This from the 510 on the Comcast business text line, and this is getting to the heart of it. Accountability. That's all we ask for. Okay? Are you getting that accountability from the Bay Area media? And do you think that Dallas and Philly, for example, hold their players and coaches and GMs and owners to more accountability than we do out here? Do you want that? Do you like that kind of owner talking that candidly about the line of questioning?
Well, now you got me thinking about Kyle Shanahan and his quest to win a Super Bowl.
All right.
He's great. He's come close. But Andy Reid was replaced in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle is walking on water here, and I'm part of it because I can recognize
I thought you
his
said you
brilliance.
weren't part of it.
No, but I'm saying, let's be real and put the right on the table. If this situation were in Dallas or Philly where he's gotten this close, had the debacle in overtime, whatever you want to call it, Steiny, I don't think he would be answering for that from the media every damn day. And a win on Sunday wouldn't take that away. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well,
I just really, and I'm not saying I'm lobbying for that, but my goodness, he's in the best spot for his quest and what's been going on and how close he's gotten. The non-challenge flag against the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. I'm telling you, if this were Boston, New York, Philly, and Dallas, Steiny, it would be a different energy on his neck. And I don't think that's too far-fetched.
So let me ask 49er fans this. Do you believe that Kyle Shanahan was not held accountable for the overtime rules in the Super Bowl? Do you think Kyle Shanahan has been held accountable for his relationship with Brandon Ayuk, for example? Do you think that Kyle Shanahan has been held accountable for decision-making in big games? And if so, well, then I would imagine you don't really have a gripe about the way the media out here does their job. But are we letting these guys get away with not being accountable as opposed to other cities?
It's a phenomenal question. And let me just throw this to you. And I could be totally wrong, Stoney, because I'm not coming at you guys like I'm right. Can you right now, offhand, remember an answer from Kyle Shanahan about his relationship with Brandon Ayuk here in the past? When all this was going, can you, off the top of your, I can't. And maybe he answered it. But my point is, Donnie, he should have been peppered with that question. And I can't recall him saying, we're good, we're fine, I'm the coach, he's the receiver. But my point is, that would have been asked over and over and over to where I could recite his answer. I don't believe it has. And it's almost like you and I go, and Bonte and Shasky and Willard and Dibbs talk about it all day. What do you think it is? But just think about that core question I'm posing to you. I can't remember the ball coach being asked that. How are you guys?
Being asked specifically about
how
the
are you
overtime?
and how's your relationship with Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah,
And I don't want to sound like a bloodhound. I'm just like, I can't remember him being asked specifically that question. And it's not a bad question.
The 601 on the Comcast business text line. The 49ers media is scared to question Shanahan and Lynch. They're worried about their credentials being taken away.
Wow.
That's not it. I can't remember a Bay Area media guy who got their credential taken from them for overly confrontational or for just being a pain.
Gotcha.
So I don't think it's that. Is it just that we're different and this is the way we like it out here? Let's get into the Sirianni because this is pretty interesting too. And I gotta formulate my thoughts, but this is
because I think he's his, even before this popped out partner, I think before you play it, he has been his own worst enemy.
All right. So first we're gonna play Sirianni talking about why he brought the kids up to the podium after the game.
Do you think it is appropriate to have children at a post-game press conference with you right there?
There are limited opportunities to be able to
be able to share these. I love my family with everything I have, and I want them to love this game the way I love this game because of what this game has done for me. And so, that was my only intention. Just like my intention is like my kids get to go play catch on the field after we win. And my only intention is after a win, being able to. My kids love going up on that with that press conference with me, and my only intention is to share a moment, after that.
All right, you got a problem with that?
Because we love family. How can you have a problem with that answer? But the timing, I do.
Right.
You knew what you did in regard to that gesture. You won by 4 points over a lackluster Brown team, yet you won. I think you do that when everything is going good at work and you didn't have that confrontation. So I thought the kids were used as defense. And I hate as a dad and father, which I am, to say that. But Steiny, I wasn't born yesterday. And I think that's why some of the Philly media, who I'm not saying in this instance or the end all to be all or God, but come on, Steiny, to bring them right after you had that, I'm calling it a confrontation, you knew you used the kids.
Well, and let me shed some context on this because many people may not know exactly the situation. So the Eagles beat the Browns on Sunday 20-16. And at the end of the game, Sirianni got into it with some fans who were booing. And you could tell he was going back and forth with them, and he was getting animated, and everybody saw it. And so there's a feeling that Sirianni knew that he was going to be asked about it. And that's why he brought the kids up there.
I believe
so. As to deflect.
Yeah.
Anyway, after he gave that answer, here's what the host on WIP said.
I didn't like the answer about the kids and just doubling down and saying
like that
basically like too bad my kids want to come. Like, I'm sure a lot of coaches' kids want to come up there. I'm sure that'd be a neat thing for a lot of coaches' kids to do, or players' kids, or whatever. Like, just because they're your kids doesn't mean you can do that. Like, I would love to bring my daughter to work with me. I never want to leave my daughter. She's my favorite thing in the world. Every second I get to spend with her is like a gift. Like, I would bring her to me. She'd sit right there.
Here's where I'm at.
You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is.
On that topic, two things. One, I'm very disappointed that his answer was what it was. I think it's a straight mistake.
I'm blown away.
I'm
shocked.
It's a straight mistake. Two, it means Lori and Howie are permitting it, at least to this point, and didn't tell him in the last 40 hours, don't do it again.
Is that what we want?
Wow.
Do we want an hours-long discussion about whether you should bring a kid up to the podium or not, or multiple kids?
But what if there was a subject matter you needed to get to and it just popped off on the sideline, and Sirianni, real quick here, Steiny, Sunday didn't stick his chest out until they knew Cleveland was out of timeouts and they were in victory formation. Then he went back over there to be like bumping his chest. So you knew that was the rat on the table, more so than the ugly win. And to have your family there, that's what word am I looking for? Wienerish? That's what just soft. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but here's what I'm asking fans. Because I'm looking at the Comcast business text line right now. And there's two texts.
Coming with it.
There's two texts that came in, one after the other. And the first one's from the 510, and it's our boy Leroy. In 2 words, hell yeah. The Bay Area media is softer than the Dallas Cowboys, and they've always been soft. Okay? Here's what came in right after. Other markets are clown shows. Which is it? 888-957-9570 is the number. Are other markets clown shows, or are we soft, for lack of a better word? I mean, that's the question I have. We seem to be in such a different world than other cities like Philadelphia or maybe even New York or Dallas.
But we got talented people everywhere you look.
What do you mean?
We got talented people that are on the radio, that write articles.
Right.
But there's never just to me, Stoney, never that venom. And I don't know why. I'm from here, so I don't know about the clown shows. I just know this. I know this market cares. I hate the college football stigma we have. I get it. We talked about it with Cal when Miami visited. But I'm being honest. I grew up on the Ira Millers. I grew up on the, the guys the Monty Poole, Stoney, that brought it. And that's why it's refreshing in this market right now when somebody writes something and it might be against the grain, or you can tell when they're kind of just saying how they feel and not worried about the consequence. But let's be honest. If we had a list of guys and gals that lost their credential for being overly critical, who would be on there? Because it hasn't happened.
Well, I'm not sure it's happened in other cities
But
either.
I feel like Kyle, and I just go to Kyle, all his brilliance, like the IU, everything is soft. You ask about it one time and then it's over.
888-957-9570 is the number. A lot of good texts coming in already on the Comcast Business text line. The culture of the West Coast is beating around the bush, while the East Coast is more direct. Wow. Really? Is that it? And the other thing is how much of it has to do with, I got news for 49er fans. The team's been great for 5 years. They've come up short, but they've been great for 5 years. So would it be fair to even go down that road of ultra negativity or ultra confrontation when they've really just come short by a sliver a couple times?
But what if I told you in other markets, I'm just saying, Stoney, and I think you won't call me crazy here, that's almost worse. The fact they want to get to the bottom of why you're bridesmaid. Why are you continually coming up short? So you could paint that picture out here that, hey, look at the big picture and, hey, who's got it better than us? Or you could say, what the hell is going on to why the same coach and team can't get over the top? And I'm including the NFC Championship losses and the 2 Super Bowls. But for that matter, I want to switch it up on you. And I'm not saying right or wrong. Stoney, do you believe Andrew Wiggins, that situation last year or the years past, would have had the grace that he got out here had we been in other markets? I don't believe so. I believe people would have gone to the ultimate extent. And I'm not saying that's what I'm lobbying for, but I do know, Stoney, that thing would have played out different than how it played out here in the Bay, and as graceful as all we were all.
Yeah, Evan, what do you think about the Wiggins thing? I don't know. I think Guru could be right on point about other cities wanting to get to the bottom of it. Do you think if Wiggins were in New York, that people would have been media would have been more aggressive at quote unquote getting to the bottom of it?
No, I don't think we would know by now if he played for the Knicks or if he played for the Sixers, like what's been happening. We just found out that apparently it's had to do with his dad, who tragically passed away. But the 3-month hiatus, I don't think we'd know unless he told us.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Evan, but I could be wrong. We could all be wrong. I don't know.
Well, my point was it wasn't about getting the answer. It was about how much time was spent on the whereabouts and trying to get the answer.
Right.
Because you knew you weren't getting it from the subject matter. So I get what Evan's saying. My point is how much time would have been spent, even if it was uncomfortable, by hosts and reporters trying to get to the bottom of it so they could get that answer. Not waiting on it, but get that answer before the parties were trying to give it to them.
Well, but for example, on Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr, like they would ask him about Wiggins every week.
Right.
There was just no update. And they would, Willard would say, hey, obligatorily got to ask you about Andrew Wiggins.
And they did a good job.
I mean, but I don't know what else you're supposed to do besides, you keep needling. Because I think Kerr even one time, I don't want to say nearly broke, but basically just shut it down. I have nothing else to tell you.
Right.
So I don't know what else you want as a fan.
I think that's well said. I mean, I don't know what the answer is, but I want to know what Bay Area fans would like or what they prefer or whether or not they think the Bay Area media is holding people accountable like other cities. This is interesting from the 262 on the Comcast business text line. I think it really comes down to context. I'd like to think that if we had a joke like Sirianni as a head coach, you guys would be on him. But we have a guy, yes. So if Kyle, I guess Kyle Shanahan's more of a serious figure than Nick Sirianni. And so with that comes a respect that Sirianni doesn't get.
Yeah.
Maybe that's got something to do with it. 888-957-9570. Here's the other question I have. What does it look like when a media holds owners, GMs, coaches, and players accountable? Like, what does that even look like?
I think the soundbite you just played with Jerry Jones. Like, Jerry knows what the guys are trying to convey and what's happening with his team and his club, and he's a big part of that. And he just doesn't want to admit it, and he's hurt. And he knows it's not getting better anytime soon. But you're from the East Coast, Donnie, and I don't want to say every reporter or radio host here in the Bay Area was born and raised in the Bay.
Right.
But can I look you in the face, you, Evan, and I, and say people are more aggressive 9 out of 10 times in the East Coast than out here on the West Coast?
Yeah.
And maybe you could take that to work with you.
Yeah. I mean, and I also think it's like you can ask a question that's holding somebody accountable without being rude and divisive and trying to bait the interviewee into saying something, derogatory or confrontational. Like you'd reference John Shea at the
Buster Posey,
the Buster Posey press conference. All he did was say, are you going to be more transparent with the contract situation of Buster Posey than you were with Farhan Zaidi? And everyone's, oh, my God.
Yeah, no doubt. You're right.
I mean, it was as professional a question as you could possibly ask if that's the question you wanted to ask. So you wish we were in Dallas in terms of the media? You wish we were in Philly in terms of the media? That's what I'm asking today. Are we doing a good enough job holding the sports teams and players and coaches that we cover accountable? 888-957-9570 is the number. Once again, I see some calls lining up already. I will get you in on the other side because I'm very interested to kind of hear what you have to say about this and whether we're doing a good enough job for you guys. 888-957-9570. Randy Cross, he'll be joining us at 11:45, 3-time Super Bowl champion. Also, Sounds of the Week coming up at 1 o'clock. How you doing, Goo?
I'm doing okay. You just got me thinking and racking my brain about all the things that have come and gone here in the Bay Area, the different people, the different situations. And just real quick here, I know we're up against it, but I thought about Kevin Durant.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, how could I have been better? Just me from a personal standpoint. But I guess, Donnie, there's so many times in life where you kind of wait. Evan brought it, just made me think about this. You wait for the answer, but could we have probed Kevin Durant more? And I'm putting me in there about maybe why he thought his experience in the Bay wasn't as pleasurable as he thought it was going to be. And we had to wait till he left to find out that he thought he was getting treated differently. Like, could there have been a buffer or somebody that got to him just to ask him maybe not uncomfortable questions, but like, dude, what's really eating at you? And maybe I'm wrong and somebody did that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to ask too. I mean, did we not ask Kevin Durant the right questions? Are we not asking guys the right questions? 888-957-9570. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
Yeah, Saul absolutely got a raw deal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank God the Jets lost last night, baby.
Yep. They need to go 8-3 for you to win the bet.
I don't want to win it. That'll be the best pay up.
But you have to pay then.
Yeah, I just said it. I'll be more than happy to.
All right.
But they get Devontae Adams. Gosh.
We don't have the ha-ha. We're talking about the media and specifically how we treat the 49ers as opposed to how the Eagles maybe get treated, how the Jets and Giants get treated, how Dallas gets treated, the Cowboys, and the reputation that the Bay Area is a soft media market. Well, let me throw it out this way, Goo. Like, I think Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard, like, he asks the tough questions, doesn't he? Does it in an understated way. Not really confrontational, phrases it appropriate, but I don't think there's a question that Tim Kawakami won't ask of a big boy or a big boy player.
Oh, it's interesting. And I love Tim. And I'll say this. I think that comes more in a podcast form, now that, the climate's changed, and he'll go there. But our former friend, Larry Krueger, right now, I dub him, Steiny, as the one that's going to ask the real questions. So I gotta give him some love for that. But I'm not that Tim's a big boy. But just right now, Steiny, my thing about the Brandon Ayuk, Kyle Shanahan relationship, and again, who am I to even point fingers? I'm not. I just feel like
what would
as
you
a
ask?
whole,
Because
how is your relationship with Brandon Ayuk, Coach? Because it seems like you guys aren't on the same page, and there's whispers that you guys might not even like each other. Is that blown out of proportion?
You know what he's going to say.
Tell me.
He's going to say, we're fine.
But as a fan, I think I would feel relieved that somebody even tried to crack the code. And you might get the company answer. But I don't, and maybe it was asked.
I'm
going to
stick up for the media.
Okay.
But I understand the debate. I mean, he did get asked about what happened with the shorts, and Shanahan turned it into a joke, right?
Yeah.
He said, well, I don't know what he said, but he...
Now, what if somebody would have came behind the joke, another person has said, okay, what about the core essence of your relationship with Brandon? Do you regret the contract extension, Kyle?
Well, come on.
No, I'm just
He's not going to say, yes, we do.
Okay, I hear
I
you.
mean, he's going to say,
but this whole
absolutely
point is not getting the answers, is asking the questions to maybe get the answer.
True, but I mean, a question like, do you regret signing Brandon Ayuk?
Easy for me to say.
Well, even if it's an appropriate question, you're not going to get yes. Yes, it was. You're not. I don't think. But I also think part of this, and we're going to jump into calls in a moment. I also think part of this, and I get it, the Bay Area's always had a reputation media-wise of being soft. But I do think that you have to put some of it into context. And that is, in the last 15 years, the Giants won 3 World Series. The Golden State Warriors won 4 NBA Finals, and the Niners haven't gotten the big prize, but boy, they've been successful during the Harbaugh era and now during the Shanahan era. So is it a function of, these teams that we cover and we ask questions about, they're all pretty good? Or obviously the Giants have now gone through a dry spell, but I do think they're different.
But it's still, Steiny, I think, and I'm not saying you're wrong, it's bigger than wins and losses. The Kevin Durant situation.
Okay.
Evan came in and had posed a great question. Do you think had we been harder or softer, he would have stayed? Could the media as a whole have done something different? Did we run him out of town? Or was that Draymond? We don't know.
Well, there
have been something facilitated or done different to where maybe he would have looked at this situation here differently.
I think
he looked at his stint, just going off of his words, that he got treated unfairly and differently. And I don't know if
Do you think he did?
It's our job to bend over backwards to make him feel any different. No, I thought he got treated fairly.
I think there are some Warrior fans that feel like the media ran him out of town.
Wow.
I don't quite see it, but I think that's out there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get it started. Let's go to Alan in Walnut Creek. What's going on, Alan? How you doing, man? What do you want, Alan? What do you want from us?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking the call. Hope you guys are doing good.
Sure.
Look, I do think it's different here. I mean, if we want to stick with the Niners, the last time you guys played Jerry earlier, the last time I remember anything from Jed York, it was winning with class and all the debacles that came out of the Harbaugh era. And, we don't really hear anything else from him. But I think it goes beyond the Niners. And, look, I think the Wiggins situation you guys were talking about, the Dubs, I mean, look, that's an off-the-court thing. What happened in the aftermath of Draymond and Jordan Poole? We kind of just went under the rug, got Jordan out of town, and that was that. But that whole dynamic, I don't know if the teams were
Alan, you cut out.
Yeah.
Shoot.
There is something off that, though. The last time we heard Jed York speak, people felt like he stepped in it because he said his quarterback was going to reset the market.
It's true.
And we were talking about how that's going to negatively impact the team. So what do you want?
And that wasn't facilitated by a confrontational interview. It was just a question that was asked and he answered it. And you're right.
But I don't think that was I don't think he said anything wrong. I think that came out of euphoria, but unless he's, he can't blindfold what we're watching. And right now it looks like we're watching a guy that's about to get more money than he's ever made in his life. But Stoney, just on that alone, I'm just asking you and Evan, was that the worst thing to say, that I think my quarterback might reset the market?
I think it was a statement that some people said he shouldn't have said, and other people didn't care for the most part. Because I think a lot of people said, well, yeah, I mean, if he continues to play like this, he will reset the market. I just thought, oh, that's an interesting thing to say a year before you have to say it, when a lot of what he's going to do this year will determine whether he resets the market or not. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Cov in the town. What's up, Cov? How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well.
Thank you for and allow me on the radio here.
Sure.
But I'll just go ahead and say a couple things. I think it's a lack of accountability from ownership down. And what I mean by that is very simple. If we just want to take the two regimes under Eddie DeBartolo, and ever since Jed York has been running the team, we can see that Eddie D had a lot of class, and he set the market on how owners should be and how they should treat their players and run the whole entire organization. The 49ers, ever since Eddie D has taken over, haven't won anything, but the fans and the media offer this delusion of entitlement, like they're entitled to winning the title every single year. And I don't agree with that. There's 31 other teams out there that are equally working hard to make it happen. But when there's no questions asked about the accountability of what's going on in the organization, or when someone messes up or does something wrong, if the question is asked, it's asked only one time. The difference is in other states and in other cities, the question is continued. It's stayed on and it's repeated and asked. And then the Warriors showed their true colors as well. And what the caller said previous to that, what I think he was getting to was when the whole Draymond thing came and he beat up Poole, there was no accountability, again, from the ownership all the way down. That translates to other places and to the players and to the fans. The fans want to know what's going on. They're in the game. They're invested in the game.
Appreciate the call, Cov.
A lot of good stuff. But, Stoney, I just feel like, just from my experience or our experience, we called out that whole Poole Draymond situation as much as we can. Is he asking, there was more to it and we didn't get to the bottom of it, or we asked the pertinent questions but got the standard answers?
Well, I do think I do agree with Cov that questions get asked more in other markets. I absolutely think there's something to the effect of, hey, Steve Kerr, what how did the punch affect the team? Well, it hurt us, and I think it might have cost us, and da-da-da-da-da. Okay, that's it.
Which he said as much.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's it. But I do think that there are other markets where you do follow up, and you follow up, and you follow up.
That's
and
what I'm talking about.
But that's also one of those things where you do it too much, and we're watching saying, okay, he's not going to answer the way you want him to answer, or her. So really,
don't you appreciate that more than it never not being?
Up to a point.
Okay.
Up to a point.
And I'm just the type of person, just removing myself, Stoney, I appreciate the effort, but and like you said, Goo, you may not get the answer. And I just told you about 30 minutes ago, Stoney, it's not the answer so much. It's, are you going to ask it? And if you keep asking it, I think you get more respect. Like, you know what? We're trying. And then just like you said, we're not going to get it, but you can't be mad at us because we did our job trying to pry that answer.
You know, I'm thinking, okay, this week the 49ers play the Chiefs. All right, they haven't played them since the Super Bowl. So is it fair to ask Kyle Shanahan, looking back at the Super Bowl, do you wish you would have handled overtime differently?
I think it's more like that.
Like what?
Like total fair.
Okay.
And it should be asked.
And he will say, you know what, we're not focused on what happened at the Super Bowl. We're preparing for him this week, and we're gonna try to do our best this week to beat him. And I don't really think it serves any purpose to talk about a Super Bowl from 7 months ago. I'm just telling you, I think that's what he would say. What do you think?
No, I get that. I would say, Kyle, you've lost 2 Super Bowls to this team. Does that keep you up at night? How much do you think about that in the offseason when you see the Chiefs? Is that something you think about? Because you have 2 Super Bowl victories right now.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're asking a question of Bay Area sports fans, and it's simple. Are we holding the owners, the GMs, the coaches, and the players accountable enough? And do other cities do it better than us? And would you like that we do more of that here? 888-957-9570. Or are you okay with the way that these guys get questioned? Shanahan and Lynch and Kerr and Dunleavy and Myers and Lacob. I mean, I'm thinking about what we played from Jerry Jones. I'm going to play it again because I want to throw another idea at you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Here it is. Now, this is Jerry Jones one more time because I want to make a connection with Joe Lacob, quite frankly.
Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about, this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask why.
Job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
Could you imagine Joe Lacob saying that to you and I?
No, I couldn't.
Would he ever have a reason to say that to you or I?
But that was deflection. Jerry knows what time it is. He knows they were right. Those questions were pertinent. You've messed up. You didn't add. Are you shocked at what you're seeing? You've had 4 home losses. That was the worst one you've ever had since you owned the team. I don't think Joe Lacob would pick that time to come at us. That's what I believe.
Well, what if, in
That's
theory,
what's so sad about what Jerry did is they're right, Jerry, and now you just, you know what I mean?
Sure, but let's say, hypothetically, Lacob would come on with us once a week on a Tuesday. But on Monday, they lost, let's say, on Sunday night. I know it doesn't work perfectly, the analogy. But let's say we came in yesterday and said, what? And I said, I'll tell you what, this team, the mistake of James Wiseman has killed this organization. James Wiseman, that decision has set this franchise back 5 years. They should have never drafted him. He wasn't ready. It was a big mistake. It hurt. I still can't imagine him saying, I'll get somebody else to ask me my question.
And that's a compliment to his person. I believe the same things, Donnie. Yeah. I really do.
888-957-9570 is the number. we doing a good enough job out here in the Bay of holding our sports figures accountable.
Let me
it's
just
really
get
that simple.
Your thoughts on Jerry's a billionaire, right? So when it comes to the financial, but we know he hasn't won in 30 years, hasn't gotten to an NFC championship game since 1995. Steiny, it's killing him. He's 82 years old. He might outlive us both. But my point is, what he did, you got it out of your chest, but you've made yourself and your organization a laughingstock right now. The fact that we're playing that, it's playing in every major market, it's leading on every national show. It is what it is, but Steiny, this makes it more embarrassing. It's like you went off on the wrong people. You're the general manager. You're the reason your team is soft. You can't take that out on radio host and to threaten their 9-to-5s. It's making what really the rat on the table is your soft football team. You're making a joke of the star right now. Do you buy that? The fact that we're playing, he's a joke. It's a joke. It's worse than the loss. And I don't know if you felt good saying that and flexing because you can.
But you're telling me that those guys have interviewed Jerry Jones for
14 years.
Well, then I'm not saying he was joking, but really after 14 years of dealing with these same two guys.
And they're not going to get fired. But
Right. I guess that's,
But that sound is embarrassing, right? It's almost like his version of losing it. And now, people are playing it on every outlet.
Well, that was kind of my point.
And I would tell them, why are you taking it out on the wrong people?
And that's what I'm asking, is the Niners are 3-3.
They're injured.
Right. And yes, there's some fans that think the team should be better, and the Chiefs are coming in this week, and it's a big game, and we think they got a shot at winning it. And we go to 4-3 and we're solidly in first place. The Eagles are 3-2. They're an S show. The Cowboys are 3-3, just like the Niners. Different 3-3. If you can argue that, that's fine, but they're still 3-3. And it's an S show. Like, is both it our reason? Yeah. I mean, could it be an S show out here if we wanted it to be?
I don't believe so, because Kyle Shanahan is not perfect, but his relationship with the fan base, people recognize his brilliance. Those two dudes, McCarthy and Sirianni, their relationship with the fans, your friends on your vine, want both of those guys removed. So that's a big part of it too. Like Kyle, you can question his overtime and the team wasn't ready, but he got you to the Super Bowl, Stoney. Sirianni and McCarthy are not wanted by the fan base, a majority of the fan base, I need to say. So it starts there. So I'm looking at Ninerville, and I hope I'm not coming across saying, the Niners got a litany of issues and we're not talking about them. Their only thing is, Kyle, when are you going to close? When are you going to close it? And I would take that all day, every day, than 30 years of futility.
Steve-O in San Francisco. What's going on, Steve-O? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm doing great. I hope you're doing good, too. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to say I love you guys. I love the way you do what you do. I think the whole station has a great team. And I think it's about respect. You respect the sport. You respect the media, the craft of the media. And, I think when the time comes to be a little more critical, I think you guys do step up. You're right. The Niners are perennial Super Bowl contenders. The Warriors, they've earned their right to maybe have an off year here and there. And then, when the Giants were floundering, especially with Kapler and Farhan, the year before, you guys asked some tough questions. You guys went after him, not in a disrespectful way. And then, regarding Wiggins, hey, that's a personal thing, and the team was very, held the line and protected their player the way they should have. What are you going to do? You're going to be like the National Enquirer and chase his car around and find where he is? No, of course not. You got to be respectful. So I think you guys are doing a great job. I think you got the right amount of a critical analysis. And I just I love listening to you guys. I've been doing it for years, and keep up the good work.
Thanks, Steve-O. Appreciate the call. Now, I don't know if this is a chicken or the egg thing.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable. I really would love to know where that came from, man.
Well, it came from you.
Yeah, but I think it's AI.
No, it's not. I remember you saying
Look at Evan laugh. Go ahead, because I want to give Evan and you some love after you say your thought.
Well, give it to me now.
Well, you said, and I don't want to spill the beans, but you said it on air, that you were going to make a more of a conscious effort to get out to the games and be in the post-game pressers. Yeah. And Evan, he's in the scrum. He's in there, and he does a great job at asking questions. What word am I looking for, Evan? Like the important questions, and I'll never forget early on in my career, I can give you the thought, I believe, with the best of them in my comfort zone, which is the show and the mic in front of me. But Raymond Ritter, I put my hand up, gave me that mic to ask the question. Stoney, the frog was bigger than any frog you ever seen. And I was like, I can never experience that again. So, Evan, kudos for you to be able to do it. You do it well. And also, you've done it. But removing me from being on the radio, guys, I just like someone, a guy or gal, to ask a real hard questions, Donnie. I don't want to fight, but just ask. And we may not get it, but it's almost like if it's asked, you feel like you got it, if that makes any sense. And that's why I keep shouting out Willard and Dibbs when they have Kerr on.
This from the Comcast business text line from the 408. You guys are absolutely soft. Shanahan talks down to the Bay Area media like you guys are idiots, and nobody challenges him. It's fair.
Now, that's a real thought. Wow.
It's fair.
Well, are you going to...
That's a fair opinion.
But are you going to this person saying that we're soft, are you really going to step into his arena? Like, who in that room knows more about football than Kyle Shanahan to be able to challenge him and say, well, actually, in that cover 3 scenario, that ball needs to go here. Why didn't you call up a play or dial up something? Like, who is going to be able to really do that to the point to actually challenge Kyle Shanahan in his arena?
Exactly. And I do think that's a big part of it. I just remember Don Nelson.
That's
that
a great
if you,
point, man.
boy, you better be careful with how you ask him a question, because he's going to make a fool out of you.
Oh.
And nobody likes to be made a fool out of. And so that's the other risk you run. If you want to be a guy who's going to challenge these guys, and you want to be somebody who gets a reaction out of a player or a coach or a GM, you're going to have to be prepared to take a hit. And nowadays, it kind of stinks, because taking a hit means you're going to get ripped on social media. And if you don't have a thick skin, it's going to get to you.
But what if the question is about not the cover 3, like Evan brought up, and me asking Kyle or somebody asking Kyle, Stoney, about real life, the relationship between him and the star receiver? Yeah, there is no, you can embarrass me with the X's and O's there.
Well, I mean, to me,
you know what? It is different.
To me, somebody could go to Kyle Shanahan's talking tomorrow at 12:40, I believe. We'll probably either cut it up right away or we will take it live. But couldn't I answer your question, or couldn't I just say to Kyle Shanahan, if I go to the press conference tomorrow, hey, what's your relationship with Brandon Like? But he's not going to. You're not going to get anything juicy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Well, so we all saw the news this morning about Davante Adams being traded from the Las Vegas Raiders to the New York Jets. Another blockbuster wide receiver trade has just come in. The Cleveland Browns are trading wide receiver Amari Cooper to the Buffalo Bills. No reports on what, but Amari Cooper is going to be a Bill.
Wow, and don't forget, he was mentioned way back.
Yeah, that's
in
a good
the
pickup,
Brandon Ayuk scenario back in the day.
Wow.
So Davante Adams is on the move. He's going to the Jets.
Evan.
Amari Cooper is going to the Buffalo Bills.
I do wonder what else is on Cleveland's roster that the Niners could possibly need. Like if that's a signal of, I mean, you know what? We're about to do a teardown, but Buffalo came up with that to replace Diggs with Amari.
888-957-9570 is the number. We've got 3-time Super Bowl champ Randy Cross joining us at 11:45. But for the next half hour, we'll take your calls about the Bay Area media and whether or not we're doing a good enough job of holding the people we cover accountable. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
BMO knows that for business owners
Like me.
time is money, so BMO moves.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what a perfect guest we got in a half hour. Randy Cross, 3-time Super Bowl champion. And Evan brought up something that I'd forgotten about. Randy Cross was the player who called 49er fans wine sippers.
Wow, man.
Wine sippers. Mm-hmm. So it's a little different because we're talking about the media.
Randy, he lets you know what he feels. That's why I love having him on, man.
Yeah, we're talking about the Bay Area media as compared with other media markets around the country, particularly NFL-wise. And I just came in today, and Guru and I are talking about what's going on in Philly with Nick Sirianni. He brought his kids up to the podium when many felt he knew that he was going to get asked about his behavior during the game on Sunday against the Browns when he went after some fans. We played an interview of Jerry Jones, very contentious, where he suggested he'll get two different guys to start asking him questions on his weekly show if they kind of continue looking at all his mistakes without talking about some of the rights. So we're just kind of batting around here.
Having some fun.
Where the Bay Area media fits in.
Can I read this before we get to it? Of course. 415 on the Comcast business text line. Steiny, Guru, you want hard questions? You throw softball to the Warrior players in person, then only criticize Warriors while praising them at the same time. First off, when we're over there, that didn't strike a nerve. When we're over there, it's off season. I talk about your body, your fitness, and then the last season, if you're hurt or not. And then, Steiny, I don't want to just remind people that we made the Draymond documentary that they had and played a couple years ago with the Jordan Poole thing, criticizing Dre. So we bring it when it's time to bring it. So miss me with that.
Well, get somebody else to ask questions.
But I'm uncomfortable viewing myself outside the media. You know what I mean? Like we're all the media, right. And that's why I'm uncomfortable saying, well, no, I do it right in the Bay Area.
We know I'm not saying that. It just, I got to give our compadre here, Bonte, some love. When Dre came at him, Bonte thought about Mullen and the other guys that were up there with him and everybody that was uncomfortable. So he could have went at him, Steiny, but he thought about you and Evan. You know what I mean? And I thought he handled that with grace.
Let's go to Ray. Ray is in Watsonville. Wants to talk about the Bay Area media. Hey, Ray, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for calling in.
Hey, thanks, guys. Hey, working and enjoying your conversation. But you know what? One of the things that I was thinking about is that, everybody wants to get I got you moment, right? So, I mean, the questions that they ask, I mean, your job, I love listening to sports radio in the Bay Area because, it's always level-headed. You go around listen to different programs, national, and, I got to turn it up because, it's not really making sense. I like what you said, Steiny. It says, ask a question, okay, and if it's answered, then move on. I mean, the one thing after a Niner game or any, the Warrior loss, I don't like listening to the radio the next day because some shows, all they want to talk about everything's falling apart, And it's like, okay, just move on. It's just, if you want hey, just keep asking. It gets old after a while. Maybe I'm older, right? I lived a while. Look at where we're living. We're living in the Bay Area. We got Lake Tahoe. We got the ocean. We got the mountains. We got the wineries. We got everything around us. And I think in other markets, that's all they got is their team.
Right.
And you think about Jerry. I listened to that today. I saw it, and it's like, you know what? Why are you going on a show threatening to think about it? If York came on your show,
right,
and you were threatened that way, I'd hate for that to happen to you guys, right? To feel that angst, right? Oh, I better watch what I say. I better be careful of how I act, And it's and then you can go the opposite. Say, well, Jerry, then go ahead and fire me.
Right.
Wow. You just got to be more level-headed. More, it's a game. Hey, enjoy it. Appreciate it. But man, don't live your whole life by, hey, I got to find out why Ayuk is, and the coach is not getting along. You ask the question, hey, and really, if you ask the question, what do you think he's going to say? Yeah, we get along. You know,
Right.
I mean, we're doing it. So maybe, yeah, but hey, let's think a little deeper. Then if you got along with him, but why are you asking him about, his shorts and why he's not wearing the proper gear? I mean, you can only ask it so much before it becomes old. Hey guys, I love your show. You know that.
Hey, thanks a lot, man.
Thanks, Ray. Appreciate it. See, I think if we're going to say the Bay Area media is soft, I actually would put myself in there. Absolutely. Especially as it pertains to the Niners. And I'll tell you why, is because...
And I'm all ears on this because I disagree.
Because one of the things that, I don't know, it hits me hard, is that only one team gets to win it every year. There's 30 teams, essentially. There's 32 in the NFL. There's 30 in the NBA. And there's whatever there are in baseball, 30 or so. And I do feel like we've gotten into a situation where there's one winner and then there's 30 losers. And I just think it's just too harsh. It really is. And to my way of thinking, the 49ers have not come through. They've lost 2 Super Bowls. They've lost a couple NFC title games. But man, when you stack them up next to every other team in the NFL, they are a top 3 organization in the last 5 years that all that's happened is they didn't win a Super Bowl twice. And so I do think I'm probably more lenient on the San Francisco 49ers because they've been damn good for 5 years. And I don't measure it as though if you don't win a Super Bowl, it must be a failure. Yeah, I just don't.
And I ain't mad at you, but Stoney, I wholeheartedly disagree because there's no trophy for that stretch, which I hope you know, and some that feel the way I do can recognize, hey, we got it better than a lot of other cities. But history matters. The history of the 49ers, where they were 5-0 in the Super Bowls up in 2, and things change. And the fact that as from a fan standpoint, Stoney, you give your all each and every season. It's its own entity, right? And to lose them in the fashion the Niners have here recently, I almost feel like people are selling the diehard fans short for holding on to that because it's so hard with everybody in their life and the things they got going on and what they're battling in their personal life. And we all have things. The one escape and constant is sports, right? We can give our all. That's our escape. And to be as close as they have, I totally get people not being able to let go and take a step back and say, we got it, but only one other team. We can feel like the 31 other teams that lost because only one won. But when you get that close, man, Stoney, and you already told me, you psychoanalyzed me, could we have problems moving on or letting go? And I admit it. Let's go to George. Oh, my. Stone Mountain, Georgia? Oh, Stone Mountain. George?
Hello there. How you gentlemen doing today?
Doing well. Hey, thank you.
Well, hey, I don't think you all, I think you all are very fair. Very, very, very fair. And now, true enough, I think Cal loved these some of these sorry offensive linemen too much. And plus, I also think that because he came up in the game, he's afraid to criticize the referee. Because if the referee would have called both those Super Bowls fair, we have 2 more Super Bowl championships. If the ref called last year's Super Bowl fair, City may not even score in regulation. All of the holding they were doing, obvious holding, blatant holding that wasn't getting called.
I got you, George. I got you.
Yeah, I'm not a Niner fan, Stoney, and I will be on record. I am on record telling you, and I know this means nothing for the conversation, but to his point, there are 8 quarters of Super Bowl play, 9, where Bosa and other Niner players were being held in the game, and you could say that, hey, Goo, that's every game, but you just think, how did you miss that? How did you miss that? And the only reason I bring it up is when you watch these clips back to back, you're like, damn, We know a holding's 10 yards, right, Johnny? That could have changed the outcome of a game. But I'll leave that there. I'm not the only one saying that.
See, to me, believe it or not, that's soft. If you really believe that the officials cost the 49ers 2 Super Bowls, then there it is. There's your excuse. Then you should not be holding it against the 49ers for losing a Super Bowl if you really think that the refs hosed them.
Yeah, but that
then how were they going to win?
But that's not the number one reason.
Well, if
and
it's
I can
a reason,
differentiate when we came in and we discussed the Super Bowl and the days after.
But you
that
just
was part of it. But that wasn't the number. It can never. That's just who it's not. It can never be the number one reason.
Well, it gets brought up a lot. Is all I'm saying. Cameron in Antioch. Hey, Cameron, how you doing? They don't call it that.
Yo, good morning. How y'all doing?
Hey, what's up, Cameron?
What's up?
He just called it the Ock.
Right.
Yeah, I'm reaching, baby. What's up, baby? Yeah.
How y'all doing?
Doing well.
I'm not gonna get on the Niners just yet. I just want y'all to give me a second.
Sure.
The Bay Area media is definitely soft, especially when it comes to Kerr. Every time I call and start talking about Kerr, y'all hang up on me.
We do not.
Wait, please.
I'm not going to hang up on you.
Speak on the fact that Kerr played Anthony Lamb and Jerome Robinson over Kuminga and Moody for that whole year. And then they played in the playoffs and did their thing, and we won that championship. Kerr is the most horrible coach, and y'all are so scared to call him out on his stuff. That's why I so appreciated the Olympics, because the whole NBA Twitter came together and said how trash Kerr was for his rotations and the things he were doing. Y'all never called Kerr out. Kerr is still calling Moody a rotational piece after Moody has proven to be a three-point shooter and a kind of good D guy. How did Podziemski get over Moody? Y'all do not talk about this stuff. This is crazy. Curry's been a terrible coach, and he's been riding the coattails of Curry for years. That first year, I give it to him. He did his thing. But after that, he's been a terrible coach. He has not produced for Curry. He has not helped his players out. He has not told his players he are good. He had Dante DiVincenzo playing the 4. And you see what he's doing now when he's playing in the position that he's supposed to be in. I do not know why he keeps playing Draymond at the 5 when we have TJD as the perfect center. Not the perfect, but a good enough center to be playing center. Draymond does not need to have all these minutes on him as a center. Y'all never talked about it. And then just let me jump to Shanahan real quick.
All right.
That year that Garoppolo threw like 4 passes or a couple passes against the Green Bay Packers, that was the year Trey Lance was supposed to finish that playoffs off when he got us to the playoffs and we lost to I believe the Rams. Okay, Trey Lance looks like trash right now. But in the Shanahan offense, if he would have had Debo and Ayuk, he would have been way better than Purdy and Garoppolo.
All right.
So y'all got to call these coaches out. Y'all just let them slide every time, especially Kerr.
All right. I got you, Cameron. We let you see.
And let me take a crack at Cam real quick.
Well, but here's the thing that I would say about. All right, let's just stick to one of them. Podziemski and Moody.
That's where I wanted to start right there.
I mean,
Moody got a head start. He had an opportunity, and I'm Team Moody, Steiny. Don't tell me Moody's in the position he is because of Pods. Moody was here before Pods was even on the team. So let's start there. It's about taking advantage of an opportunity, and Pods did that. And I will not, and I'm Steiny, Moody's going to be a player. You could tell me he's going to start, and I'm all in. My point is, don't call and say Moody didn't get this or that because of Pods last year.
Listen, when it comes to Podziemski and Moody and making a decision one over the other, let's say I'm acknowledging I think it's close. Well, then I'm just going to try to tell you why I think Podziemski leapfrogged Moody. And I think there's a bunch of reasons. And one is that Moses Moody is like he's a jack of all trades, but not really a master of any.
But I think he's better basketball player all around than Pods.
But Pods gives you like 3 things every game that coaches want. Coaches want to know what they can expect. And when you play Pods, he's going to rebound. He just is. Yeah. When you play Podziemski, he can create more than Moody. He just can. Defensively, I think they like Podziemski's size a little bit. But that, like, to me, Moses Moody has not dominated that position and taken it without any question.
I think that's about to happen. That's why I'm excited for both of them. Because I want to bolt the ball out. I do.
I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at this Warrior team, they got 11 guys, all of whom probably think they should play some this year. Yeah, that ain't happening. Somebody ain't playing.
And I don't think that, and it could be, but I don't think that's going to be Moody, Stoney. I think we're going to get the best Moses Moody of his career because I think he knows what time it is. And, let's just say he's looking around and, it's not one against the other, but technically it is because you talk about 11 players and a lot are duplicates or whatnot. But if you can find a way, Moses Moody, to stand out, do what you do consistently, that's you're going to be one of those, you're going to be in the rotation.
Well, and that's what I would say. Unfortunately, if you're really asking me about Moses Moody, he doesn't stand out. He just doesn't.
See, I was going to say he hasn't.
Well, he hasn't.
I got you.
Brandon Podziemski impacted more games last year than Moody, in my opinion. So that's why that particular one, I'm not coming down Kerr's Road on that one because I feel like I understand it.
Now, what if somebody said, Steiny, to your point, just real quick about Pods, he stood out more, and I agree. He had more opportunity to.
That's because he took it. And the other thing that I acknowledge is when Moody was drafted and when Kuminga was drafted, they were still a championship team. So they weren't going to get the opportunity that Podziemski got because when they joined the team, the Warriors were 60 win team, or at least that still was the ambition. But now we know that they're not a 60 win team and they've got to go. They're in a different window. Yeah. They're going in a different direction. But I would completely agree with you. You know what? It stunk for Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga. All 3 of them got drafted on a team that was damn good. Yeah.
And Moody helped in 2022 against Dallas in the Western Conference Finals.
Podziemski
made contributions.
And Podziemski, lucky for him, he got drafted by a team that wasn't as good as the teams that the team that drafted Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman. Murillo in Petaluma. What's going on, Murillo? Murillo, how you doing?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Everything is going well. About to get some coaching going soon. So two things here. First, on the Warriors, I think not only that, Podziemski and other guys like Anthony Lamb, they understood that what the team needed, and maybe they had what the team needed for the moment. That's probably why they got to play more than Kuminga. And just my opinion on that subject. Now, as far as the media go, guys, I think you guys are fair. And being fair, I think you guys touch the right buttons when you have to. If you're going to compare yourselves to the other medias in the country, one thing that I like about you that I don't like about many of them is they try to become the content as if they are on a podcast vibe instead of a broadcast vibe. I think you guys just stick more to the broadcast aspect of it because here's the thing. Asking repetitively, asking louder, would that get you any better answer? I don't think it would. And I think, like you said, Steiny, you try to get to the bottom of it. If the guy won't give you what the fans, the answer they want, you move on. The answer is not there. Especially, for example, the Brandon Ayuk.
All right.
Do you really think the coach is going to come out and say, yeah, I don't like the kid. He rubs me the wrong way? Come on, guys. What world do you live in? So I think you guys asked the right questions, and I don't think I called you soft, Steiny, on the Niners, but I like how you explained it. It's because I think it's just the nature of the NFL. I called you soft once, but it was just a joke. All right, guys.
Thanks,
have a good rest of the week.
All right, Marilla.
Appreciate the call. Football's also different. There's 17 games. Every game is monster. Yep. It's just not that way in the NBA or the
and that's
baseball.
Why it's hard to let go when you lose that. A lot of teams don't know what it feels like to lose that ultimate game, which the Niners have the last 3 times in it.
Burns in Fremont. Hey, Burns, how you doing? Randy Cross coming up in 5 minutes. 3-time Super Bowl champion. And he was a very outspoken player, so I'm looking forward to getting into it with him. What's up, Burnsy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, as far as the media, I think super soft. Case in point, 49ers might have made, in my opinion, the greatest draft day blunder in NFL history. That pretty much just got wiped under the carpet because of Brock Purdy. The lucky pick, last pick of Brock Purdy kind of changed that for him. I also think that you guys on the radio have these personal vendettas that you guys get to. Steiny, you have something with Draymond, and it really just comes out, unfairly, to be honest with you. You and Dibbs, you guys get on Draymond for some reason. This guy's a world champ. Never really done anything out of the ordinary, as far as I know. I think he pushed a guy up at Michigan one time, and has been in a Bay Area standout, for us, a world champ. And it just constantly, I listen to a lot of these radio shows, and it just seems like you guys have a problem. And I'm not sure if it's because you guys can't get these interviews with these guys, and it kind of upsets you, so you kind of antagonize them and do this kind of stuff. But that's what I've noticed, especially from the radio guys.
Well, let me just ask you this. I mean, you didn't mention the fact that Draymond punched a teammate and it sabotaged a year. And you didn't mention that he was suspended a great part of last year, which didn't help the Warriors.
Oh, I understand that. Yeah. The punch, that could have been back and forth. Who knows really what happened with that punch. Yeah, he punched his player, no doubt about it. But I've played sports, and one time I was a catcher for a team, and the pitcher was pitching to me, and I actually charged the pitcher. And we started brawling out of practice and stuff. So stuff happens, stuff happens.
Yeah, but I'll say this. Let me jump in. You're being soft to Draymond. Nobody has a personal vendetta, and I'm not mad at you. I appreciate your opinion.
Sure.
But for you to say you need the backstory or backdrop for a guy twice the other guy's size, his teammate, sock him and embarrass him and humiliate him, and you say you need more info, I feel like you're being soft towards Draymond.
Oh, maybe you're probably correct on that, but again, Draymond is Draymond, I guess, and that's kind of comes with it. And as far as I'm concerned, he's given us the titles, and those titles kind of make up for the punch to me, personally.
Thanks, Burns. You appreciate the call.
I gave Dre some love yesterday, but I get it. Nothing personal.
I couldn't tell. Did you guys think that you were too soft or too harsh?
I think he thinks I'm too hard on Draymond.
Because he thinks it's personal.
Me and Dibbs.
Yeah.
Oh, but the Barry media is too soft. I think that's what he led with.
Yeah. He said soft. Yeah.
I mean, to me, Draymond Green is a fascinating study.
Yeah.
And you know what? I like him and I don't like him.
I caught hell yesterday giving them love.
All right. Randy Cross coming up on the other side, 3-time Super Bowl champion. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Randy Cross, 3-time Super Bowl champ, on the other side.
Hey, Diamond lovers.
It's not your job. I'll get somebody else to ask these questions. I'm not kidding you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Jerry Jones.
Poor
Did he
fella.
really threaten to fire those two guys?
Well, he doesn't own Odyssey. They're owned by Odyssey. They're the flagship of the Dallas Cowboys. So that's like,
you don't think Lacob could get you or me booted?
In Texas second.
I mean, it would all come down to the big boss, Nahigian, whether he'd have our back or not.
Yeah.
And I could see him folding.
Yep. Oh, okay. He would stand up for us.
I could see him folding.
Yep.
We're efforting Randy Cross, 3-time Super Bowl champion with the San Francisco 49ers.
That last caller triggered me. You've never, have you had a personal beef with a player? I haven't.
Yeah, sure.
I just come down Dre's road because I put myself in the Warrior teammate shoes. Yeah. That's it.
Usually if there's been something with an athlete, we have a little issue, and then we try to get over it. All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us right now, 3-time Super Bowl champ Randy Cross. Hey, Randy, I want to let you in on the conversation we're having today. I was just thinking, the San Francisco 49ers, they're 3-3, and the Dallas Cowboys are 3-3, and Jerry Jones is on Texas radio being very contentious and actually threatening to fire a couple guys who do his talk show because he didn't like the questions. We got Nick Sirianni in Philadelphia getting into it with the fans in Philadelphia. Then knowing he was going to get asked about it, he brings his kids up to the podium, and now that's all they're talking about in Philadelphia. When you played 13 years for the San Francisco 49ers, how would you describe the Bay Area media when you played? Fair, soft, difficult?
A tad bit contentious, but, it kind of is what it is when it comes to the media. I mean, they're not there to make friends or cover you in a way that you may think is fair. Jerry Jones needs to go to Home Depot, send somebody at the Cowboy facility and get about 200 mirrors.
Yeah.
Because if they want to know what the problem is, it's not too far away from what they look in the mirror and see. So,
wow.
Yeah, I mean the Bay Area media was just fine. There was always, 2 or 3 idiots, and right now, if you looked at everybody that works at the Niners on the Niners, media wise, there are 2 or 3 idiots probably in that group that go out of their way to try to be a jerk once in a while. But that's human nature more than anything else.
Right. And you also were a member of the media after your career was over. What was your philosophy, if you will? What did you try to bring in that position?
Well, I was never under the delusion that I was really a part of a journalist.
Okay.
I was a former player who was hired to talk about the game the way I saw it. You occasionally have an opportunity to do some stuff that qualifies. I used to have all the respect in the world for journalism in general. I thought they were amazing with their, probes and things they could do, but that's kind of fallen by the wayside over the last decade or so. But I never really considered myself, to be honest with you, a journalist. I was a member of the media, but I was pretty far from being a journalist in that I was not impartial about the game. I love the game, with everything I have, and I wasn't going to do anything to, endanger it. And that's not something you can usually say about people that cover something.
Wow. Good stuff, Randy. Me and my partner are blessed. We get to share our opinion. Didn't play the game like yourself, a 3-time champ. Kansas City's coming to town. The Niners have lost 2 Super Bowls to them, Randy, and I couldn't wait to ask you this question. Trent Williams said, you know what? This is just another game. And a guy like me fell out of my chair because I'm thinking to myself, Randy, is that leadership to the young guys? But damn it, I'm not Randy Cross, but I'm damn sure going to ask him because, man, yeah, you need this game. But, Randy, you want to extract revenge and send a message. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, but you're not going to say that, Monday or Tuesday of the week of the game. You might say that behind closed doors. You might say that in the locker room to your guys, but you're not going to go out of your way to say that in the media. I mean, before the game, when they have shots of Trent coming out of the tunnel and about to take the field, and you get a chance to see the look in his face, no big deal ain't the first thing that's going to come to mind.
All right. Wow. I got you.
Randy Cross joining us on 95.7 The Game, three-time Super Bowl champion for the San Francisco 49ers. Randy, you've watched this team the last 4 or 5 years. They've had a ton of success. Do they look like the same team through 6 games that we're used to seeing?
No, they don't. But, they had something last year that we talk about all the time when I have these conversations with you. It's everything a team does in the NFL is pretty much, it's predicated on 2 things: the weather, which you can't control, and injuries, which you can't control. And last year, the Niners got really lucky with injuries in that they didn't have that many. This year, you can't say that, but they still found a way to be pretty solid. Like you said, I mean, they're 3-3. And Dallas right now would trade in a second, personnel-wise and condition-wise and, feel of the team-wise, to be that kind of 3-3. It's they're getting healthier. They're looking at a game this week where, going up, you got to win all 4 ways: offense, defense, special teams, and you got to beat the guys in those striped shirts.
Wow. Well, I love that. Hey, Randy, let me ask you this, because you played with many defensive Hall of Famers, and right now I was telling my partner and the fans, I don't recognize this defense, and they got some injuries, no Greenlaw, new coordinator, first-year defensive coordinator in Sorensen. But I called out Bosa. I just wanted to see more. And Thursday night he delivered. He had 14 pressures. But can you share with us what you're seeing from this defense? And can it take it up a notch or two to be considered a championship defense?
Yeah, I believe it can. I mean, there's a few things defensively. You need excellent work at corner. You need heat as far as pass rush goes, and that's something they got. They've got the work at the corners. They've got one of the most amazing defensive players in the league in Warner. What they also need is a presence in the middle on the back end. And hopefully that's something the next little bit that can start coming through for that defense, because that's, whether it's the intimidating a crossing pattern, whether that's support coming from the inside, once that outside guy sets the edge, you need that bad, especially nowadays, because that can not only mitigate, a tight end or whatnot when it comes to a guy, like Kelsey. It'll also go a long way towards some of those running backs that come smoking through there and think they can run with impunity.
Randy Cross joining us on 95.7 The Game, 3-time Super Bowl champion. Randy, as an offensive lineman, the 49ers are without McCaffrey, and Jordan Mason has been the running back, pretty much the primary running back. As an offensive lineman, does the job change depending on the running back, or do the assignments stay the same regardless of the running back?
Yeah, they stay the same. I mean, for something like the offensive line, which can be hard to judge because not that many people know what they're looking at.
Right.
But when you create holes the way they have at times, it makes it a lot easier to look at and evaluate. But no, you can't suddenly you were going 90%, now you got to go 100. No, they've been playing really well and really hard. I just think it makes a difference. Mason's playing great. I mean, they actually are getting some contributions from guys they were hoping they wouldn't have to know about, but now they know about them. But not having McCaffrey makes a huge difference from the run and pass and the big play standpoint. And that just means the drives maybe 2 or 3 plays longer. I think that's probably the only difference.
Randy, you got me kind of thinking, man. I was telling my partner yesterday, a rivalry doesn't start until the other team wins. And right now, Kyle hasn't beat Andy Reid. So when the dust does settle Sunday at 4:30, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, win or loss, Randy, is this just 1 of 17, or is there something that Kyle needs to do to show he can beat Andy Reid and vice versa with the Niners, getting the chief monkey off their back?
Well, I think the Niner fans would appreciate it if it would happen. But let's be realistic. There's only one game they have to win, and that's the next time they play.
Yeah. Randy Cross joining us on 95.7 The Game. 3-time Super Bowl champion with the San Francisco 49ers. Do you notice that the 49ers are trying to throw it downfield a little bit more? And if you do, how much of that is maybe Kyle's trust in Brock Purdy, or maybe that's the way they're going about it without McCaffrey?
Well, from my perspective, I thought they've always kind of been a chunk team. Whether it was with Debo or Ayuk, Jennings is now that kind of a guy. Kittle's always been that kind of a guy in the middle. That's just something I don't think you can get around it. That's been an offense and probably an organization that going back to when I was playing, people that don't understand that style of offense, they always think of it as kind of a dink and dunk, underneath passing kind of a team. They don't mind throwing it, and they got a quarterback that can throw it. And when he's really dangerous is when he's out of the pocket throwing the ball down the field. So I think Ayuk's just hitting his stride. I think Debo's always a deep threat, and I think that's an integral part of what they do, and they're going to have to make it work.
I was just about to ask you about Ayuk. That whole contract situation played out publicly, and he's gotten off to a slow start. So when I say Ayuk, you say what? I think you just answered, basically saying he's starting to hit his stride. But if Niner fans were disappointed, Randy, would that be valid of what they've seen thus far or haven't seen?
If they've been disappointed, look on the bright side. You don't have to sign those checks. But also look at it from an objective standpoint in that, Trent Williams was in the same boat. And, I think he plays the position that's a little harder to evaluate than Ayuk, where you could look up. Ayuk can be open on any single play, and I think he's just really hitting things back, and he's back at it. Because I don't care, even if you're in the building, if you're not out there practicing, your timing's not there with the quarterback. It takes a while to get there. But just from watching the last game or so, I think they're there.
Randy, I'm always kind of curious because when the San Francisco 49ers lost in the NFC Championship game to the Rams, they had beaten them, I think, 8 straight times in the regular season. And then in the big one, the Rams won the game. With that in mind, does Sunday's game have anything to do with what may happen if these teams meet in the Super Bowl?
Not really. It'll be at a neutral site. If they meet in the Super Bowl, it's going to be at a pretty nice little place, and for all the marbles in the NFL. So not really, but it'll be a hell of a motivator for whichever team loses this one tomorrow, especially if it's Kansas City. I think Kansas City, I've been in some of these games against teams where you go in there, you're pretty sure somehow, some way you're going to win. And I guarantee you, if they were to answer things honestly, you ask that question of Kansas City and these players and these coaches, they would tell you that somehow, some way, we'll find a way to beat these guys because we always do.
Wow. Randy, I'm always asked who my all-time quarterback is, and I always say it's your quarterback, Joe Montana, but I can't ignore the elephant in the room, which is Patrick Mahomes, man. And I hate that history could have been altered. It wasn't. Niners could have actually beat him twice. They didn't. He has 3 Super Bowls. He's this young. Just what do you see from Patrick Mahomes, who's coming in here Sunday? How good is he?
He's as advertised. Let's put it that way. I think he got 2 things going for him. One, he was lucky enough to watch Alex Smith and learn and be a young guy that doesn't have to get thrown to the wolves. And number 2, he came along at the perfect time when the NFL sort of got over themselves and admitted that these offenses these kids are running, in 7-on-7 camps and in middle schools and in high schools and in college. It works in the pros, and it's been working in the pros. And for a long time, NFL drafted quarterbacks and said, okay, you adjust to us. We don't adjust to you. And I think Patrick's a good example. He got a coach like Andy Reid, and Andy said, what do you like? What do you do well? And the first thing he's going to say is what he did all those years at Texas Tech and all the gazillion yards he threw for in high school. Hey, I like these patterns. I like this kind of offense. Why not run that? And coaches are now doing that.
I was going to say, is Andy different in that regard than maybe a run-of-the-mill coach?
No, I think the whole NFL is doing that.
I got you.
Look at Jaden Daniels in Washington.
Yeah.
Did you watch him at LSU much last year? I would challenge people to show me a gigantic difference between what he did at LSU last year and what he's doing right now at Washington, because to me they look pretty damn close.
Interesting.
Wow, that's a great point, Randy.
Hey, Randy, thank you so much as always for joining us. Great stuff, and we really enjoy talking to you.
Anytime. Always great to be on in the Bay Area.
All righty. That's Randy Cross, 3-time Super Bowl champion. And, of course, he came courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop?
Man, I got to give you victory lap on Trent Williams. Please, it's been a little while. Yesterday you said, what was he supposed to say? But I guess in this era of sports, as big as he is, coming out with the boom box, you want that smoke. But Randy was like, just be ready game time. You don't say it on Monday, but I was just like, oh, man, he's going to eat this up. But, yeah, you can take it.
Yeah. The boombox gets too much play.
Well, when you're 3-3, I don't even know if they've been coming out to it. I don't even know if it's working. I'll say that. But, dude, what about the the spread offense coming out of, Jaden Daniels? Are they doing what he said where, Steiny, what would you like to do? What would you like to run? That's interesting. And maybe that's why Daniels looks like he's playing college ball on Sundays, because I'm shocked, Steiny, at how smooth and comfortable he looks, man.
Yeah, he looks good. He obviously looks good. Let's go to Jayla in Texas.
Hey.
She's been hanging on, or he. Jayla, how you doing? What's going on?
Hey, Jayla, my girlfriend, I had her call because I just had to say this one thing.
Wow.
This came from Antioch. But y'all said Pajinski was doing his thing. What about Anthony Lamb and Jerome Robinson? Kurt played them all season over Lamb and Kuminga. That's what I'm talking about. Pajinski has not earned the right to put over Moody. Moody got defense and he hit threes.
All right. Jayla, I swear to God, I'm not doing this. The connection was not very good. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Boy, some people down on Pajemski.
Not down. They think, and I think
they think he's
they think he's in Moody's way.
Well,
but he wasn't there early on, and what was the excuse? I think Moody's going to have a big year.
Clay was there.
Moody's going to have a big year, Stoney. I think he's going to shock you, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think he's a lot better than a lot of people give him credit for.
Who's not playing, though?
I don't have those answers. It could be GP2, or it could be night to night.
Yeah.
But you want to be in that first 8. 3 dudes off the bench, right?
See, if it's going to be night to night, that's going to invite criticism.
I heard Monty Poole sent out a tweet yesterday in regard to the starting 2, and I think he said...
what do you got, Goo?
No,
you got a nugget?
Be careful, boy. Now you're putting pressure on me. Paraphrasing.
All right.
DeAnthony Melton was more suited to come off the bench. Like he would be the first guy off of the bench.
Okay.
So it won't be him. He kind of said he was out of the sweepstakes starting, if I read correctly. But we'll see. I'm excited. A week away, man.
Who do you think's going to start for the Warriors? We got 3 or 4 minutes here.
Curry. I think it's Pods.
I think Curry will start.
Yeah, I think it's Pods. I think Curry's going to be the 2 and Pods will be the 1, Stoney.
Well, then, who's out? Wiggins? Kuminga?
I think Dre's going to start at the 5.
He's not. Well,
if he does, Wiggins and Kuminga.
If he does start at the 5, then he's doing something that Steve Kerr said. Because you
could start it, Stoney, and 8 minutes in, when he's the first sub, come out and you can go back in as 4 and TJD could be the 5. So you could start it that way. But I just think your best 5 are that lineup I gave you with without Pods, who I like. But I think Moody, Stoney, he can do some things, man.
It's going to be interesting. There's no doubt about it.
There's no doubt Moody now can put the ball on the floor and create and get his own shot.
He can't.
No, I'm saying he can without the T. There was a point where I was like, no, all right, I think you're wrong.
So he can put the ball on the floor, get into the middle of the lane and kick.
He's trying that more now than we've ever seen, Stoney. I'm telling you. And he has an attitude of, I know Tupac's his favorite rapper, but Stoney, I just feel like he's in a zone and he's reading the handwriting on the wall. What that writing is, you get so many opportunities, but right now I think he's looking around saying, this is just me, Stoney. Why not me? Damn it. And I'm seeing him dribble aggressively and not like second guess. I'm just seeing him move. I'm telling you.
It sounds like you're seeing something in Moody that you believed you saw with Wiggins last year. Is there any similarity to those two comments?
Wiggins was on the bench when I saw something, when he looked at Curry, walk off. Dude, I can't wait. I'm telling you, Moody,
for the
Warriors this season. There's so many.
No, you can't do this. I'm more positive about the Warriors than you are.
Yeah, I see you jumped off the Sharks wagon, lose a couple, and now
I don't care about the Sharks if Celebrini's hurt. Lower body, week to week.
Is he week to week?
Correct.
They got a game tonight.
Well, he's not playing.
Evan, Randy Cross. Dude, 3 Super Bowls, man.
Is that it?
Stop, man.
Yeah, he left before the last one.
He really got me thinking.
He played 13 years in San Francisco. Never played for another team.
Yeah. And what did he say? How many bad ones in the bunch? 2 or 3? What about 2 or 3?
3 or 4 idiots. 3 or 4 idiots.
I was like, man, that ain't,
888-957-9570. Who are the Bay Area idiots?
Oh, boy.
Steinmetz?
I know.
Sure. He's an idiot.
Please.
Guru, first-class idiots. Both of them. I said both of them.
But I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
That's one of my favorites. That is one of my favorites.
Sally. Gosh, we got to find him for hoop season. John Sally.
Well, you know who we should start getting? Clay Thompson. And I don't know if it's
who was 0 for 9 last night.
That's it?
Everybody relax. People panicking.
He was 0 for 9?
Yes.
I got it. Well,
some were saying it was game 6 of the preseason.
Oh, boy. Oh, God. Remember when I figured out the numbers in his 4 elimination games over the last 2 years?
I don't like that energy, man. Yeah.
It wasn't very good. Yeah. No, I'm going to tell you right now, tonight, Warriors play the Lakers.
Yeah, I'm excited. Wiggins is in
L.A.
Yep.
And I'm just telling you, I'm going to watch it like a regular season game.
It's your job.
And no, I haven't really been paying attention yet.
All right.
We're now a week before the season,
right.
8 days. And so I'm going to watch that game tonight. Hope they play most of their guys.
And we'll chop it up tomorrow.
And we'll talk about it tomorrow. It's
no Pods, broken nose. Evan reminded me. Man.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Did you see Embiid's done for the preseason? Did you see Doncic isn't playing in the preseason? Kawhi Leonard's already been shut down in the preseason.
That dude's done, man.
We're talking about Pods.
No, he broke his nose. I'm just saying that must hurt. You ever break your schnauzer?
No, look at it.
Like, if he says, yeah, I'd feel like
no, look at it. No. No. He'll be able to play at some point.
I thought you did.
Oh, I'm radioing this. Hey, Evan, voice, Tiny. Oh, you're pretty good. But something
Someone
happened.
Get a roll.
Right.
Oh, boy.
Might have caught a bow here or two. You know? No, you got a perfect nose.
Thank you. It is funny. No, it's not. 888-957-9570 is the number. We can jump back into the media conversation. Earlier in the show, we were talking about what's going on in Dallas with Jerry Jones, what's going on in Philly with Nick Sirianni, and here we are at 3-3, and there's never a zoo out here with the media.
Well, they've been winning so damn much, Donnie, in this 3-3.
That's what I said. And then you kind of picked it apart.
No, but after the Super Bowl losses and how the one constant comes up, the 10-point lead, that thing would not die. It would be spray painted on walls and highways, signs out here if we were in Philly, Chicago, Boston, or New York. about how this team has come close and hadn't got it done.
I mean, the Eagles lost in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, but imagine had they done that twice and blown the lead. Dude, the radios would break, the phones. I'm just telling you. Kyle's in a good spot for that to have happened.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Bay Area media. Do we do a good enough job holding the players, the coaches, the GMs, the owners accountable? Do we want to do it like they do it in Philly or Dallas? Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
And I'm not going to hold the players accountable.
Have you lost weight in the past but gained it all back and more?
Tickets. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
What's funny?
Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Uh-oh. I've been caught, Goo.
With your hand in the cookie jar?
No, I changed my routine.
Eating it, what, at lunchtime, 12 o'clock?
Well, I forgot. I had my egg sandwich this morning, and I just wasn't hungry.
Stand eggs.
And eggs and sausage. Jimmy Dean, baby.
Oh, now that hot. I like it, the hot kind.
I wasn't hungry this morning for some reason, so I took it with me, and I just realized, that's right, I got my thing.
Did you heat it up?
No.
Ugh.
No, I don't need to.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, Pastor Brown text me.
Buster Brown? Who's...
See that? I don't play with the Lord. I said Pastor Brown.
A pastor is not the Lord.
But anyway, Guru, where can I purchase tickets to tomorrow's Warriors Open practice?
Yeah, I don't think you can.
I think you can.
I don't think they're tickets. You just show up. How about that?
It's free?
Of course it's, well.
Nothing's ever free.
And thank you, 1978. Dude,
Are you sure they're even having an open practice?
The pastor just texted me.
He's a pastor. What's he know about basketball?
Hey, Pat, boy, I'll tell you, I'm about to come over there.
Minister of Defense.
Can't believe you called him Buster Brown.
No, that was you.
Oh.
God, that's an old outdated. Buster Brown?
Shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's shoes. All right. Randy Cross just joined us, and he's very outspoken. You know what? I forgot. I'll let you in on a little secret. You know, he's the player that called 49er fans wine sippers.
Oh, man.
And I was going to ask him about it, and I went online to Google that he said it, and what showed up was a segment with you and me. We asked him already.
Oh, wow.
So I can't remember the answer.
Oh, it's an open gym. No need to buy a ticket. So you were right.
Who says?
The text line?
Well, it actually says it's an open gym. You need to buy a ticket on Ticketmaster.
Oh, no.
So you
see, that's the readers.
You couldn't have gotten it more wrong.
No, the eyes betrayed
if you tried.
me. The eyes betrayed me.
Well, you know what? They often betray you when you're trying to assess sports also.
I'll give you my early 5.
What's up, buddy? How you doing,
I'm
man?
doing good.
Are you?
Yep. We'll see. I'm 3-2 in my fantasy league. No, 3-3. Excuse me. Like the Cowboys.
And the Niners.
Yeah, look at my man.
And the Niners.
But we're feeling good about it.
See, I don't know what's true or not. It says 925 Ticketmaster starting at $5. Wow. They're not going to charge a lot.
Okay.
I know that. By the way, if you haven't heard, a couple big trades in the NFL today.
Man.
Devontae Adams, Jets. That's where he's going from the Raiders.
Get back with his best friend.
Amari Cooper. Browns have sent him to Buffalo.
That's huge.
So both those teams get a receiver that played last night.
All right, let's play some fantasy stuff here.
Okay.
And I know there's a salary cap. If you're the Niners, who would you want and what position would you go get? Because I'm looking at Las Vegas. If you could add the Raiders, Donnie, if they're fire
Max
sale,
Crosby.
Boy.
Let's go get him.
Let's go get him.
Let's go
could
get
you
him.
Imagine him with Bosa?
What about Myles Garrett?
Oh, wow.
Hassan Reddick, his agent.
What's going on with him? He fired his old agent. He's got new representation.
It's the big boy. I think.
CAA?
No, well, Drew Rosenhaus, I believe, is who he hired. He wants things to get moving, apparently. I don't know. What do you think the 49ers need most?
I'm being
Just
honest.
position.
Well, it's twofold. If McCaffrey's coming back, it's not running back, okay? But if he's coming back, and I'm assuming he is, Donnie, I'm sorry. A cornerback or a secondary's best friend is a pass rush. You got to get home, man. You just do. And Bosa's doing it all by himself, I believe, right now. Floyd.
Now he's doing it by himself.
No, seriously, man. If you could get another stud pass rusher, Steiny, man, I believe that would go a long way.
Leonard Floyd.
Yeah.
He's a cleanup guy.
I said stud, like a dude at the top of his game.
Well.
Yeah. Somebody said Steiny hit it on the head for once. Myles Garrett.
He didn't say for once.
I mean, any team could use him.
There was no for one. Steiny hit it on the head.
I had it.
There was no for once.
Yeah, that's how I took it. But imagine that, man. I think they need help up front on the D-line. Like, it's impaired. No, there are no injuries there, and the ones you have, those guys aren't coming back. Hargrave. But just think about that revolving door last year. We kept saying, why is Chase Young here? Why'd they take a flyer on Randy Gregory? He did.
He stunk.
And he's giving up on plays in New Orleans. Randy Gregory. Like, they let you know, Stoney, it ain't what it looks like. And right now, if you're going to be a problem in the NFC and you're trying to knock off the Lions, because I think they're destined to play them again in the playoffs.
They lost their best defensive player.
Yeah. That's a big blow, but Stoney, everybody's
not as big as Greenlaw, though. Greenlaw, that's a killer. Hutchinson stinks.
No, they're about the same. But the Niners, Greenlaw might be coming back. I don't know why you keep saying playoffs for Hutchinson. They said he's out for the year.
They said if they make the Super Bowl, he's got a shot of playing.
Yeah.
So Greenlaw's more important than Hutchinson.
No, I'm just saying to the Niners, he's that tandem of Fred Warner and Greenlaw, Stoney, second to none.
There's something I want to get into about last night's game, Jets-Bills.
The flags.
I'm a little worried about getting into it because I don't really know exactly what I'm going to say or how I'm going to say it. But I'm watching that game last night, and you know what I couldn't stop thinking? The Jets are going nowhere. I don't care if they got Devontae Adams or not.
See,
they're going nowhere.
Forget our bet, but I'm interrupting. I don't believe that now with this trade.
So I'm watching these two teams, and I'm looking at Josh Allen. 7th year now, I believe, he's been the quarterback for the Bills. All right? Aaron Rodgers has been with the Jets 2 years. Of course, he didn't play last year. He only played 4 plays, and now he's played 6 games. So, or 5 maybe, whatever. And I'm looking at the Bills, and I'm thinking about a team and how teams win. And I'm looking at Josh Allen, and I'm like, okay, so he's been there 7 years. They've had some ups, they've had some downs, they've had success. They obviously haven't won a Super Bowl, but he's been there the whole time. And I'm looking at his teammates around him, and I'm thinking, man, They must be invested in Josh Allen because he's been there for a while. They are trying to get over the hump together. They've played seasons together. And then I'm comparing that to Aaron Rodgers, who to me is a hired gun. And how can the Jets have a sense of team or a sense of investment in a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who just got there a year ago, didn't play, and now is playing? Like, there's something about chemistry, about teamwork, about investment. Like, you just can't create that immediately. And that's why I'm just looking at those two teams last night thinking, the Jets just, I don't see it. I don't see this guy coming in and in a short period of time, just earning the entire trust of the whole team, all his teammates, everybody on offense, everybody on defense, unquestioned leader. He just got there.
But
I just don't think he can overcome that.
But there are a couple Greg Zuerlein field goals away from winning the game outright. And I know you're saying it's bigger than actually the outcome, but this ain't Cub Scouts. This is about making plays. And now Aaron Rodgers has his old buddy back with him. I think this move today puts them right back in it, and it's about making plays. And guys had to go through that were on the Jets roster last year, the whole Zach Wilson fiasco, all that bad quarterback play, and now you got Aaron Rodgers, and now you're 2-4. But Stoney, I believe they got action. I believe they just went to the doctor, the football doctor, and got some penicillin for whatever ailed them, and now. But we might even see the best version of Aaron Rodgers. I can't stand anything about him. Nothing's ever his fault. His mannerisms, everything is awful. But they're playing, and they got a damn good defense. And they could have easily won that game last night.
Yeah, and I actually see the Devontae Adams acquisition as something that is not going to cure their ills.
Wow. Well, his rep's going to take a hit because people don't like how he handled the Vegas situation.
I mean, if I'm a New York Jet and I've been there for 4 or 5 years, and a year ago, Aaron Rodgers comes onto my team, we changed, he's the new guy.
Yeah.
Okay, he gets hurt. Now we come out this year. He's healthy again. We're off to a bad start. He's not playing well. The coach gets fired. And a week later, we're going to go get Davante Adams, Rodgers' favorite receiver. I'm just saying, if you're a Jets player, I don't know how you get total buy-in. I really don't.
Well, you look at the effort last night, and I'll tell you what, whatever player you speak of that's been there 4 or 5 years, I'll tell you what, they ain't won a damn thing. So maybe they've been part of the problem. I don't think that, Steiner, you're talking about it like it's a luxury.
What is?
To where the guys that have been there and they haven't been winning, like they supersede Rodgers just getting there. No, Rodgers, the whole hope was he gives us a chance.
Yeah,
so to hell with the guys that have been there 4 or 5 years and we haven't won diddly squat.
Well, you can't win with guys who don't believe.
Well, now you got Adams,
but that's
Rodgers,
2 players.
Garrett Wilson.
I'm talking about
Hall.
that's great. I'm talking about the 50 guys on that team and comparing them to Josh Allen's teammates who have been by Allen's side for years and years and years. I just think it's hard. I think it's asking too much to get the Jets to buy in to this guy. I do.
But when does it become or stick?
Well, they're 2-4.
Yeah, right. But when does it just?
They're 2-4.
When is it about football? I guess. Like I can't be mad at you. Like you're saying, I'd take the Bills locker room over the Jets locker room. Of course. But at the end of the day, it's about first downs, touchdowns, and sound football.
I think
it's about that. Because Devontae's bringing that when he gets off the airplane.
You don't know that.
Well,
you don't know that.
They'll be better than they are now.
You don't know that either.
Yeah, I believe it to be. That's that. So I'll say that. And so did the Jets. That's why they made the trade.
He's a mercenary, Aaron Rodgers. And what I think about football is...
Well, Peyton Manning did it when he went to Denver and got him one.
Mm-hmm. He did. And I'm not saying it never works.
Yeah.
But Peyton Manning is a different kind of leader than Aaron Rodgers.
No doubt.
So that's all. I'm just saying I don't think that team can be buttoned up enough. I don't think they can be together
enough. I've never been
enough.
down on an athlete from a personal standpoint in just regard to turned off than I am Aaron Rodgers.
Not Draymond?
Draymond was different.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
He was worse.
No, they had won.
Well, Rodgers won. Speaking of your boy Aaron Rodgers, he threw a ball to Mike Williams. Mike Williams slipped.
Yep.
What happened there, Aaron?
2 verticals, Allen's down the seam, Mike's down the red line. So I'm looking at Allen. He puts his hand up, 3 guys go with him, so I'm throwing a no-look to the red line. And when I just peek my eyes back there, he's running a handbreaker. So it's got to be down the red line.
So were you throwing that to come back to it?
No, I was throwing it to the red line, but when I got to about here, I realized he was running an handbreaker, so I had to kind of adjust it a little bit. But the play is 2 guys vertical, 1 guy down the seam, 1 guy on the red line.
That team's together.
This dude, man. If there was a football jail, Evan, he should be in it, man. You just can't, man. What bus number was he driving there, man?
Oh, but he took accountability for his head coach getting fired.
Wow.
So he's all good.
You guys have a lot of vitriol toward California product. Not only Chico, but a Cal Bear.
Well, you just ripped him. He said they'll never win with him.
No. I didn't rip him. I ripped the investment that a team will make to a guy they know isn't going to be there for a while, isn't going to be there for a long period of time, and was just brought on to solve all the team's problems and get to the Super Bowl.
But how many times do we see that, especially in the NBA, all the time, and it never works?
What about your favorite quarterback, Steiny?
And this is something you brought up earlier, and I was waiting for it. Kirk Cousins. You mean, look, he went to Atlanta as a hired gun, and I know. And I would say that Kirk Cousins is the kind of quarterback and teammate that goes out of his way to endear himself to teammates. I don't think Rodgers does.
Oh.
Yeah. That's how I would answer that, Evan. Any merit to that?
I think he's just better.
Cousins is better than Rodgers
right now. Yes.
Gotcha. You think so?
No, I do too. I'm man.
So Well, if Rodgers isn't as good as his cousins, they're going nowhere, right?
Well, I think Devontae's going to help Rodgers.
But can't throw the ball for him.
He said, yeah, and when it's all said and done, the people will see, dude, you lost your fastball. Like, you are slipping. It's okay. Every time he goes to the ground and sacks down, he got hit last night a few times. You just feel like, is he getting back up?
He's going to get hurt.
But he's so arrogant. Both hands on the hips when somebody misses a catch or whatever. Running back runs up the middle for no yards. And he just had that disdain look.
And yet you chastise me for saying, yeah, I just don't see that team really coming together with a guy like that. And now you say he's an ass.
Well, that he is. I want to cancel the bet. I'll take care of you soon.
Why don't you take care of me today?
I got.
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to the gym.
Me and Gil are on a program.
Yep.
Yeah. You know what?
No, seriously, Sonny, it's real.
I know.
You gotta give before that.
I know what you got to do.
I went
today.
hard Friday.
You've got to go to a health club with your phone. You'll take a video of all the equipment, and that'll be your trip to the gym.
No, that's my check-in to let Evan know. Do you know Evan will respond?
Evan goes to the gym.
No, but listen,
and
sometimes
lifts.
he won't go. If he was thinking about not going, he'll see my video, give the heart emoji, and then he'll write it. I'm snitching. Goo, I'm on my way. Inspiration, Stoney. And then I'll see his. We don't take many as I do.
You don't stop taking
the
them.
amount of people that go to the gym and talk at the station, I just want to be a highway patrol and cuss them out like, dude, I'm waiting to do the dip bar. What are you doing?
Please. You don't even know what a dip bar is.
That's my number. That's where I go to first.
For the record, I have never posted on Instagram about going to the gym.
And I said that.
But I will message Guru directly.
You said the opposite of that.
And then I fixed it because he doesn't do it. I do it, and he'll like mine. Do what the dip bar, Stoney.
I need one of my listeners, our listeners, maybe to be my partner at times. 262. I was in school in Colorado when Peyton Manning came to Denver. He was a total class act. The fans absolutely loved him.
Yeah.
And he lives there now. Aaron's a head case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Condescending, too.
Manning was a hired gun.
I know. But Manning's a class act.
Oh, okay.
Manning knows how to be a good teammate. I'm not sure Rodgers does anymore.
Durant's been a hired gun. Didn't work out.
Well, here it did.
No, Phoenix it didn't. They're going to be good this year, Phoenix. We'll do our NBA
Another
preview
guess
show.
from you?
No, I just feel.
Why?
Because I've been hearing them talk. And Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal.
You haven't watched him. Oh, Beal's good now.
Nah, he stinks. He told you why. He was overweight. He said he wasn't good last year physically. That team's good, man.
You can't. Boy, did that. I'll tell you what. You know this is why I kind of love the boss. You know who he's fuming at right now?
Just give me 2 seconds.
He is fuming at this guy. And I'm like, this is the only guy who's ever been mad at this guy in his entire...
Aaron Judge.
No, Kevon Looney.
What? For what?
He goes, He goes, I just don't understand. It's like everyone's saying, oh, Looney, looks like he's lost weight. Looks like he's in great shape. What about last year? What happened last year? How come he wasn't in good shape last year? So he's down on Looney. That's the first guy I've ever heard down on Kevon Looney.
Yeah.
So
is that the kind of Barry media criticism we want to hear?
I like that.
Right. So should I go to the game tomorrow and I get Looney and I'm like, come on.
We had him. Yeah.
Why were you fat last year?
I thought he bulked up
to
be a thumper down there, and it worked against him. That's what I saw. Because he was slower. We talked about it. He had fell out the rotation. And I asked a hard question when I said, you fell out the rotation. How hard was it? And he said it was hard.
Oh, boy.
What you laughing at?
What's up, fat boy?
What you laughing at? Seriously, Stoney. I asked him that. On a scale
of 1 to 10, that's a 2 in terms of difficulty.
Oh, my God.
Come on.
I can get no credit with it. Somebody said, Stoney, I'll be your bar partner.
There you go. No. Show partner.
No, they're saying bar because me and Evan are out.
Are you guys out today?
Yeah.
You just said it. I got my clothes in the car.
By the way, how would you turn that question from a 2 to a 10?
Because, you're robbing me of some points. I had looked and point. I said, hey, Looney, you fell out the rotation. That right there is a 5.
Hey, Looney, how come you stink?
Kevon, why were you out of shape last year?
Now, see, I didn't say he was.
No, but that's how you get to a 10. That's a 10 question.
But what if he says I wasn't out of shape?
Well, then why did you lose 15 pounds this offseason?
Oh my God, to be faster. They wanted me to bulk up last year.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, it wasn't contentious at all.
Dude, I got to be honest. Kuminga's shot, it's got to be like Clay. Clay's struggling now, and I hope next week is for the great. I'm rooting for Clay. They're panicking.
Look.
It's preseason.
Kuminga's got one goal.
Dude, he's hitting them.
6th man of the year. Win the 6th man of the year award.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah.
He should be starting on this team, man.
Over whom? Yeah, see?
Wiggins.
That's fair, but you've got to go the whole way.
No, I want both of them on the court together.
Well, they can't play together.
Make it work. Pat Riley couldn't get it to make it work?
No.
Phil?
It's a skill set issue.
What's my guy? Rest in peace, Daly? Make it work. Those two dudes can ball, man. Make it work. Curl, make it work.
Their skill set does not dovetail well together.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
No, we know, Zach. We've watched it for 2 years.
So give me, honestly, your start lineup, if you had to, for your life right now, what do you think it's going to be right now? Don't take an hour. Just your starting 5.
Curry.
Gotcha.
Pajemski.
Thank you, Evan.
Wiggins, Green, Davis. Jackson Davis.
Wow.
Yep. You see,
so all of a sudden now we're worried, and I get it, about Dre at the 5 this early. Like, you could start Dre at the 5, run Wiggins and JK in the set, and you could change it 12 minutes in the game.
Well,
like, you can, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You're not the slave.
Well, then it's cosmetic anyway.
And we talked about starting is cosmetic. It's about who ends it. Buddy Hield told us that when we had him. But at the end of the day, man, I like starting a game with my athletic horses at the horsepower.
No kidding.
Ferrari.
Yeah, you don't like starting it with your best 5-man unit. I get it.
We don't know that to be that yet with Pods.
We do know because Steve Kerr's said it a lot in this preseason. It's not necessarily about the 5 best players starting a game. It's about what's the best 5-man unit. I don't know why you have a problem with that.
Was that a horse?
The league has a history of guys coming off the bench who are probably better than some starters.
Oh, no doubt. Come on now.
For the doubt. You're a 4-time champ.
You know what was holding me back from loving that? Is when you say, and you did, last year. And last year culminated with a non-playoff berth. So I guess I'm trying to move on from last year, but I guess you can say there was some good that came out of that. Obviously, Potts took advantage of his opportunity, but yeah, Stoney, I don't know, man.
510 Pods over Melton? No.
Well, they said Melton's Monty Poole, I believe, that, you know.
So are you sure?
I'll double check but I know what I read.
Okay.
I didn't have my readers. I don't own any.
You should get them. They're very helpful.
I don't need them.
Making play hard option. Boy, you'll never live the Wiggins thing down. It just pops up all the time on the text line. That's all.
I wonder if we ever got to talk to him. I'd tell him dude,
don't.
You guys were playing the Bulls. Curry got hurt. Wiggins,
that's the game Pods missed the layup.
Yes,
right?
You're right. Good call.
Remember, then I had my in-depth interview with him. That's
dude,
what
you're
I told
right.
You.
And you talked to his dad.
And you know what?
We got to get him on.
There it is.
Mr. Pods.
Okay? We've been talking about Bay Area media. I'll tell you how to ask a tough question because I did it with Pods last year in a very, very difficult locker room.
Get Lake
and
up
I'll
on the
show you how to go there, be forthright, be
what up, Joe?
Empathetic, and ask the right question. I'll tell you exactly how it's done. On the other side, what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
How's your home handling hot and chilly weather these days? For a comfortable home, you should consider proper weatherproofing.
Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And the Guru.
Thank you, John Sally.
Yeah.
John Sally.
That's some of your best work. I'm just looking at Steph Curry at Costco the other night, Steiny. It's
What
incredible.
happened?
He just went in shopping, and people were following him, and he was just doing what he does, man. At Costco. And you go, you would have did it. Well, I would not have followed anybody shopping.
Yes, you would have.
Come on, Steiny.
You would ask for a selfie. You did.
In Costco?
Yes.
We were on the street.
That makes it worse.
I'll never forget that day.
No, neither will he.
Oh, man.
The only the one thing we all remember about it was how scared you got.
For when?
When James Kincaid said, we've got to take your credential.
That was different.
Oh,
that was totally different.
You want to talk about a guy's heart up near his throat. Oh, boy. Yeah, absolutely. We're talking a couple things I want to mention. Devontae Adams is now a New York Jet. He was traded from the Raiders to the Jets. And Amari Cooper, remember, he was mentioned in the offseason as a possible replacement for Brandon Ayuk. He's now going to the Bills.
What if I told you I believe that connection or addition might be, you might get more dividends than Adams going to New York, if you're correct?
Possible.
I think Josh Allen's going to love playing with Amari. Vice versa.
You would think so.
Yeah.
You would think so. We came out today talking about the media, and I just found it very interesting that the San Francisco 49ers right now are 3-3, and, you know, there's some angst, but that's about all it is. There's some angst. You got the Chiefs coming in. And the Philadelphia Eagles are 3-2. And Nick Sirianni is absolutely getting bludgeoned in Philadelphia for one, barking at the fans during the game, and then after the game, bringing his kids to the podium so as possibly to deflect any criticism of what he did. And people in Philly are going bonkers about it. And then the Dallas Cowboys, of course, Jerry Jones did his Tuesday interview with the flagship station, and he kind of threatened to fire the two hosts if they kept asking him questions about mistakes from the past.
Man.
And it just got me thinking, yeah, I get it. The Cowboys got absolutely humiliated on Sunday against the Lions.
Good word.
But they're 3-3.
Yeah.
And the Eagles are 3-2. And you'd think that the worlds are collapsing there.
Well, Dallas has been, like Evan said, pointed out, they've been blown out at home. They've yet to win at home by double digits and almost gave up 50 just this past Sunday, the worst loss since he's owned the Cowboys. So it's different than 3-3, Stoddy. The Cowboys 3-3 is way worse than Philly's 3-2. But to Philly's credit, they don't, your friends included, they don't like Sirianni before all this jumped off.
So the question I have to 49er fans and Bay Area fans at large is, do we hold the coaches and the ownership and the owners and the players and the front office, do we hold them as accountable as they do in other cities? And we had a great spirited conversation on it before we had Randy Cross, so I kind of want to get back into it. But this is what we're talking about. So Nick Sirianni did an interview with WIP. He goes on there every Tuesday, and he explained why he brought the kids up.
All right.
And then he said, all right, thanks, guys, and he hung up. And this is what they said right after he hung up, right after Sirianni hung up the phone.
I didn't like the answer about the kids and just doubling down and saying,
I didn't like that
basically,
at all.
like, too bad my kids want to come. Like, I'm sure a lot of coaches' kids want to come up there. I'm sure that'd be a neat thing for a lot of coaches' kids to do, or players' kids, or whatever. Like, just because they're your kids doesn't mean you can do that. Like, I would love to bring my daughter to work with me. I never want to leave my daughter. She's my favorite thing in the world. Every second I get to spend with her is like a gift. Like, I would bring her to me. She'd sit right there.
Here's where I'm at.
You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is.
On that topic, two things. One, I'm very disappointed that his answer was what it was. I think it's a straight mistake.
I'm blown away.
I'm
shocked.
It's
I'm shocked by that answer.
Straight mistake. Two, it means Lurie and Howie are permitting it, at least to this point, and didn't tell him in the last 40 hours, don't do it again.
part of me's.
Well, they made him apologize.
Well, he did apologize.
Yeah, and I think that was a mandate from up above.
But then he explained his rationale for having him up there, and he said he wants to. And what's wrong with this? He wants to pass along his love of football to his children.
I get that.
Okay.
But when you're doing the gesture of F off, basically, in Philly, the home of Rocky, and then it's time to face the music, and you come in with your kids trying to preach sympathy without saying it, they sniffed that out, and that's why they didn't like it. And Philly's that market that we talk about. Steiny, like, no holds barred, man. We love the kid. The guys say, I love it. Daughter's the best thing that happened, my favorite thing in the world. But I'm just mad because I think I know Sirianni, Steiny, and I think he knew what he was doing. I bring the kids up here. We ain't got to get into what I just did or what went down. Well, and then he apologized, and his bosses made him apologize. He's picking a fight. He will never win. And I think this is his last season as Eagles coach.
What if they win it? Oh, they're not gonna.
Well, thank you.
It's probably his last year in Philly. But I mean, the irony of the situation is he did bring his kids up to the podium, and they still asked him what happened between him and the fans. And that's when he kept saying, well, I was just excited. Yeah. I was just excited. But my question to Bay Area sports fans is, that does the media out here hold the teams and the players and the coaches and the GMs accountable? And the one thing I was wondering is, okay, if you could ask a question to anybody that you feel hasn't been asked, like, what would it be? If we say the Bay Area media is soft and they don't ask the tough, hard questions, what are the tough, hard questions that don't get asked of, I don't know, Kyle Shanahan, Lynch, Kerr, Lacob, Myers, Dunleavy, Farhan, Bochy,
you got
Kapler,
me thinking,
Melvin.
And again,
I don't know.
It's what Evan said about the Wiggins situation that's still with me. Steiny, again, it's not about getting the answer. Obviously, that's the goal and you want it. But from a fan perspective, you just want to know that the guys and gals covering the team did everything under the sun to get that answer. And that's why when you said, Goo, you could ask, if you asked him about his relationship with Ayuk, he probably wouldn't give you nothing. And you're right, but it would sit well with me knowing the Matt Steinmetz or the Evan Giddings of the world publicly asked him about that said relationship. And now you got me because you said Kawakami, who's a big boy. But Steiny, would you have a problem if I said to you, in this market that I grew up in, and the guys and gals that have covered the sport teams, the standard for me that went out his way and didn't give a damn and asked the questions is the guy up above, not with us any longer, Ralph Barbieri. He did what I'm failing to explain, Stein. He asked, it didn't matter who you were. And that's a skill in itself I wish I had. I would give you my opinion all day long.
Right.
And now I'm talking about things that I'm not good at, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think a lot of people would tell you Barbieri was a very good interviewer, but the interview with Brian Sabian.
Oh, it's a classic.
Where he used the phrase lunatic fringe. I mean, some would say, like, Ralph didn't get off it. He asked him like 4 times about it. It was about Vladimir Guerrero. Right. And finally, Sabian was like, we looked at Vlad, but he didn't make sense. Go ahead, E.
Well, I was just going to ask you guys, since you've interviewed a lot of people over a long period of time, is there ever a question that you regret not asking?
Yes. Yes, I do. I have one recent.
Great question.
And I blew it. And I still can get it back. But so we had
Curry on your birthday?
No.
That's a 4.
And I just blew it. We had Kirk Lacob on a couple months back.
Yeah.
And we were talking about a bunch of stuff. It was a pretty relaxed interview. And I was going to ask him this. I forgot. Now, you out there can say you were scared. And that's fine. But I would have asked him this, and just in this way, because I don't feel like we've ever gotten a great answer. I would have said, hey, Kirk, what happened with Wiseman? What happened there? Just let it go right there. What happened with Wiseman? Because I think when you ask a question like that, you're going to get a detailed answer.
This is James Wiseman.
And
you weren't scared to do. I don't believe you were scared to do that. Okay,
I just forgot. He'd been traded 2 years ago or whenever it was.
I think he would have knocked that out the park. Like he would have answered it.
Yeah, but it's incapable of being knocked out of the park.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he would have touched that one.
How do you think he would have answered?
And then why wouldn't he have touched it? Just like, hey, we gave James not bashing James, but it just didn't work out.
Well, I think he would have answered the question, but he would have. I mean, because he also did that a couple times during the interview. Not to say he wiggled out of something, but when you don't have a good answer to something, you kind of just play both sides of the fence and say, well, we're in a place where we thought this was going to happen, and we gave him a lot of opportunities. He started for us. We thought he was good, but then he got hurt, and tragic things happened. We had to make a move.
That's beautiful.
I just don't really think that he would have given us what we wanted.
To Evan's point, on the Wiggins question I asked him, he did the exact opposite. He ain't leaving the Bay, Steiny. And we felt like what's that mean moving forward? That he's on lock in the Bay, which I'm happy about. But he shared that information about basically saying, Steiny, we didn't let him out the city. But what I'm just asking, and I can't wait. Does that mean Wiggins is more locked in now than ever?
I wouldn't say that. I don't know. I would never say he's locked in unless I saw him.
But the way that he had the energy on the answer, sharing that with us, it's got to mean something. And maybe it meant something to the organization, but Wiggins, he'll still be the same Wiggins.
I mean, the other thing about the Wiseman question is, and I do feel like this, do we really need to ask him what happened? We know what happened. They drafted a guy who couldn't play. Okay, so, who thought he could play?
Well, then that
was it Joe? Yeah. Was it Bob?
And Joe's on record as saying it's a group, Stoney.
Exactly.
Wink, but
exactly. Yeah. So, you know what they're going to say half the time.
Yeah, but what about a guy that we've had privilege to interview? Bob Myers.
What about him?
He doesn't leave any meat on the bone to where he's so real, and I don't want to say authentic because that's real, that there's nothing to where you're left scratching your head as to,
I think,
you know what I mean?
I think a hardcore sports fan might say, yeah, you guys didn't ask Bob. You guys don't ask Bob Myers. You didn't ask him real tough questions.
Oh, we asked him about Wiggins. Remember when that was going on? And he was like, did you hear something, Goo? Stoney, did you hear something?
Stop wanting to be out of the group you're in. You're part of this. I'm part of it.
No,
we must acknowledge.
No, I'm not, because I'm too scared to go do it. So that's why it's kind of funny I'm having this conversation, and I ain't dissing anybody, Stoney, but I'm taking my radio hat off, and as a fan, what I want to hear Evan ask Kyle, hey, what's your relationship? Not that he would answer, but I feel better knowing the media called him out and at least gave the fans the opportunity for the coach to answer.
Okay, and then what if Kyle says, what do you mean? What do you talk? What about our relationship? I've got relationships with 53 players, and his is one of them. I don't think it's any different than my relationship with Trent, my relationship with Brendel.
But I would ask Nick Sirianni that question, or the equivalent, because he's got a track record of kind of blowing up about it.
Remind me specifically of
the
question about Ayuk.
Yeah, how has your relationship grown with Jalen Hurts?
Oh, my gosh.
I think Sirianni would probably be more open than someone like Kyle Shanahan about that specific subject matter.
I think you're right, and I wonder if it's because that now is just out there as part of the narrative.
And
And
when a quarterback and head coach don't get along, I think that's the worst. Come on, now that's the extension of the coach on the field.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go out to John in Benicia. Hey, John, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining the conversation.
Oh, no problem, guys. Hey, I just wanted to ask you a question. It's not a challenge question. It's just a question. But, I mean, we're talking about how we handle front offices compared to other cities. But, I mean, even within San Francisco, what do you think, or how do you feel that we treated, did we treat Farhan differently than we're treating Lynch or treating Myers? Now, Myers has actually won championships a lot more recently. But I mean, you know, the Giants have won World Series more recently than the Niners, and yet Farhan was run out on a rail, and Lynch is celebrated.
Well,
what you guys?
I love that. Let me go first, Donnie. Yeah. I think Farhan was brought and told that he was sold as he was the smartest man in the room. Analytics, this and that, and I come from the Dodger pedigree, and you can make an argument they were worse off than when he came.
No
Lynch has been to a couple Super Bowls. Come on now. Myers, 4 chips. He just brought something out, Stoney. We went in. And when I say we, everybody on Farhan.
That's right. And you know why? Part of it is he was easy. And that's like the chicken and the egg thing that I'm thinking about.
What's easy mean?
He was easy to pick on. He didn't win. He didn't have a great personality. And that's the one thing I absolutely believe is, yes, nobody would take on John Lynch like they took on Farhan.
Wow, man.
But the answer is that's because John Lynch has been more successful than Farhan.
Well, all right.
But the reality is the one thing the media is great at, me included, is we know we know absolutely who's crowned out here and who isn't. And Farhan Zaidi was easy.
And you knew who else
was easy
before he even started? Tell me what you think.
Don't say.
Go
ahead.
Tom Sula. And it started from that interview with Coase. Well, but Stoney, there's something. Wow. He was easy.
Totally easy. And you know what? At the end of his tenure, Mark Jackson was easy because he had built up a mountain of evidence against himself.
But he did some good things, though.
But we also knew, here's the other thing that happens. We also knew, writers kind of knew that Farhan was on thin ice. That's clear for the last year. And the writers back in Mark Jackson's day, they knew that Lacob and Rick Welts were really growing tired of that guy.
Mark was his own worst enemy.
And when the media knows that the front office might not be backing a coach, it's over.
Wow.
It's over.
Wow.
John on 680. He wants to make fun of Nick Sirianni. Okay. Hey, by the way, coming up at 120, 118 more specifically, Sounds of the Week. Sounds of the Week. What's up, John? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing good. Thanks for taking the call, fellas. All right, so here's my take on Coach Sirianni and the situation in Philly. It's kind of funny because their fans are kind of known for being a little rowdy, a little raunchy, booing their home team, cussing out the coach, yada, yada. What Sirianni did, yes, a little foolish, turning around arguing with the fans. Yes, a little cowardly, bringing his daughters up on the podium, or his kids, I didn't watch it, so he wouldn't get that smoke. But just the fact that the Eagles fans are getting a taste of their own little petty medicine, I love every bit of it. That's all I got today, guys.
I don't disagree with that. I think the one thing Sirianni's doing is, whether he knows he's probably gone at the end of the year or not,
you're right.
He's going to go at him.
So what are the thread? They got to be like, this dude, I can't believe, they're probably flabbergasted he did that.
See, they're not, because they know that's who he is.
Man.
They just know it.
Yeah, he picked a fight, I think, with the wrong people, man.
I'm trying to...
and that apology says it all, man. Howie and the company hey, dude, you better apologize.
Let's go to Couch Potato in Louisville, Kentucky. And notice I said Louisville, not Louisville. What's up, Couch?
Steiny, first one's on me for getting that right. Listen, I just wanted to tell you I was getting these PTSD flashbacks to Barry Bonds with using his young son as a human shield when he had to face the media for the first time after all the steroid allegations blew up in spring training. And it was upsetting, to say the least. And it's the same thing with Sirianni. It's just crazy town. That's all I got, folks. Another fond memory from the past for those of us who have a long memory.
Thanks for the call. That's Couch. All right, you ready? Here's what, all right, I like to, I don't just like to badger the Bay Area fans. I badger my Eagles fans.
Wisconsin.
And, I told my friends in Philly, either support the team or find a new team.
All right, oh boy.
So
the Hornets' nest.
This is one guy, very, very big. It's not disloyal fans, rather vocal fans who probably have been paying to come support their team for years, and they're holding Sirianni accountable for his team's apparent lack of preparation after a bye week and against an inferior opponent. After all, accountability is supposed to be one of Nick's core values. These fans will still show up even when the birds stink. That's loyalty. They will travel to other cities. They also just demand an effort and excellence from a team that is loaded with top-tier talent. Disloyal fans would simply stop showing up for their team and instead catch the highlights on the 11 o'clock news. Vocal and loyal are not mutually exclusive terms, at least not in Philadelphia.
Wow.
There's a whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah, and
from my buddy Joe.
And what you point out, I guess it's shout out Prince, sign of the times, is you could have a winning record and still the residue and the stench from what really went on, not on the field. I believe the Eagles quit as a whole last year, and that's why Tampa just embarrassed them in the playoff games, Donnie, but we all saw it coming. That's still, they're dealing with that behind closed doors, and that's why I feel like Sirianni's days are numbered, and that's why I thought maybe that was just a stress release, Donnie. Why would you do that in week 5 to the fans when you know now you're doing what Jerry did?
Sometimes you get sick of it, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt.
Maybe he's sick of it.
But you can deal with that with a glass of wine, talk to the wife, go to the gym. But Jerry will never come back. He will. But he embarrassed his franchise today. And that might last 3 or 4 more days.
But what does that mean?
That he's a laughing stock because of the words and how he couldn't control himself on a radio show.
And how many times do you think
Randy
that's happened in the last 20 years?
You need to go to Home Depot and get about 200 mirrors and look at yourself.
Okay.
And that's what's sad about Jerry.
But again, what does it mean in terms of like how many he's done that a lot?
This year is done. That you're so far removed from being a threat now? Yeah, you can give me 3-3. It'll be 3-4 when they play the Niners. I'll be there. It'll be 3-5. Like, they're not, that situation is toxic. And the sooner you take, action in regard to getting the fine and the remedy and the cure, you'll be better off. Why did you give a quarterback $60 million? Because you were afraid to start over? Well, you paid them $60 million and you're still not going anywhere.
Well,
what you saying? There's 14.
Yes, I am saying that.
11
games.
It's
something
left.
that we all lose sight of for some reason in football.
But have we ever seen a team in sports where it felt like water was on the boat?
Well, the
turn
Niners
it around.
Well, what about when the Niners lost 3 in a row last year and they were 5-0 and they lost 3 in a row and Purdy looked human?
But we could say, hey, let's go into the clubhouse, let's go into the locker room, put on the video of the Super Bowl from 19. Like, they had tangible evidence of them being good. Let's go to the 2021 NFC Championship game where we're up 10. They were, you know what I'm saying?
Now that's a good thing? That's a confidence builder?
No, it's a sign that you've been close.
Okay.
This is 94. 95.
They made the playoffs a few times in the last 5 years.
Some people have had, Evan might be older than the last time they were in a championship game.
Well, the Niners are in the same boat. The Niners haven't won it in 30 years either.
But they've been to 3 Super Bowls, Steiny.
Right, and like that's the part
that
about...
to me is like a Super Bowl in itself.
Except when you want to rip them a new one every single time you bring up they lost the Super Bowl. See, when we bring up that time and time again, it gives the illusion that the 49ers are in a worse spot than the Cowboys because they haven't won a Super Bowl, but they've been there twice. The Cowboys haven't even been close.
Right.
Okay. But like we hold it against the Niners sometimes, I think, because they've gotten further than 90% of the teams other than the Kansas City Chiefs. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up on the other side, Sounds of the Week. Yeah. We've been doing it since week 1, and we'll have some fun, and then we'll jump back into your calls. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
Xfinity.
Football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
If I take the pig around back and come back with bacon, what happened to the pig?
I'm not kidding.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. In case you just joined us, a couple pieces of news. Devontae Adams, now a New York Jet.
Wow.
Adams, now a member of the New York Jets. Amari Cooper is going to the Buffalo Bills.
For a 6th-round pick, Steiny. Well, no, that went with him. Browns got a 3rd and the 6th-round pick, 2025.
Man. And there the Niners are stuck with Brandon Ayuk.
I would call Cleveland to see what it would take to pry Garrett away, just to see. Don't hurt. And one of the baddest defensive linemen in the game, Crosby. That dude don't take water on the sideline. He is out there.
So you want the 49ers to acquire the best player on the Browns and then or the best player on the Raiders.
Or take advantage of a situation where those two teams may just tear it down.
And
I think that's
what
too
are you
much for the
prepared to give up for Max Crosby?
Whatever it take, 2 1s. Evan, am I smoking crack if I said 2 1s for Crosby?
2 1s is a lot, but I would give up a first for Max Crosby.
But that's just to make sure. Dude, him and Bosa? It's over. We can be in the backfield.
Here we go.
Yeah, boy.
Here we go.
Think about it.
All-star teams don't always win it. Look at the Eagles when they had the dream team.
Mm-hmm. Look at the Niners.
Exactly. Your boys have had the most talent in the NFL the last 5 years. They haven't won anything.
Not the last 5.
Oh.
Since they got McCaffrey.
Okay, 3.
Yeah.
All right. It's that time. We like to have some fun. Evan does a great job. Phenomenal. It's time for Sounds of the Week.
Steiny and Guru love press conference provocation.
I'm just about that action, boss.
We've got to be the dumbest team in America in terms of playing the game.
Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
You all right now?
Mike, why are you in such a bad mood?
What do you care? If you were 2-7, you'd be in a bad mood too.
I'll tell him keep talking that and I hope you see me soon. You feel me? And then we're going to have a good nice little bowl of gumbo together.
Cannot play with him. Cannot win with him. Cannot coach with him. Can't do it.
Let's step up to the mic and ask, did you catch this around the NFL?
All right, so we got 4 cuts. We will be dipping out of the NFL today, just a bit of a tease. But we start in Detroit. Well, Dallas. But Dan Campbell, after shellacking the Cowboys, gave out a couple game balls. One to some DB who caught an INT, one to Jared Goff. And then Jared Goff gave the game ball back to Dan Campbell because, of course, he used to play for the Cowboys. So it was a kind of a ceremonious thing. But here's what Dan Campbell had to say about that situation.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? It's like, wait a minute. He just didn't want to carry his.
And I'm assuming some of the other guys performed some really good in that game for you. How much does that mean to you to hear that?
Listen, I love those guys. I love our players, man. They're the best. They're the best, and I appreciate it. And the coaching staff and everybody. But look, it's not like I'm the only one from Texas. So AG's from Texas. There's a number of us. Brock Wright and. So that was a great team effort, and listen, man, I love those guys, and I wouldn't trade any of them for anybody right now. This is our crew.
Damn, man.
Yeah, you would.
That's a man. That's a leader of men, man. You can never tell a person you love them enough. And he admitted. He admitted. Evan, dude, I'm emotional.
Well,
dude, that's a...
Yeah, he was about to tear up, Stein.
Hey, they're kicking ass.
Let me tell you
you want to know why? Oh, man.
Let me tell you who I have a lot of respect for. Jared Goff.
Okay.
Because he goes 18 for 18, and Campbell forgets to give him the game ball.
Yeah.
Then Goff gets a game ball and says, nah, you take it.
Wow.
Because
he's
clearly...
from Texas.
No, because Jared Goff is a class act.
I ain't mad at that. They got a good thing going. And they might
until they lose on Sunday.
No, stop.
Then they're in shambles. That's
just
the
real quick
nature of the
before we
league.
get to the next one. I will not forget the first half of the NFC Championship game. That was a clinic, man. Yeah. And I'm wondering how close are the Detroit Lions from being the best team in football right now.
Doesn't matter.
No, you're right.
Thank you.
But my point is, they're loaded in regard to they know what they're trying to do. They're physical. They got deep. Well, and they just lost their best defensive player.
Defense, I thought, stunk.
Well, ask Dallas if they stunk.
Well,
see, now you're on board.
I'm on board.
Niners are going to beat the Cowboys by 90, and I'm going. Can't take the tickets back.
Lock it up.
All right, what else we got? What else we got, E? You like this next guy.
No, I can't stand him. Sean Payton has become one of the biggest asses in the NFL. And last week, it was something with his quarterback and a Ferris Bueller reference. This week, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the Denver Broncos have had about 18 guys carry the football this year. And so Sean Payton, I guess, is fed up with it. And here's what he had to say after the loss.
We got to see these guys. You know, we're a young team, and I want to see this runner as well. I want to see Estime. We're going to see Bailey, and we're going to see Franklin. And we're not waiting to redshirt these guys. And so, we'll continue to see each week their involvement in that plan and how they fit. That's how you get confidence and get experience.
No red shirts.
Well, I love teams that like to spread the ball around. And clearly, the Broncos, that's their goal. And it's very much similar to what Kyle Shanahan does here in the Bay. Spread it around.
To the other team, too.
Yeah.
Well, that's Bo Nix's issue.
He ran Russell, pretty boy Russell. Russell put on a little weight, fat, but ran him out of town and neutered him in front of everybody.
He stunk.
But no, you still can treat people with respect. Yelled at him. I didn't like it.
Oh, no.
And then you got your little young pup, but where's the Drew Brees model? Where's the Jaden Daniels? You're a Jedi, Sean. You're a Super Bowl winner. Let me see something from Bo Nix. Let him throw it around the yard. Maybe he can't, but you drafted him.
So what if he can't? Just do it anyway?
No, we got to find out.
But
dude,
Peyton knows. He's been watching him in practice.
He's too young, but Bo got talent.
Okay.
Bo knows, Steiny.
That's a two.
I swear to God, if he survives the next set of firings.
Dude,
Bo Nix?
No. Sean Payton.
I like where they're at in Denver.
They got some pretty uniforms.
Elevation?
2 and 3, right?
Yeah.
Beat the Raiders.
Well.
Oh, boy, dude, you got something with that.
Explain this next one.
No, they're 3 and 3. That's right, because they beat the Jets.
Yeah, they're like the Niners.
They're 500?
Oh, yes, they are.
Oh, my God.
They're building a bully in the Rocky Mountains.
Chargers are above 500 thanks to that Denver Broncos team. Speaking of the Jets, of course, Davante Adams was traded earlier today. So I thought, just take a trip down memory lane and see how much he loved to join the Las Vegas Raiders, who less than 2 years later he requested a trade from.
I grew up in East Palo Alto, so I was a Raiders fan my whole life. So it is a dream to be a Raider, man. So it's a dream come true. In the third grade yearbook, I said I wanted to be an NFL star or an NBA star, and I was wearing a Charles Woodson jersey at the time. So it's been documented forever, so, I guess you could say it's meant to be.
And in fourth grade, he bought a Keyshawn Johnson jersey.
Yeah.
That's incredible, though, to say that in third grade and have it come to fruition. Wow.
Well, I think it's incredible to say you've always wanted to be a Raider and then a year and a half later say, I don't want to be a Raider.
Well, I will defend him. They got rid of Derek Carr, and I thought he had enough cachet. If you were that mad about D. Carr leaving, you could have stopped it. I believe. So don't cry wolf now. Oh, whatever.
But you'll acknowledge you're not well-versed in the nuances and ins and outs of what's going on inside that Raider organization.
Whatever it is, it's Michael Jackson. Bad.
I think
it's bad.
No.
Bad.
All right, Evan, this last one.
Oh, my gosh.
I got to be honest with you. I heard it, and I didn't know what to make of it.
I saw it.
I did not know what to make of it.
I saw it live, guys.
So you've got to explain. You got to set this one up, Ian.
Oh, real quick, I just got to change the music here.
Oh.
NBA.
Great. Yeah.
No, so this was too good to not include in our sound of the week. It's not from the NFL. It's from Like, this is from an NBA TV countdown show?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Sam Mitchell, former Raptors coach, who, by the way, a lot of people are not big fans of Sam Mitchell. His old players, you said he used to call him all different kinds of names.
Right.
He was disrespectful and not a fun guy to play for whatsoever. That aside, Chris Miles, his co-host, I guess decided to make a joke, and Sam Mitchell just kind of lost it. So this is a full 70-second clip. We'll just play it for you in its entirety.
Coaches get a paycheck for this show. I think maybe you should do this pro bono, my friend.
Last time I looked at my check, it's pretty close. So, hey, I'm taking donations. Why don't you come up off some of that money you got since you're over there bragging about it?
I'm not bragging about it.
Well, I mean, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you rent your beach house down in Florida during the hurricane? Or do I need to go how about your townhouse over in Buckhead?
Hey, what's going on here, Sam?
You want to call me out? I mean, come on.
I think
you screaming broke and hungry. Let's just see it. I know what you have and where you live, young fella, so you need to stop.
I think we have snitches on the show today.
No, we don't have snitches. We have
Sam
truth tellers.
Mitchell.
We have truth tellers, so you're the one who crying poor and destitute up here. Do I need to keep going on further, more and more? Or do you want me to stop right now?
Go to this game between the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors.
You're going to stop messing with me on national TV. I done told you about that. Hey, do I need to give out the address? Because you're not at home right now.
Look at this. A game in Seattle.
Yeah.
Dude, wow, man. That's what you call pulling someone's
So do you think he was serious?
He was. I think he was definitely serious.
So Sam Mitchell's got the famous line.
Yeah.
So when he was a coach of the Raptors, they had a back-to-back. And I think they lost both games. And he was talking to the media afterwards, and one of the writers said, what's the schedule for tomorrow? You guys have practice? And Sam was like, no, we're not practicing tomorrow. And the guy goes, why not? The guy said, Sam said, we're coming off, back-to-backs, and these guys are tired, and the guy said, well, it's, old school, they'd practice. Sam goes, that's dumb school. Nobody practices after a back-to-back anymore.
Hey, I tell you what, that young fella got a lesson from old Sam. Quit playing with me, man. I mean, he let it all out. And I don't know if you guys have seen the video. They since followed up because this thing took off. Sam showed up to his house, and he acted like he didn't know he was knocking on the door. And he answered the door, the young fella. So Sam's there, and he's like, I'm here, let me in, show you, and they were having fun
all right,
with it.
So
yeah.
All's well that ends.
No doubt about it. They'll probably be on tonight because the Warriors play, well, you guys get it here. I'll be in NBA TV against the Lakers. That's what it's on. So maybe we see these two.
Not on NBC Sports Bay Area?
That I know it's on NBA TV for sure. I don't know if it'll be on both.
Text Bonte, would you for me?
Don't they usually do home
preseason
broadcasts for preseason? So it'd be in LA.
Oh, that's probably true. Well,
like they'll carry the Lakers broadcast on NBA TV.
Yeah.
So he don't have to worry. You'll be able to see it.
Well, Steiny's got one of the more complicated television setups I've ever seen.
What's the name of the service?
Tubi?
Freebie? No,
Fubo.
Yeah, Fubo.
Fubo.
Well,
you never know what you get.
I'm going to YouTube TV.
Dude, it's the best thing I've ever done.
Now, does YouTube TV have have NBA TV?
Oh, yes, it does.
It does.
Yeah, and
night.
This is how good of a friend I am. I got like 5 people in the Bay with my login. So they got access to MLB, everything I pay for, they can watch. I like to share. So NFL, any game you want to watch, I tried to give it to Evan.
Well, I will say, admitting that publicly is probably not the best thing to do.
You guys are looking at me like YouTube TV's got a rep. They'll do like Netflix and put a cap and say, hey, this is being, you got too many.
Evan, you know what this is a classic case of?
Oh, God.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Just because you can do something doesn't mean you do something.
Pretty soon they'll put an end to it. Netflix caught on.
Well, they're going to now.
Well, for you snitching.
I mean.
Well, I told them myself. That's the best, though. I want you to have it.
I borrow off of one of my daughter's friends.
Oh, she didn't tell. See, now you're, all right, I got it.
All right, I'll be watching that game. No, tonight we're watching the Warriors, and tomorrow we're going to talk a little bit about the Warriors. It'll be
we have to. It's a week away this season. They got at Portland. No, Portland might be better, Chauncey.
Well, they
Hard
won
not to.
14 games last year. Actually, I don't know.
Hey, they played the Warriors tough.
No, they didn't. Did they?
Daryl.
I'll bet you they didn't even beat
Portland
the
threw a
Warriors.
game away here at the Chase Center. It was like close to Christmas.
707 saying Warriors will be on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Okay.
Of course, we don't know if that's
we'll
true
see.
or not.
Well, Bonte's not working. They don't do the preseason.
They don't do the pregame show.
Yeah.
They still may do the
Okay.
broadcast.
You know what? Because I saw Fitz and Kalina when they played Detroit. Detroit's got some talent.
They stink.
Oh.
Yeah, but they still
Name me
got
who? Who are they? Cade Cunningham.
Duran. What's my other
Duran.
guy? Cunningham.
Yeah.
I'm starting. I can name 8 Pistons. I
Okay,
don't like
well, name
playing
3.
this game. No, I just gave you 2.
Give me one guy with talent other than those 2.
Dude, I don't
And
like
don't say
being put on
Sadiq
the-
Bey.
No, I like him.
Is Joe Dumars still there?
Dude, stop. Guys, I can name 10 Pistons.
Well, you're telling on yourself because you can't. It's all right. The season hasn't
When
started.
you gamble, you know every roster.
Goo,
I'm just telling you.
you have a week.
I can give you 10 Pistons. I don't like the Wiseman.
Sure. That'd be a wrong.
Yeah, he's on the Pacers now.
Just a
he
little
got traded.
too late.
Or he might have signed there as a free
Evan, shut
agent.
the music. I don't like the pressure, man. Seriously.
Well, we know that.
Hey, Spadoni.
We know that.
Shut
We've
up.
seen you in knockout.
Dude, that just came up. We were at the arena, and Joe Cunningham weirdly brought up knockout. I go, dude, what's going on?
Joe Cunningham, our boss,
Yeah.
one of them.
And I was set up for failure. I should never
you
have
played.
went first.
Well,
Why would I go first?
because you're not a thinking man's player. We can play that again. Do you want?
No, your favorite Jim Nance moment.
I was pretty good that
No,
day.
and you're laughing, but you
Well,
were.
let me see if I got it around.
This is the official 95-7 the
Listen
game
to that
knockout
guy.
on the Guru at the foul line.
So, Steiny, I don't know if you know Keith Mr. Jennings. He
Remember,
taught
you
me
only
how
have 10 seconds to
Okay, here
shoot
we
the
go.
free throw.
Be quiet, Steiny. Here we go.
This is unreal.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses.
You gotta get it, Guru.
It misses,
You
and the
gotta
other
get it,
guy
Guru.
has made it. And Guru's eliminated.
Oh my!
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. He's been
I
eliminated.
lost. I'm out.
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been
Okay,
eliminated.
Steiny.
I'm out.
If we had that energy from you every day, we'd go national.
Guru.
My favorite players on Detroit: Will Smith, Tobias Harris. I just like his game,
He's terrible.
but I like he can score.
He is on that team.
And what's the
You
dude
got
that
that
hit
one right.
LeBron with the elbow strong? He the real Draymond.
Stewart.
Isaiah Stewart. I like
I
it.
just remembered a guy that Draymond went after, another big boy player, Rodney Magruder. Boy, remember when he threw caution to the wind and called out Rodney Magruder?
It's not a. You guys are taking it it's not a fight. It's what he means mentally for this Warrior team. They need a goon. They need a dog. He does that.
You know what?
I'm not condoning all the other
You
stuff
did
I don't
this
like.
shtick yesterday, and it didn't work.
Dude, I caught hell.
You should have.
I caught from friends.
You should have.
family.
Good. Good. Hopefully you'll.
What's the other dude?
Oh, they got one player Steiny likes. Simone Fontecchio.
I like Fontecchio.
Ah, look at him. And what's
I
the
would've
Jay-Z daughter's name? Blue Ivy. They got
Royal Ivy?
No, Jaden Ivy.
Blue. Oh.
That's his daughter's name.
What?
Jay-Z. Blue Ivy. They got Jaden Ivy.
And he's related to
No,
Puff
I'm just
Daddy?
that made me remember where did Puff come from?
Who'd you say? Kanye?
Jay-Z.
I get those guys mixed up. They're all talented, don't get me wrong. But
one of them got issues. We
What's your
should do
problem?
my roster knowledge.
Who's that look
Like, give me
for?
another team. I like this. I don't like what it's Jockberty. I got PTSD from Jockberty. When they ask you a question, you know the answer to, but you have to get it.
What about the Warriors?
Well, I know that whole roster.
Can you name the entire roster?
of course. Well, no, because
there's gonna
they
be
had
some-
some guys on that roster.
Dude,
Spencer,
What's his first name?
Pat.
look at him. Give us one. Keep going, Stoney.
He plays basketball and then he plays lacrosse in the summertime. Okay. Quentin Post.
Is he going to be on the big club though?
Who cares?
Oh, for
I
God.
mean, he'll be getting a paycheck.
All right.
Okay. Guy Santos.
Yeah, I saw him Friday.
Curry. Pajemski, Heald, Melton, Anderson, Wiggins, Kuminga, Green, Jackson Davis.
Oh, there's one you're not getting.
Looney. All right.
There's one.
How many left? Peyton.
There's more than you think.
I know there is. There's
6'7", 235 pounds.
Anthony Lamb.
Nope. Blake Henson.
I would have not gotten Blake Henson.
No, you didn't know Blake Henson either.
I just saw him Friday.
He didn't play.
No, I brought him up. I saw him. He was on the court.
He might have played.
You got one more guy, too.
Yeah, I know. I know. And I'm going to be honest with you. And I am going to give Evan first credit for it.
Oh, wow.
I think this guy's going to play.
I know where you're going.
Yep.
Lindy Waters the third.
I met his sister. She was sitting behind us. True story, Evan. She goes, I'm trying to get in the business and do the photography and videos. I said,
Right.
oh, okay, I do a show. And then she said she called in. But she goes, that's my brother. And she was right behind. I said, dude, first Native American ever, I believe, Evan, in the NBA.
Well, not ever, but one of the very few.
I know how to ruin a good story, don't I?
You got to be careful, though, with doing that. And I know you mean well.
Yeah.
But be very careful about people that you say you're going to help in the business.
Oh, I didn't say.
Because they're the kind of people that'll take your job.
See, that I would never. If they're good enough to do it, it's going to happen. You forgot one, Steiny. Hand down, man down is his first name. Jackson Rowe.
Who?
That's his name. He's on the team. Jackson Rowe.
Don't forget about Beekman.
Cal
I'll tell
State
you what.
Fullerton.
See, this is where my knowledge is just ridiculous. I remember. Anybody out there remember Lou Rowe? Lou
I do.
Rowe.
Yeah.
Where'd he go to college?
UCLA.
Wrong.
Give me one more.
Okay.
Virginia.
Take 7.
Virginia.
No.
Cincinnati.
Nope.
Louisville.
Nada.
Maryland. Georgetown.
University of Massachusetts. Lou Rowe.
I was
quietly shortest name in NBA history.
I was thinking
6
of
letters.
Lou Ritchie. I was thinking of Lou Ritchie.
Well, his real name is not.
Oh, gosh.
You know the shortest name in baseball history?
Mel Ott.
Ed Ott.
Oh, yeah. But there's a Mel Ott, too.
Well, that's 6 letters. Ed Ott is 5.
Yeah, I know.
Eddie Ott. Well, now if you say Eddie, you're right.
Ichiro.
Oh, man.
Oh,
you guys are too much.
All right, let's
Don't
see.
get
What do we
scared.
got?
Willard's back. Don't be scared. Don't change up on me.
You know what?
Dude, the way you
I'm
do
scared
it.
of Willard.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they make you come aggressive towards me when we have a beautiful show.
I'll tell you what. I'll do you a favor. I'll come aggressive at you,
You don't
now.
got to do me nothing because I know it's fake. But go ahead.
No.
Oh.
Are you guys serious about after the show today?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to the gym. I have to, Stoney.
Leg day, baby.
Come on. You said you're going to work on your trap so your T-shirt will sit up a little bit.
What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com, BayAreaOilChange.com.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card.
How's your home handling hot and
numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, crossover time. That
Yeah.
means Willard and Dibbs in the house along with Steiny and Guru. What's up, gentlemen? How are you
I
today?
gave you guys some love, man.
Hello.
Major love.
I appreciate
it.
What we
appreciate
get?
it. We were just talking about the state of the Bay Area media. Just
I love that
and,
question.
You know, are we soft or hard or God,
soft?
Yeah, but
I heard Randy Cross, and he's like, "Yeah, there was 2 or 3 jerks."
we thought it was 4 or 5,
and there are 2 or 3 now too. And I immediately had 2 or 3 names pop up, which was pretty funny.
Not your guys weekly,
right?
You're weekly with Steve Kerr.
Same family.
You guys are like pit bulls. I appreciate trying to pry and get the answer and double back to get the answer, because as a fan, and that's what I am when I listen to you guys, I'm like, you know going in, you're pretty much not going to get the answer, but I just want the guys and gals to one, ask it and double back. Well, and I feel like you guys do that with the best of them, trying to get it at a curve.
Not saying anybody's got it dialed or right or whatever. What I go for, at least, what I think we try for, because when we get compared to, I heard what you guys were doing, you compared to Philadelphia, for example.
Oh, man.
I don't want to be Philadelphia. I'm not saying that's right either. Yes, ask the questions that the viewer or the listener or the fans want. That's our job. But I don't think there's a very fine line there of like, now we're attacking, we're personal. I don't look at the job of a media member as I'm here to like hold your feet to the fire and hold you accountable. It's just relax, just ask the questions. But I don't. So like somewhere in between, which is where most answers lie, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere in that for me.
Yeah.
That's what I go for, at least.
And it's just about how you ask, I think, more than anything. And this is where you've always been really good as an interviewer, because you'll ask the question, Steiny, and you won't really color it as aggressive or negative or positive or glowing. It's just a question. And I've found that the quicker you just get to the question, the better the question is, and the more likely you're going to get a good answer, as opposed to a 45-second grandstand followed by like a "what do you think?" or "do I have it right?"
Yeah,
or,
that's why we played the Jerry sound, Dibbs, and he's the GM. Randy said, "Go get Home Depot 200 mirrors and look at yourself."
Loved it.
But he's embarrassed, he's hurt, and you're the maestro. You've messed up. You didn't add. So to get mad at 2 radio hosts asking you a question about you not adding the offseason, I think he made Sunday's embarrassing score that not even be the lead. Now it's embarrassing because you are going off and mad at the world.
And equally embarrassing for me, and even more embarrassing, is Nick Sirianni trotting his kids up there as what are those things when you
human shields?
Thank you, human shields. I knew
Now,
exactly
Dibbs,
where I was going.
honestly, did you hear Sirianni? Did you hear his?
I heard the apology.
Explanation.
We read the apology later in the day. I didn't hear his explanation about.
You want to hear it?
Sure, I'd love to.
Nick Sirianni.
Do you think it is appropriate to have children at a post-game press conference with you right there?
There are limited opportunities to be able to, be able to share these. I love my family with everything I have, and I want them to love this game the way I love this game because of what this game has done for me. And so, that was my only intention. Just like my intention is like my kids get to go play catch on the field after we win. And my only intention is after a win, being able to. My kids love going up on that with that press conference with me, and my only intention is to share a moment, after that.
Share a moment.
Willard, Dibbs, I mean,
how many times has he brought his kids up onto the podium? That would be my follow-up, and we're big on follow-up questions. Now, if the answer is 23, okay, maybe he just loves to do that. Like Draymond Green, he has his kid up there all the time.
It's beautiful.
Through thick and thin.
Curry, too.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. She would be under the table and the whole thing. If this is the first time that Nick Sirianni brought his kids up onto the dais, then he's a phony.
Willard, before you go, as a good dad, because we all are, or I try to be, you should have known when you did the gestures to the crowd, something had started and you participated in it. So as a dad, that should have been the presser. The kids didn't accompany you so people wouldn't say you were running from the smoke.
Well, this didn't just start in that game. You know, Nick Sirianni is well aware that he gets talked about on Philly Sports Radio every single week right now. People are mad. People are uncomfortable. They don't like the way this looks. They don't like the way he looks. You know, the way he kind of carries on the sideline. It's bothering people right now. And especially in a city like Philadelphia, yeah, you're definitely aware that you're going to answer to this. And so in a game that even though you won, you're getting booed, you're getting into a confrontation with fans, the timing, as Dibbs puts out, is not great. I have a different follow-up, though. My follow-up would have been, so Nick, what you're telling us is you want to turn your kids on to the game of football, to the sport, and of all the things that you have access to as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, you think that the way the kids are going to fall in love with the game is to bring them to a press conference?
He referenced something else, though, too. He said also throwing the ball on the field after a game.
That would have been my question. I'm like
that's cool.
Hey, kids, you've got your run of the link. Where do you want to go? Daddy, bring us to the press conference. No. Go meet Jalen Hurts. Go say, let A.J. Brown sign your jersey.
Go take a picture with that gigantic Eagle mascot that's undoubtedly flapping around throughout the stadium.
Go get beat up by a fan. Be a real.
See Uncle Big Dom.
What I mean?
Go boo Santa Claus.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
Go talk to Spike Eskin. Are you kidding?
The kids are 7, 5, and 2. And being a father of a 2-year-old, I can tell you that she's not absorbing any of this.
Yeah.
When did you fall in love with football? It was a press conference in week 6. When Daddy was under fire and I was there for him. I mean,
it was when that smelly man started asking him about the fans.
I got an idea, though.
I don't get it.
I got an idea for tomorrow, Dibbs.
Talk to me.
Why don't you bring Milo on the show when you bring Greg Cosell on for his
tomorrow.
It's actually Cosell will be Thursday because tomorrow we're live at the Madden broadcast.
Dude, real quick, we got to get into that too. This is incredible.
Yeah,
I mean, how did you start? I was like,
I don't even like.
How did it come about?
I'm sort of just that's kind of
just too much.
Yeah, no,
there's a colleague, a former colleague named Stan Bunger, who was the morning anchor on KCBS. Stan wrote a book on John Madden. It's not really on John Madden. It's about mornings with Madden because John Madden would come on every day in the morning, and he did it for 30 plus years.
Every day.
I never what
every day.
How much do you think he made for that?
For how long?
I know how much he made.
$100 an appearance.
I used to work on the station when I started in the business, 1997. I was the production assistant, and then I became on the editor's desk, and one of the jobs is to call John Madden.
Sure.
So you call him, and
Come
he's,
on.
John.
925.
Hey, John, this is Dan Dibley, KCBS. You ready to go? Yeah, just give me a minute, and he's in the Madden Cruiser, and he's Lord knows where, and he would do it with Al Hart, rest in peace, one of the legendary anchors in this country. And then Stan Bunger took the job, and he continued that relationship. And so Stan has written a book, and we are celebrating John's life and the book, and we're doing it tomorrow at the Madden compound.
At the compound.
So what's the number?
That's phenomenal.
Like I'm just
of what he made? Yeah. I'll tell you off air. I'm not going to. I don't count other people's pockets.
It's part of my shtick.
Yeah, I don't count pockets.
My little shtick.
Yeah,
I do.
It's not a stick.
Who doesn't?
I'll tell you this, though.
You know what, though? I like Willard's guess of 100 because I'll tell you why.
Oh, my gosh.
Because my first response would be, I'll bet it's more than that. But you know what? Sometimes guys like that, especially back in the day, just give me 100. And then
that's the thing. It's 30 years ago. Yeah. It's every day. So it's not like
for how long?
They're not paying him $1,000 an appearance.
You wouldn't think
usually
so.
5 to 10 minutes.
He would have quit the Raiders.
And then they do Madden replay later because they do sports at 15 and 45. And our friend Stephen Langford now does the morning sports.
Okay.
But ever since Stan and Steve Bitker, who was the other legend in mornings here on KCBS, when they both retired, then John was kind of retiring from the bit anyway, and then he of course passed. But it was great, especially with Stan and Al Hart, because neither one of them was really that much of a diehard sports guy. So it would always stray into other things like, turduckens and other lifestyle things. It was just fascinating conversation.
So you'll be around all that, oh my gosh.
I've purposely sort of like held it off over here on the side because A, I don't know what to expect, and B, It's just like,
Oh, man.
I don't even know if it really feels real, like that we get to go. It's like it's his studio.
Man.
It's his studio,
That's
you know?
dope, man.
And it's going to be cool for me, especially because I coached 2 of his grandsons at Bishop O'Dowd. I started the boys volleyball program, and Jesse and Aiden Madden, John's grandkids, were at O'Dowd, and
That's
they both
crazy.
came out and played for me. So
Come
I'm
on.
hoping
Big
one
boys?
or both.
Tall?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Aiden is about 6'4", and Jesse was a quarterback at O'Dowd, about 6'2", 6'3", and just delightful young man.
That's awesome,
They might
man.
be in college now. Well, they should be in college, so I don't know if I'm going to see him, but I look forward to seeing Mike, John's son, and I believe Debbie, Mike's daughter. Hope I got that right. And so
We got into a fight somewhere, and we said you can't tell the story of, was it Major League Baseball, the NBA, with said player, but I'll say this. I bring that up because you can't tell the story of the NFL without John Madden.
Not even
On
close.
and behind the mic, man.
Yeah.
Boom, bow.
And you can't tell the history of video
The
games
game, right?
without
This-
John
good
Madden,
God,
right?
yeah.
Like, if you want to do the Mount Rushmore of all-time video games,
Oh, Madden, come on now.
you got Pong. For those of you who remember, for those of you who partake.
Atari.
You know how we've done all of our conversations through the years about Steph Curry in terms of like almost like a Q rating? Is he the most beloved? Forget
Yeah.
like if it's best or whatever, but like, is he just the most 100% Q rating athlete in the history of the Bay Area? Could you take that to Madden in the NFL? Mike, is he the most popular
gosh.
figure in the history of the league?
Come on, man.
Mike, well, I'll tell you.
Give me somebody who would battle that.
Well, I'm going to ask you something on the other side. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I think John Madden probably has a place on the all-time NFL Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Just total.
Across all sectors.
Just everything. You know, if you think Al Davis, like Madden, I think is probably in there.
That's
Top
incredible. 4. And then the game is like, and Jordan is still with us, the shoes to Michael. You know, that's
Exactly.
Madden, man.
Exactly.
That came out in 91. Will it still go?
That's a great parallel. The
Man.
shoes to Michael. The
Good
Air Jordan.
gosh.
You know,
It
that's
is,
Air
man.
Jordan.
Like the best,
Thank you.
the best out of the league marketing, whatever project. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Cal Poly San Luis
That's
Obispo.
dope,
There
man.
you
That's
go.
a big. That's a
my
big
guy.
deal.
Get it in there.
That's my guy.
And then you guys
Yeah.
will be at Chase too for opening.
Yes.
Well,
that's,
they're
that's
on
a
the
couple,
road.
That's a few
Okay,
weeks from
all right,
now.
all right.
Yeah, that's a couple weeks away still.
Yeah, my idea was that we would do the show and just stay the night and just be there, live there, because they have back-to-back games, and I think we're doing back-to-back shows down there at Chase Center.
We're going to headbutt each other, so then we have to go into concussion protocol.
boy.
They're going to put a blue tent right over our heads, right in the
Boom.
middle of the show.
Yeah.
We'll just sleep in it. Then we'll do the next show again the next day. I'm in.
All right.
Are you going in a costume? Are you going to dress up as a warrior or whatever?
No.
It's 2 days.
Come on,
It's
Dibs.
the 2 days before Halloween.
Right.
Which warrior do you want to dress up as?
Mark, I won't be dressing up. Do you know why?
Why?
I'm an adult.
No,
Oh,
that's not
here
how
we
it
go.
works.
Because this,
Yes,
yeah,
that's
this
exactly
time
how it
of
works.
year
And I'm
started.
not-
There's no way Willard dresses up for
Oh,
Halloween.
Willard, for sure.
No chance.
No way
Billy
he does it.
Christie?
Yeah.
There's no doubt
Like,
they take it in.
I was Gabe Kapler 2 years ago. And I did a
I
whole
remember.
show. I did a whole show with readers on. I couldn't even see Dibs. He was a blurry rumor across the room.
Yeah.
I
And I did a whole
remember
show.
Gabe.
And
What
I
are you going
couldn't-
as this year?
And I haven't decided yet. I like to wait till the last minute.
Who you coming as, 90? Radio host?
I would like to go as Dante DiVincenzo. That was my favorite.
Quality.
How would you pull that off?
I don't know.
You'd have to get a slightly orangish, blondish,
Right.
tight wig.
Yep.
And some minor freckling.
And probably an increased attitude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would
and a
think.
much
What
better
was that
three-point
about?
shot.
What was that?
Well, clearly there's some feelings from New York.
So was he insinuating Brunson's dad got him up out of town? Why did he say you
I
control
think it started with his role. Do we all remember Dante was not eligible for postseason awards despite his play because he didn't have enough minutes, even though he was never hurt. Like he had to play, you had to play more minutes. And Dante was phenomenal last year with the Knicks, but he was kind of like almost a steroided version of Moses Moody is here, where it was always like, why is he not playing even more?
Right.
And so then, with all your Villanova buddies, you get traded.
Oh, man.
And I think that he's thinking,
wow,
he got held down there.
Wow.
And so he started jawing with the coaches a little bit.
Brunson's dad, though. Like,
I didn't know Dante had that kind of sauce, though. I was like, where was this with the Warriors?
Pelican Bay, Denzel. He got
sauce.
Hey, man, he said what he had to say.
For all the online lip readers, that was the easiest one we've ever seen. I was like, no, they've got it. Hey, you can really see exactly what he's saying.
He's a good player, too.
He's
like,
really
the Warriors could have used him.
They're
like,
really
hey,
good. Minnesota's going to be a problem.
I think, they got tougher, Minnesota, with those two guys, as opposed to Karl Anthony Towns.
Now, there were a bunch of trades, and I asked Steiny, would you give two number ones for, I know there's a salary gap, Crosby. Come on, man. Him and Bosa for years.
Oh, you're talking specifically about the Niners?
To add to that D-line, we could be in the secondary.
But you're talking about 2 ones that would likely be 25 or later, probably also.
Yeah, and the likelihood you hit and get a max, talent like that.
Yeah, I think.
So you got to be calling,
in a
right?
vacuum, I would. I don't know. I mean.
Or any other position.
Like you said, the salary is an issue. I don't even know what's Max's contract.
Well, he got a raise out of nowhere because they had room under the salary cap, I want to say before the start of the year.
Yeah, they have an out after this year, and the dead cap's only $10 million.
Oh.
So the contract is somewhat favorable to where you could, although I would imagine
what do you
Max
think of
will
the
want
player?
more.
I think he's a dog.
He's absolutely a dog. But
amazing.
I don't think that, if I'm the Raiders, and it's one thing to punt on your receiver who's disgruntled.
Right,
It's another thing to punt on your cornerstone player.
And that's why Evan was like, Myles Garrett ain't going nowhere from Cleveland.
It's not that big of a number. Now that we know what edge rushers are making, he's only
a
making,
bad dude, man.
Like if you picked him up beyond this year, the next 2 years after that, 22 and 18.
Oh, man.
That's a bargain.
That's just for a dude that don't take plays off at all.
I'm
98.
I'm with you, Dib. Yeah, I don't think the Raiders are looking to deal Max Crosby.
So if you're a team trying to be good, and I'm just going to assume that all 32 try to be good, although the jury's still out on some, you want a left tackle, a quarterback, and an edge rusher. Those are the big 3 in football. The Raiders don't have a quarterback. I don't believe they have a real anchor left tackle, but they have an edge. So you don't want to give up your only piece of the 3. The Niners have a quarterback. They've got a left tackle. He's getting older, and they've got an edge. So that's why the Niners always can consider themselves to be pretty good. And then you throw in elite Hall of Fame tight end and elite Hall of Fame linebacker and the rest of it, and all of a sudden you're cooking every year.
Dan, it feels like the left tackle, quarterback, and edge rusher are like you want to be solid defensively up the middle in baseball.
It's similar, but I would argue that this is more important than that. You're talking about catcher, shortstop, center fielder.
Yep.
And, you could look at the Giants and say, you have a catcher, good defensively. Your shortstop is TBD, and your center fielder is hopefully going to be better when he gets healthy. Yeah. So that's a fair way to look at it. But there's more to it than that. Go ahead. You called me Danny. You threw me off with that.
I didn't know.
Really.
What happened to Dibs?
What did you think of, you guys watch, what'd you watch last night? Do you watch the Bills or the baseball?
Oh, the Bills.
Me too.
We had some fantasy.
I had a lot of fantasy action on it. I put some regular action on it, and I was close enough to taste everything and got nothing.
Oh,
it was one of those nights.
Gotcha.
It was one of those nights.
See it, Mark.
It's like when you go to Costco and the samples, you get up there and it's like, it's going to be 12 more minutes for the flatbread.
Speaking of which, Curry was in a Costco. Did you see that?
Which one?
I want to say Redwood City. They were following them.
They all look exactly the same.
But it was incredible.
An interior picture. I saw the video.
You saw the video?
They're all actually slightly different in layout. I'll give you my Costco power rankings a little bit later.
If you just have a view, like a camera, I don't know, it looks like Costco in there. I don't know which one, but you want to know. You brought it up twice now, Goo, and you know what I thought of when I saw that? I felt almost people are going to get mad if I use that word.
Uh-oh.
I do not find that to be alluring. That if
following Steph at a Costco?
That's what. No, if I were Steph, I don't want that life where I'm walking down Costco.
No doubt. I need underwear.
Turns into a social media video.
I got you.
And everywhere I go, there are at least 8 or maybe 80 people just
Watch Starting
staring at me.
Five on Netflix. LeBron talks about, I made $1 million, but I can't go to the movie. I can't go get. And the way he said it hit me to where I felt like I'm lucky. I'll take the money.
You look at the way the people. It's almost like if you're Steph, what do you do in that moment? Because they can't just.
You got to rent the movie theater with
you run out of energy. So he has to look off into the distance as if these people who are a foot from him,
and
as
they're
if
following him.
Right?
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen it, but I can imagine.
You just look off into the distance as if you're a dancer picking a spot at the
video.
I'm like, this is just weird.
And did you catch Goo?
I would not follow anybody in a store.
Unless it was a kid hitting a buzzer. then
that was. I didn't have a belt on that day because you said something was going on with Goose pants. I had to make sure the jeans didn't fall off. But that's incredible, man.
No, that was just where my brain went. I was like, God, what an awkward.
I don't know if I want that.
There's a sweet spot for level of celebrity, and for me, the sweet spot is. You're famous enough to where people will buy you drinks, you'll get free golf, but in general, you're left alone.
Wow, man.
And I think about our good friend Sal Castaneda.
A little too much.
It's close, though.
Yeah.
Like Sal with that big, beautiful head and 30 years in the market, when he walks around, people are like, there's that traffic guy. Or they know him by name. And so
there's that guy.
There's that guy. So he might be a little bit too famous, but I kind of like where we are, where maybe once a week someone will be like, hey, I like the show. I like the show. It's like, you know what? Thank you.
Somebody at the, Eric, if you're listening, I met Eric at the Joe Coy show on Saturday night. And he very, very clearly twice wanted me to say hello to you.
Oh, cool.
To you.
Nice.
Dibs, yeah.
I'm
Make
a big Eric
sure
guy.
you say hi to Dibs for me. So from Eric, hello, Dibs.
Thank you, Eric. I wish I was out at the show and you and I could have.
Great show.
Yeah, we could have spent time.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Today's show, but tomorrow we're the Madden spot. Like, seriously.
Does he use profanity?
Joe?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You haven't seen
That's
him?
a yes.
And that's your second or third time going to see him.
Second time. He got drunk. Yeah, one of his things was to like bring people up toward the stage, and then he just takes their drink and then drinks it with them, and then he replenishes it. He's got a guy who just goes and brings, like, if I take one, you're going to get two. So,
right.
But I mean, he was having so much fun that I think, because like halfway through, I'm like, Joe, I'm like, Joe.
I saw
That's
Eddie
enough.
Griffin get drunk in San Jose at the Improv.
Move on. Like, you're going to lose it. And the show, it got loose.
Yeah, he got drunk right in front of us. And Eddie Griffin, I was like, slow down. Even for me.
I'm like, my man.
But he still put on a good show. But he had to be lit.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Your guy was drunk at the Jason Barrett roast until I shouted him down.
Steiny went up there. Yeah.
Steiny killed that night.
Yeah.
In a good way.
It was like Steiny at a summit, huh?
Yeah.
He was great. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't want to be there that night.
I believe his opening line was, "None of you people matter." Oh, wait, that was the summit.
Hell with the kids.
Totally.
What's the focus today? Do you guys
have
think
them
about
fill in the blank before they go?
You know what? Yeah, like we will do that, but it's funny. When the bag's on the shoulder, just go. Because when you're no, here's the thing. Listen to me now. When you start like just asking really odd, random, meandering questions.
Wow, Willard knows them,
like
man.
it sounds like you're just trying to fill for 3 minutes because you don't want to leave until 2:11. That's all. Why don't you just look at us and be like,
give me the sentence very soon.
So I can leave.
Will the fantasy story transaction wire come out on your show?
Maybe. That's up to Dibs.
We did it on the air yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And
all right. I missed
it's awkward when teammates go at each other. It was almost
so I was I'm double. We'll tell it on our show.
Right.
I'm offended by you, Grandy, but I already knew that.
Grandy's a monster.
But I'm offended that the whole room didn't know that I was on it.
It's not about that.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, but
I'm not feeling appreciated.
No, I really do. Thank you. And I texted you that. Like, thank you for looking out for me. But at the same time, I'm like, that a room full of sports media people were like, we better tell Willard that something bad is about to happen to his team. I was like, y'all think I'm one of those people? You think I'm one of the fantasy people that you need to text?
You were under the weather. Had you just been on the day
I wasn't really under the weather.
Whatever, I'm not putting your business out there.
Yeah, no, the anesthesia had worn off. We were good.
Tell Steiny the question so he can go home. I just can't handle the anticipation.
It's not even a question, it's a fill in the blank.
All right.
The Niners are favored this weekend because.
Wow. Boom. Because they're at home.
Okay.
Because I think the odds makers probably put something into it, like the game means more to the Niners.
Okay.
That's about it.
And did Kansas City has not. This is not great. A real. This is ugly to them. The powers to be 5-0, and that you know what, you got to pay.
I feel like the Chiefs are due to lose a game, and this would be the week.
But I remember the game where McCaffrey first came, one of them, and Kansas City came here in the screenplay. Sure. Andy Reid's so creative, man. Like, that scares me for the Niners.
Oh, we'll get into it because I just poured over the New Orleans tape, and I got some notes, and I'm going to get it out now.
100 yards.
I'm going to get it out before Cosell comes on Thursday.
That's all right, and that'll be a lot of talk about Rashid Shaheed, I got to believe, if we're talking Saints.
Shaheed had the one catch, but
did he return a punt for a touchdown too, didn't he? Or that was last week?
That was last week.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, you guys carry on 95.7, the game.
Thanks, Steiny.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Let's do this thing. All right. 888-957-9570. Who wants to weigh in on that? The Niners are favored this weekend, only by one. Niners are favored over the Chiefs because?
Well, if it's Family Feud, I do think the number one answer on the board is they're home.
Well, for sure.
Because if it was at a neutral, the number would tell you that they would be 2-point underdogs, but you get 3 points for being home, and you're favored by one. So that, for me, would be the Family Feud number one answer on the board, which is not a sexy answer, but I do think that ultimately is probably the most popular answer. They're home.
Okay. Yep. That's certainly fair. That's kind of a logical, factual type answer. What if I gave you one that's a little bit more on the emotional side?
Yeah.
I think the Niners are favored because we are a bunch of stubborn mules. That's why the 49ers are favored. Understand to me that we make the line. The odds makers make the line, but the odds makers... And yes, they are diving into the analytics of the game, but they're also diving into the analytics of our brain. That's their job. Their job is to know how to blend the teams, the things that we don't know, and then the stupid things that we think. And I just think that we collectively are really, really slow on the uptake. In fact, I think the 49ers are favored for the same reason that there are people out there who doubt Brock Purdy. In other words, here's what we think is going to happen, and then when something totally different happens, we refuse to change our opinion. We think the 49ers are the best team in the NFL, and when they go out there and show that, at least for the last 6 weeks, and I have been arguing and would still argue, they are much better than their record. They are still one of the better teams in the league, for sure, but they have shown that they are not all the way buttoned up, and they are certainly not all the way healthy. So right now, I don't think that the 49ers are a full version of themselves, but we are still stuck on our original preseason prediction of the Niners, the same way we're still stuck on Brock Purdy's a 7th-round draft pick.
I can see that, and I also would look at many things statistically, forget the record, but if you look at just the stats, offensively, defensively, even special teams, they are better than their record indicates, and also Kansas City is worse. And I mentioned to you off the air, Kansas City is one of only 2 teams in the NFL with a negative turnover differential, yet they have a winning record. The only other team is Philadelphia.
Yep, okay.
Philadelphia is 3-2. Like, Seattle's got a negative turnover, and they're 3-3. Dallas is also 3-3 in the same boat. But Kansas City is -4 in turnovers. And we always say, oh, you got to win the turnover battle. Well, do you? Because Kansas City's lost the turnover battle twice, and they've won both of those games. And I know that every turnover is not created equally, but you look at Kansas City, and I mentioned this yesterday to Grandy, who did mostly a phenomenal job, other than when he stabbed you in the back, filling in for you yesterday.
That's
but
okay. I expect nothing else.
J.P. Mason has rushed for more yards than the entire Kansas City Chiefs. So when you just think about that, Kansas City doesn't run the ball very well. They don't throw the ball super great. Mahomes has 6 interceptions. Their defense is really good, not elite, and yet they just win every game.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
one of the odd things about looking at the Chiefs, I mean, there's 2 things that you sort of that jump off the page because you go, oh, well, they're not playing well. This is what I hear people say. They're not playing well, but they're 5-0. Now, the first thing I would think of if somebody said that to me, I would go, oh, well, they must have had a kind of a weak schedule. So pull up their schedules. That look weak to you?
No.
They beat the Baltimore Ravens in week 1. I understand that the Bengals have struggled, but that's still Joe Burrow. Like, that's the Bengals. They win that one by 1 point on a 50-something yard field goal at the buzzer. They go to Atlanta. Again, is that creme de la creme? No. Is that a pushover? No. Like, they went to Atlanta. They took on the Los Angeles Chargers in a, air quotes, road game.
Yeah.
And then they took on the New Orleans Saints, who had a wonderful start to the season. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that they have a cupcake schedule. So when people go, oh, they're not playing well, that's the first place my mind goes. But nope, that's not it. All right, so then what's the next thing? When I look at the Chiefs right now, and let's talk about their roster for a second. I mean, sure, there's Mahomes. Who else they got?
Kelsey.
Okay.
Hall of Famer.
Who else?
Chris Jones.
Okay. Who else?
Possible Hall of Famer. End of list.
End of list.
Right.
It's not a great roster. So this is where I think, for me, this is the week where you can really have a conversation about coaching. Really, if you want to dive into, for all of you Shanahan doubters, this is the week where I think you can really have a fair conversation about where he stands in the league. Because when I look at the Chiefs, I go, roster, certainly you've got the face of the league at quarterback, but roster, but situation. You have a program. You got a program that works. And while I firmly believe that about the Niners, there's also a lot of people that go, dude, they're just overwhelming people with their roster. And I think that you can debunk that in ways, but